Ready as we're gonna be, I reckon.
I mean, I do have notes, but it's
You're not
fine.
allowed to actually look at notes. It'll just be off the top of your
Yeah,
head.
it's all
Well,
off
no,
the-
because I don't want to. I don't want to do that either. Because I know Adam doesn't like being talked at, and I don't want it to become like a lecture. So it's like
It's
if I
gonna
need
be a
a
lecture.
if I need a
I
citation,
kind of want
I'll
everyone
just,
to
like,
just lecture Adam about how wrong he is for like an hour or two.
Well, no, I
Hey
mean it's good to
now!
have your sources. I think
It
it's good. I
is.
think it's good to be prepared.
Look, Harker already ruining the intro.
It's
Whose
okay.
idea was it to invite all these women on the show, Sitch? That would never happen with men. Men organize themselves, into a hierarchy.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite misogynist, serial sexist, and #1 Twilight fan, Adam Friend.
What's up, everybody? We have a great show planned today. We have a guest that has been requested ever since she completely annihilated Vosh on the internet. So welcome, Authentic Observer. And how you doing?
Yeah, thank you. I'm good. Happy to be here. Yeah, should be good.
Yes,
And
you did.
Interested to hear your argument, so.
Do you remember how? Tell us a little bit about the Vosh exchange. How did that pan out? Did Vosh ever contact you and say, "Hey, why don't you come on my stream and let's resolve our differences"?
No. I think. Oh, I don't think I saw the full thing, but I think I maybe saw a short clip of it or heard from other people. I think he briefly addressed it, but sort of. I think he said that I'd taken him out of context.
Of course. Of course.
I don't know. This is what other people told me. I don't know where it was. I can't bother to trawl through all his, looking at stuff. But I think he'd said I'd taken him out of context, and that he said it because I'd said that I liked misogynist or something. I don't know, which I didn't. And then what else did he say?
Famously, I think he called you a pick-me girl, which I had to ask.
Oh, he did.
What is a pick-me girl? I didn't even know. So that's how out of it I am.
I think isn't pick me like is it? I'm not entirely sure. I think isn't it like the definition a woman who puts other women down to get attention from men, or is I think that's probably the best way to say it. But yeah. So
Sitch
he
would
said a
know
lot of
better.
nice things about me, so that was interesting.
Well, what do you mean I would know better? What are you trying to say?
he's saying you're a pick me girl.
No, you know, yeah, you are.
Listen.
A total pick-me girl.
Listen, we also have joining us CT, editor of videos that I don't make,
You're still waiting for that audio, Sitch.
and Harker, who I don't know if you've ever been on stream before, have you? With us?
No, this is a first for me.
Awesome.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Sweet.
So tell us, Adam, what's your favorite
Yes,
scene
tell
in
us, Adam.
Twilight?
Well, no, do you want to get into the
Just
Twilight
that.
stuff? I do want to shout out Authentic Observer's channel, obviously, because everyone should subscribe. You're almost to 60K now. You're getting pretty close to that silver play button, which is nice. And she recently did a 3-hour response video, which I was like, okay, this girl gets it. We
I have
go
yeah,
ahead.
I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say, I have a problem with
No,
been
this
unable to
is an
condense
asset.
things.
No, this is not a problem. We do
Yeah.
we do 10-hour live streams on Sunday. So constantly people
That's
are
long.
referencing our live streams, and then I see them send a link on Twitter, and I just think, man, what are you doing? Because as soon as somebody gets a link to a video that's 10 hours long, they're just like done with you. So
Yeah. Nope.
but I listened to the entire video. I listened to it while I was at the studio working, and man, it's hilarious. It's totally hilarious. So I thought,
Thank
I thought it was good. I noticed that you did clip some of it down for clips on your channel, which is obviously a good idea. For the
Yeah.
losers who don't have an attention span and
Yeah.
can't handle like a 3-hour argument. But this video is pretty
Yeah.
amazing. I think you went after some red pill guy. I'm not familiar with his content.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you
take
he
over.
went after me, actually. He went after me. So he started it, so I thought it was fair. Yeah, but what annoyed me about it was that he kind of completely took me out of context, and then I'd seen him kind of do the same to other people and like just be really unfair. He wound me up a little bit. So I was very harsh, but I thought it was I don't know, I thought it was kind of deserved because he didn't behave very well. So yeah.
It was
Yeah.
great. You beat the shit out of him. It was awesome. And you were totally hilarious, which, I mean, I buy into some of these stereotypes that women can't be funny, but surprisingly, that video is hilarious. So,
Surprisingly.
Thank you. Yeah.
yeah, you're
I'll
you're
decide to
destroying
take that as a compliment. Then,
you're
no.
destroying the stereotype. No, I do actually. We were talking a little before the live stream began, and I said, you know, famously, I am considered the sexist on the show, but I think it's, you know, a misplaced title. I don't think of myself as a sexist, but I do. There's a tiny bit of truth to the fact that women in general are not as funny as guys. Like guys, I think there are probably more funny guys than there are funny women per capita of each gender. Do you agree with that or disagree?
I think with stand up, I'd agree with that. I think I don't know, because I was thinking about that. I'm thinking like in terms of writing, like I don't know how many like script writers or screenwriters or, like who do comedy are female. I don't know what the ratio is on that, but there's quite a few funny kind of either actresses or script writers I can think of, but not many stand up. So I wonder if it's kind of, yeah, I don't know, like
Yeah,
stand up seems to be more suited in general. I think maybe that seems to be more suited to men. I don't know, perhaps maybe, but
even in the screenwriting realm, I ran a screenwriters lab in Los Angeles for 10 years, and we would get about 50 to 1 applicants, men to women. So, and it was strictly comedy screenwriting. But there were women in that screenwriting group that were just, I mean, phenomenally funny. So I don't, you know, some of the red pill guys, they'll just make this, you know, declaration that women cannot be funny, which is untrue. There are very, very funny women. But I do think there are more funny men, which is, I mean, that's not a big deal. I mean, you guys can have babies and stuff. Zero men can have babies, okay?
Whoa, transphobe. Calm down.
Zero men can.
Okay.
Zero biological. Do you feel better now? Zero
I do,
biological
thank you.
men can have.
Thank you.
Anyway, so, but so you did this video. This video is 3 hours long. You completely annihilated this guy. You did. In the video, you seem to understand the different, like the biological sex differences between men and women. And one of the reasons why I think the video is so funny, in particular to me, is because a lot of your jokes seem to revolve around, you know, a scientific understanding of sex and gender differences, which most people I don't think have these days.
yeah, well, I think that's the thing. That's kind of what irritates me a little bit about, I guess, people who go after some of the red pill guys. Or in fact, like, I don't want to put everyone in the same camp. There's various different aspects of it. There are some people who are reasonable, and that's fair, you know. And there's a lot of like good stuff and truth in there as well. And there's also a lot of, I don't know if I can swear, but a lot of rubbish. But I think what annoys me slightly is when people kind of criticize it, they just pretend there's no differences between men and women. But you can't give an effective critique of it if you just lie, and then you just give them like, yeah, I don't know, more of a leg to stand on. So
yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah, you got to give their arguments, you know, their due, and tear them apart where you can. We talk to people about evolutionary psychology from time to time, and I think evolutionary psychology really gets a bad rap because a lot of the red pill guys pick up evolutionary psychology and kind of misuse it, which, I mean, that sucks because I really feel like more people should be studying evolutionary psychology. I was thinking the other day, I'm like, what is, it feels to me like all psychology is evolutionary psychology. Like, what psychology is not somehow rooted in evolution? So
yeah, but they use it all prescriptively. I mean, that's the big problem.
Okay.
They try to say like, oh, you know, if there's some biological differences between the average man and the average woman, therefore every man and woman should be ascribing to become that average, which is what gets you into all the trouble.
Yeah, that's a great point. So, what we're going to talk about is I made a comment on one of our live
A
streams.
very sexist, horrible comment.
Well, and then I wouldn't let it go because obviously
I know, because you never let anything go. Yes.
Well, no, I think there is some truth to this. And
Okay.
I just look, this I don't
Yeah.
want this to become like a heated debate, okay?
So,
I
so we were watching a video. Are you familiar with Maggie May Fish?
No.
That is the
Okay.
correct answer.
Okay, she's like a
What?
super woke. I think she's a unironic socialist, like
Okay.
feminist, and she kind of looks at everything from a radical feminist lens.
Okay.
And she made a whole video about how the hero's journey is bullshit, and her reasoning was because the guy that wrote it is because he's a bad person and a sexist and a Nazi, not anything actually about the concept of it. And so we were watching this video and we were kind of commenting on it, and then Adam, out of the blue, is like starts dropping some sexisms.
what?
And he starts saying that there's a difference. Well, you tell us, Adam, with the difference between the male
Okay.
hero's journey and the female hero.
Right. Okay. So I said there is like a technical difference between the hero's journey and the heroine's journey, because I said the heroine's journey is deciding what best mate to choose,
Ugh.
and therefore Twilight is basically the heroine's journey. And my evidence for this is, when there are all these romantic comedies, right? Generally, guys they're not entertained by romantic comedies, right? Go ahead. You want to respond? Go ahead.
I wish I had a camera really bad.
Where's Doomer?
Yeah,
I was
where is
actually
Doomer?
saying-
I realize, in my defense, I
Yeah.
realize that this is somewhat sexist, okay? And I think there
Somewhat.
are women, like some women can be funny. Some women want to go on the hero's journey, okay?
Yeah, just
I don't-
Mhm.
But,
Oh my God, okay.
but most women want to go on the heroine's journey, okay?
I think you could have made actually quite a strong case for
Uh-huh.
Twilight being the heroine's journey, but I think that wasn't. I don't think that's the main concept.
Well, that's why you're here. Help me make a better case.
Oh, so do you agree? Yeah, wait a minute.
Okay, if you guys want like the ultimate plot twist, Adam is kind of correct.
No,
no,
what's
listen.
happening?
No, holy
How do we
shit!
know?
I half agree. Yeah, but
Okay, so yeah, there are a couple different like archetypes for women, and one is like the maiden's arc, which is what he's talking about, and it's the damsel in distress coming of age story with like the romance and all that nonsense. That is not the only one, Adam. That is where you are
All
wrong.
right. Thanks for coming, guys. We're gonna wrap this stream up now. Adam has
I know.
completely destroyed every.
but I'd also even with that like kind of basic format of the romance thing, I don't know. I think in general it's kind of, well, I would say so. I think Twilight you could argue is a heroine's journey, but it's like a really stunted, kind of sanitized, like incomplete version of the heroine's journey. Like kind of a, I don't know. That's what.
Also,
like,
Adam
well,
never answered what his favorite scene is in Twilight.
Mhm.
The
What's the
scene,
answer?
obviously, where she comes in and sits down at the table next to him in like chemistry class or something, and he's like completely like, oh, you repulsive thing. And she like sniffs her armpits. Oh, do I stink? Do I smell bad? That
We
scene,
established
obviously.
before the stream started that Adam hasn't seen Twilight.
He's faking it. It's all a lie.
Wait
No,
a
okay,
second.
so wait.
I did
My-
hold on. I
yeah.
did watch a bunch of videos on Twilight
Oh, great.
before this
Oh.
live stream, because obviously look. I'm not
Uh-huh.
going to go into a live stream unprepared. I know the storyline of Twilight all too well now.
Mhm.
You know, instead of watching all those videos, you could have just watched the movie, right?
Look,
Yeah.
the funniest thing about one of those videos is like two guys basically critiquing Twilight. And I loved the part of their video where they came in and said, this would have been a great spot for an action scene. And I thought, wow, does this biological sex differences just manifest themselves right here in front of me? Of course. The guys want more action in the movie. So,
Well, do I have to? I mean, am I going to mansplain why Adam is wrong, or does someone want to attack him on this? claim.
No, he is like that is part of like that's one of the heroine's journey things is that damsel in distress. But the person who wrote it, Maureen Murdoch, she was like a psychologist. Like there's another part to it, and hers is the one that everyone kind of thinks of as the heroine's journey, where it's like the woman starts off and she kind of like dismisses the feminine, and over the course of the movie she learns to accept that she's a woman and to embrace those like feminine attributes and stuff. That's the one everyone thinks of as the heroine's journey, not the damsel in distress thing that Adam is talking about.
Yeah, the maiden's arc. No.
Yeah.
Well, what should we call you? Authentic observer or?
Or Galatea, but my name is annoying and difficult, so yeah,
Okay.
either, whatever.
Galatea.
Make something up.
So
I'm fine with anything.
Another one of your great videos is on, I think it might be what Vosh responded to. You were talking about femininity, right? And how a lot of movies turn women into basically just men without addressing the things that actually make them, you know, kick ass because they're female, which I mean, this I completely agree with. It bugs me in movies when they make the woman like way stronger than women are able to be. It seems obvious to me that any woman who's like a, you know, an ass kicker type character would immediately be a weapons expert, because is the great equalizer, right? As soon as she knows all kinds of different weaponry, then she's just as badass as a man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem with kind of more masculine female characters. It's just when it becomes a trend, and then when it seems like I don't know, I feel like at the moment there's a bit of a dislike of kind of traditionally feminine characters, which I feel like most women in general probably relate to that more. And it, like, I think a lot of women kind of feel that it's a little insulting, like, as if to say the only way to be strong is to be like physically strong or strong in this masculine way, which in general most women probably aren't strong in that way, and then we're all like living our daily lives and we know that's not really how we cope with things or deal with things. So
True. That's why Death Proof is a terrible movie.
Well, you also said I was half right. I mean, I like that part. So where was the half right in my original thesis?
I was going to ask, so how would you explain the heroine's journey beyond that, or is it just finding someone?
I think it's just that.
Finding a husband.
Like most romantic comedies are based on, you know, a relationship and whether or not that relationship will work out, you know, whether or not this is the one, you know, that I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. That's like the romantic comedy formula, correct?
That's not like the heroine's journey, though.
Yeah.
That's a different genre completely than what you're talking about. If you want like a heroine's journey, look at like Silence of the Lambs with Clarice Starling. She's on like the heroine's journey.
I would say that's more the hero's journey, but just a woman in the role. But
well, no, because like part of the plot is her being a woman, and that plays into how the world reacts to her and everything like that. So she is technically on the hero's journey, which isn't a gendered thing, by the way. I wouldn't say it is. And even Joseph Campbell uses like female examples in the book, because I read the book when we were going to talk about this. So there's like he specifically talks about Psyche and Cupid and how that's just a basic reversal of the hero's journey, but a female in the place of the hero. So it's not like a gendered thing, so women can go on the hero's journey. And I know that lady wrote a book in response to his comment, and I just think that's her kind of like saying, I'm gonna write my own hero's journey with blackjack and hookers, and then doing so.
So what distinguishes a hero's journey from a heroine's journey in your mind? Authentic. I wish I could pronounce your name. What is the name again?
Galatea.
Galatea. Okay.
You can go. Some people call me Gally, so you could go with that if that.
Okay, Gally. I can hang with. Okay,
we'll
Gally.
go with that one. So I'd say, and this is, I think the hero's journey is quite distinct. Like this kind of a basic formula that everyone kind of knows about. I'd say with the heroine's journey, there do seem to be several different variations. I mean, the one that I kind of refer to the most, and I like this explanation. I kind of do see it a lot. And again, a woman can have a hero's journey and a man can have a heroine's journey. So like I guess to summarize it quite like I'm not very good at summarizing, but I'll try to keep it short. So like the traditional hero's journey would be that the community's, good, and then there's a threat outside the community, like outside the village, whatever, a dragon or something, he has to go and fight it to protect the village and then returns. And then the traditional heroine's journey is that the village is not good, like there's something rotten in the village, like it's not all good basically, and she stays in the village, but it's that she kind of transforms and heals that, and then it's kind of all resolved. So I'd say if the hero's journey is kind of a fighting kind of, or going out and fighting, overcoming kind of story, a heroine's journey would be a more transformational or healing story. So things like Twilight or like Beauty and the Beast kind of do fit into that because it's an element of transformation, but I'd say that's only one element, just the like pure romance element, which I think is why Twilight is quite like a stunted or shallow kind of heroine's journey, because what's good, like something like, I think something like Spirited Away is quite a good example really, because in that it's like, I don't know if people have seen it, but yeah, it's a bathhouse of spirits, and there's something, there's something rotten in there that's like it's kind of, there's something sinister there, and she kind of has to heal it and overcome that. It's kind of more of that rather than a fighting story, but it's still like a journey, and it doesn't necessarily have to have a romance, but yeah, some kind of transformation. And I think they're always like deeper and more powerful when she's healing something at large or the wider community rather than just one guy. Yeah, I don't know. So
that's kind of interesting because I never really thought about it that way, because me and Adam, we kind of conceptualize like the left-right political dynamic.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, is that, if you're on the left, you generally think that if there's a problem in your society, it comes from within the society, and the solution is somewhere outside, and you have to kind of like go outside to get it. And then if you're on the right, you kind of think the opposite, that the problem is coming from outside, and it's like corrupting your society. And that you have to kind of like go back to your traditions or your roots to, to expel the degeneracy or whatever. And I'm kind of wondering if this sort of female, male kind of story fits along those lines. I guess they can both go in either direction, because like the male hero still has to journey outside the village, I guess, under the stereotype, to do something. But then the way you're kind of describing the female's journey is like there's an internal corruption that needs to be sort of ferreted out of whatever system she's participating in.
Yeah. And a lot of the time it's not like strict as well. Like obviously there's quite a lot of crossover, and there are elements of a hero's journey that could be seen as more like transformational healing, like more like the heroine's journey, or elements of the heroine's journey that kind of, because obviously, there's lots of differences.
Well, is that the classic heroine's journey? Is that because like in Spirited Away, like it's obviously not her society, but it's still, she's going to a system and she's trying to fix or heal something that's within the system. And sorry. No, you can go.
Sorry. It's kind of all the things that she like encounters as well. It's like she sort of transforms them or heals them, like with the, what's it called, the kind of scary
No Face
thing. Is that the one? Because there were two. The one where it's like, it is, isn't it? Where
he's the one that's like corrupted by the greed of like the bathhouse and becomes like the giant monster that chases her through until he gets like outside.
The one that's constantly giving her gold.
Yeah. Was that the one? Because then there was another one that was, I don't know, maybe I'm
her dragon friend.
No, not the. You're thinking about the river spirit that comes in really muddy.
Yeah. But she can't. It's like healing and purifying that and change. Yeah, rather than like fighting it and killing it, if that makes sense. Like that way of dealing with a monster. I don't know.
Another interesting example of like the hero's journey and the heroine's journey is both in Star Wars, where like the original trilogy is the hero's journey, and then the prequels is more the heroine's journey, if that makes sense, because it focuses on like Anakin and his emotions and like Jedi society and that kind of thing, where it's more like an internal conflict with him and what he's going through, whereas Luke is just on the hero's journey.
CT, your audio is breaking up slightly. I don't know if
Is it?
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
It's a little choppy.
is.
That's not good.
By your definition, though, and I love this because it means CT is wrong.
Never wrong.
Silence of the Lambs does seem like a hero's journey because there is an outside threat that Clarice is dealing with. So, and she goes to the Hannibal because she's dealing with Buffalo Bill. Hannibal.
I've actually never seen Silence of the Lambs, which is sad, I know.
One of the best
Oh, it's
movies.
great.
I can't
Oh, it's
comment.
really good.
But
Yeah.
you've seen Twilight?
Yeah, you know, I have seen Oh dear, that's bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little
Can
bit.
we mute Adam, by the way? Is that like a
Everybody.
thing we can do?
Everybody saw Twilight. So,
Except for you.
well, I
Apparently.
mean, I saw some explainers on it.
Yeah.
So,
Fair enough.
Well, there's also, it's kind of interesting, like if the heroine's journey is more about transformation of other people and the hero's journey is more about like conquering or transformation of self. It's
Well,
kind of interesting because
honestly-
like in a
Oh,
lot
go
of Asian culture, there's kind of a theme, kind of based on, Sun Wukong and all that stuff of like the hero transforms enemies into allies. And that's a theme that's very absent from Western storytelling completely.
That's yeah.
Callie? The what you've laid out, the hero's journey versus the heroine's journey, is there like a evolutionary, a cultural, or a biological component to this? I mean, I feel like it seems like there is.
Well, the first thing that springs to mind would probably be perhaps generally how men and women deal with conflict. I think I don't know. I'm not like well researched on all those kind of fields. So, but
Right.
I think I mean, just on that kind of level, men are probably more likely to get into, well, they are more likely to get into physical altercation or to maybe escalate things rather than try and de-escalate. I don't know what other people's thoughts are on that. I mean, what springs to mind with that is, so, and I kind of always think of this example. So this was a few years ago now, in the UK. So there was, happened in London in broad daylight. There was a British soldier who was like brutally killed on the streets, kind of butchered really. And what happened was that, and made loads of headlines at the time. So there were two women, and I think one of the women, and this guy's standing there, he's like holding like a machete or whatever. He's still got blood on his hands. The guy's just killed him. One of the women went up to him and asked if she could pray over the body of Lee Rigby. I think that was his name, the dead soldier. And he let her. And then there was another woman who came up and just kept him talking until the police arrived. And that, to me, that's always stuck in my head, and it's like a real life example of like quite a feminine approach. So like it was an immensely brave thing to do. Like this guy's just hacked someone apart and he's, covered in blood, and they, sort of separately, but had gone up and went up and talked to him to try and keep it calm and everyone safe. Like I feel like that's a very feminine way of dealing with things, whereas a guy would probably go in and like, I don't know, like try and physically fight him or defend, whereas they kind of went up and just calmly spoke to him and calmed him down, and then he was just kept him talking till the police turned up. So that kind of
Do you think a man could have used that strategy? I don't know that they could.
I think it'd be harder.
I think they could.
I think sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, I think they could, because it all depends on the person.
Yeah, but
because there are men who handle things on like a more emotional level. Because I was watching Jordan Peterson talking about like the hero's journey stuff,
it would have to depend upon the guy. Like if the guy seemed to be a physical threat, if the guy could have easily taken him out, it could have. I mean, I don't know. Like the guy would have thought, this guy's just messing with me. He's gonna like attack me or something. Like they would have thought it was a sneak attack.
Yeah, I mean I think a guy could do it, but it depends. Like the reaction from the killer that's the thing that I think.
Yes, that's a wild card.
Yeah, so I think some men perhaps have the temperament to do that, but I think they're more likely to get an aggressive reaction from the guy than a woman would, because they would just appear less threatening. And I don't know. I think a guy. I think it's possible, of course, but I think it'd be harder. But
they're using a term now in evolutionary psychology for the longest time in psychology and medicine as well. they would just think of men and women as interchangeable, which has proven to be completely wrong. Like men and women have different pain receptors, like we see differently, we hear differently. Men have fight or flight. They're saying women have something called tend and befriend, which is exactly what you're talking about here in this situation. Like they treated the situation with the tend and befriend way until the authorities could arrive and apprehend the guy, which is a brilliant strategy.
You could have a man do that too. I think the only reason that would maybe prevent that is that it's probably more likely that the crazy person, if they're male, would be maybe less likely to attack a female, and they wouldn't necessarily put up with that from a guy.
Yeah,
necessarily. So I don't think it's like I don't think that the male couldn't attempt to do that same strategy. It just depends on the assailant, really.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. Like a man would be worried that the assailant would attack them and kill them as well.
Well, no, not even that. Just I'm saying like the man could attempt that, but I don't know if it'd be successful just because the assailant could, they're
Attack
perceiving
him.
gender roles differently. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting take.
Well, okay. So my big problem, Adam, with your thesis about this journey is that, like, if we look at romantic comedies as you brought up, so the stereotypical male romantic comedy, the guy is trying to woo some girl he likes, right? And at the end of the movie, he's successful. And then if you look at like a more female, like the female character is the protagonist in a romantic comedy, usually she's like not trying to woo the person. Maybe she's being wooed by multiple people, or maybe she's like, she cares too much about her job and some guy's going to teach her to care about being a person again, some bullshit like that. And while those are like, my problem is that when you're talking about the heroine's journey, you're just talking about like this sort of romantic comedy, like romance option, Twilight, she has to choose between two guys. But just as there's a romantic comedy journey for guys that is different maybe than girls, that's not the hero's journey. The hero's journey is a different thing. And the hero's journey doesn't necessarily have to have anything to do with, mate selection or reproduction or anything of that nature. And I don't think you could necessarily combine the two.
Should we get into the more incendiary part of the argument?
Well, I don't know why it's incendiary. I'm just
Yeah.
Well, no, because originally we were talking about the hero's journey being about how the hero's journey ends in like a man having a harem and going out and conquering.
Yeah, but
the
that's
world.
not true. That's not true.
not
though.
true.
It's not true.
What do you mean?
It's
Like
not
Lord of
true.
the Rings.
Yeah.
No, not even on like that level, but Joseph Campbell's entire argument is the hero is separating himself from society to become a better person and like transcend. It's like a spiritual kind of thing. It's not about gaining status or a harem, as you call it.
Well, this
It's
is
about-
where I kind of part ways with you guys, because I do think obviously men are interested in obtaining status because status is like a reproductive advantage. I mean, even if they don't realize this, everyone wants to feel respected and loved. So the way to feel respected and loved is to go on the hero's journey. And as Gally has said, you're basically saving the entire village from some calamity. So obviously, you're forever going to be known as the guy who saved the village, and that's going to be an advantage in the girlfriend department.
Do you know who you're describing? Gaston from Beauty and the Beast, and he's the villain. The people who are going out there trying to win status, like, we don't admire those people. Those aren't like the heroes. Those are the bad guys. They're the ones doing it for like selfish gains.
True. Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
intentionally trying to win status, that's generally frowned upon.
Well, I mean,
Like
there's
making
a
a point of
political
going out of the
aspect to
way.
it. Obviously, you got to like be on the DL. Like, I'm not clout sharking here. I'm just, obviously I'm just here because I want to have respectful dialogue with people.
Well, even in the case for like Frodo, when he goes on the adventure to return the ring and throw it back in Mount Doom, it's like the other hobbits think he's a freak. Like, hobbits don't do that. They don't go on adventures. They stay home. That's their entire thing. So that's why they look down on him and Bilbo. So like saying he's doing it for status is just wrong. Like, it's incorrect, because he's not. Like, if anything, it's going to ostracize him from the community.
Gally, what's your take on the status seeking argument?
I mean, yeah, I think there's definitely like a selfless, self-sacrificing nature to heroes that's always present. However,
I like that. However,
I know I do agree that yeah, that I wouldn't say status necessarily, but I'd say the status as a byproduct of romance or wanting to win the hand of the princess or something like that seems to be a kind of a staple. You know, like Aladdin, like the point. You know, his whole thing is he wants to win the hand of the princess, so he needs status to win her over, and that seems to be the more. Yeah, I mean that's definitely or like Sleeping Beauty. Like yeah, he kind of. I mean, I'm thinking of the Disney version, but you know, when he fights the evil witch that's turned into a dragon, and you know, but it's to kind of, I can't remember the plot of that fully, but yeah, it's to like win her over. So I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know, like there's truth to kind of all of it. I think there is kind of an element of, like, is it status or to prove that you're worthy? Because I think those are slightly different things, and I think, yeah, I don't know. I think that I think sometimes that really small distinction, because if it's just about gaining status, then even if you're not worthy, you won't care about being worthy as long as you appear worthy. But if you're a genuine hero, you'll care about being worthy, even if other people don't view you as such. So I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Well, isn't it the difference between the appearance of heroism versus the act of heroism? I mean, one does gain status and one is obviously, you know, just.
Yeah. I'd say the true hero would probably put gaining status then as a byproduct of doing the honorable thing or of wanting to, you know, yeah. So yeah, I think that's true, and that it's a nice bonus, but I think the motivations of true heroes are never normally, or if they are that, then they kind of end up not being that, or they end up learning that wasn't the right motivation to have, or you know, I don't know.
I thought of the perfect
I feel like that was
movie.
rambly.
I thought of the perfect movie that just illustrates this divide right here. It's that movie Your Highness. Have you ever seen Your Highness?
No.
There's like the one
That is
brother.
also the correct answer.
There's one answer. The Danny McBride character is obviously seeking status.
Wait, is that with Natalie Portman?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
the like piss take one.
Yes. It's a comedy.
I think I
obviously.
have seen. I think I saw that years ago. Yeah.
James DeFranco sexually assaulted by a wizard.
But yeah, James DeFranco, obviously, is a child pedophilia survivor. So.
That's a terrible example, because the whole point of the movie is that Danny McBride is doing everything for the wrong reasons.
I
and
know.
Then at the end, he becomes like actually doing things for the right reason.
I know.
Well, but I think so. Part of the issue is saying that the hero's journey is about, you know, getting status for mate selection. Is that, as Galatea said, and I think this is very important, our society doesn't promote stories about someone seeking status. Our society promotes stories about people being a hero, and then hopefully, if it's, you know, happy ending, society will recognize it, but not always.
Right.
And that's the emphasis of the story. Is that the emphasis of these stories are you should be the hero, you should do the right thing regardless of how, you know, everyone else sees it or treats you.
Status seeking is definitely villain material. Like anyone who's doing it for the status is obviously the bad guy. I completely agree with you. But I mean, the status is a byproduct of embracing heroism, and selflessness is obviously a product of selfless. You can make an argument that selflessness is like the be all and end all to heroism. So,
of course,
yeah. So I mean, I don't deny any of that.
But that is, but the problem is that selflessness is a counter. It's a good for group selection mechanism, but it's really bad for an individual selection mechanism.
Sure.
In terms of like, you know, making sure that you have offspring and everything, because the hero, you know, 9 times out of 10 in the real world, the hero who goes off to fight the dragon is going to die. And so it seems like the stories are actually trying to create a way in which to get people to behave in a way that's against their evolutionary interest. And thus would not be a story that's all about like, oh, it's all about mate selection.
So
I mean,
the-
I
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, I guess it's high risk, high reward, isn't it? Because
Sure.
then, yeah, most people who would go and try and do that like heroic thing would fail. But then whoever succeeds, that's like, then you've
Yeah.
got loads of status, and yeah, then you do have a massive advantage in terms of like, if you were gonna go at it from a mate selection kind of point of view, I guess.
Right, but it's like you coming back as the hero and getting the girl at the end is almost like the carrot to promote the proper moral behavior as opposed to the intention of the story.
How do you mean?
Like the intention of like the like if we're thinking of like the societies are crafting these hero stories to promote a behavior, they're not doing it to promote like, oh, this is how you get the girl. It's more like, oh, this is like society is crafting the story to get put selfless behavior on a pedestal to get people to act this way. And then the reward is, oh, if you do this, then you'll get the girl maybe at the end. But that's not like the intention of the story necessarily.
Also, I have a good example of a story where the person does the right thing and then doesn't get the girl at the end. Up. Like, if the entire thing was
right.
like, he goes on the adventure and then he just replaces his wife, it would just cheapen the entire movie.
Sure. I mean, there's lots of stories, Pinocchio is a very classical hero's journey. And obviously it's not about Pinocchio, getting wood to some girl or anything, right? So there's lots of heroes.
Telling lies to some girl.
Lots of heroes
that only
journeys
works
that don't
with
have
a Pinocchio joke. That's awesome.
Yeah. There's lots of heroes journeys that don't have anything to do with like, getting a mate at the. I mean, Luke Skywalker, classic example. He ends up alone.
Mm-hmm.
So
especially in the sequels.
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
in the
Holy
sequels.
shit.
Yeah.
Well,
I
there
think
is
in
a
general it's
princess,
like-
though, and-
Yeah, but we're not focusing on Hans. Like, he's not like the hero that we're focusing on. He's not the one on the hero's journey. He's just kind of there.
He's just kind of
Right.
there.
Mhm.
And I think like the problem is that I have like with Adam's take is he's just generalizing too much, where it's like, oh yeah, the hero's trying to get the girl, which yeah, that's sometimes the case, but not always. And in terms of like the damsel in distress picking between the hot werewolf and the sexy vampire, it's like yeah, sometimes that's the case, but like not always. So it's just too like broad, if that makes sense.
So what is the romantic comedy? It does
Terrible.
Does it fit into the hero's journey or the heroine's journey? I like the distinction that Gally made about neutralizing an internal threat versus, neutralizing an external threat. But I don't necessarily know why one. I guess the component is healing the community. Is that it, Gally, for the heroine's journey? Like
for rom-com, you mean, or for heroine's journey in general?
Well, just that you made a distinction between, you laid out a premise of the heroine's journey being something about healing the community, which I like because it makes it seem like nurturing, right? We think of women as more nurturing than women. Why are you laughing, Sitch?
Like, I like it because it creates a strict sex distinction.
Well, I just look. If you look at it from an evolutionary perspective,
Mm-hmm. No, I understand.
there
That makes
were,
sense, yeah.
we were separate. We had strict gender roles for millions and millions of years.
Right.
I mean, I'm not in favor of strict gender roles in any way, shape, or form societally now, but I got to understand why we have these kind of inclinations that this just feels right, emotionally to people. So what is like, do you have more examples of what is like a healing the community type thing, Gally? What movies fit in this paradigm?
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of always reference the same movies, but I guess if it works, then yeah, why not? So I don't know if any of you have seen Chocolat. It's one of my favorite films, but that's kind of, so this woman goes into a community. It's like really strict, really religious,
Mm-hmm.
and then during Lent, it's a small little French town, and then during Lent she opens a chocolate shop, which of course is not allowed, and then it's kind of like she kind of draws out all of these hidden tensions, like, or because everyone's basically repressing themselves, and it's all really strict and really just too constrained, and and there's a lot of fractured relationships in that community as well, and things aren't going great, and she kind of subtly starts to change it and bring people together or draw things out or release tensions, and the whole kind of everything's kind of changed by the end of it. But I like what I also see that's kind of comes up fairly often in those kind of stories or heroines' journeys is kind of sometimes an element of like subtle magic in there. It's not like an obvious like Harry Potter style fantasy story, but it's like, I mean, with Chocolat in particular, it's kind of hinted at that is there something kind of magic or is there not, and you don't really know. Like, is she a witch? What's kind of, but it's very subtle, and I kind of like that as that, yeah, it's kind of a metaphor for like a subtle way of kind of changing things, but that has a massive effect. Yeah, I mean, there's that. I don't know if anyone's seen Bend It Like Beckham as well. That's like,
I have seen both of these things. Listen, I had my teenage girl phase. All right, it's fine.
yeah. But yeah, Bend It Like Beckham's kind of the same. Like, she did, it's a British film. There's this girl, she's from a traditional, I think, Sikh community, and she wants to be a footballer. She wants to play football, but it's not allowed, and she's got to, expected to kind of be really traditional and be really feminine and get married. And what I like about that one is that it doesn't necessarily seem like a traditional heroine's journey, because the point is that she's breaking away from like a traditional kind of how her parents want her to be, or how her community wants her to be. And she loves playing football. She wants to play football, but it's kind of not allowed. And then through doing that, she kind of changes that and heals that. And also the other element that I've heard said in like the heroine's journey is that in healing it's the heroine herself does kind of change, but it's in her being true to herself, or becoming more herself, or being honest. Like, there's something about her that's secret and hidden, and then like bringing that forward or being honest about that. That's kind of how she kind of heals things. So with Bend It Like Beckham, it's that she's the secret, or that she's hiding is that she wants to play football, and and then it kind of heals that and changes that. So yeah, I don't know. What do people think?
How did you come up with your channel name? Because it kind of plays off of what you're talking about, that authenticity, coming out of somebody.
I came up with my channel name because, I mean, initially I was talking about storytelling and books and stuff, but I knew that I didn't want to like constrain myself and just stick to that. So I didn't want to call my channel something that was going to box me in to just kind of, I don't know, doing book reviews, which I did for a long time. And I thought, well, I don't know, it's a pretentious name. It is. I've known that since the beginning. It's a pretentious channel name, but yeah, I thought.
Well, I just authenticity in the title, obviously.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. It's like it's more like a promise to hold myself to more than anything else. It's not like necessarily a description of what I'm saying I am. It's like, right, I'm going to strive to. It's like a standard to hold myself to, that I'll be honest, authentic, and then observer was more just because. I think I just picked that because I've always been like really shy and quiet, and I just feel like I kind of observe things. And then I'm like observing books and other stuff. So I was like, okay, I'll give my opinions on things I observe. So yeah, that was how.
It's like the perfect title. There's a idea that one of the complications of modern society is that everybody is judging things from a third party perspective. It's so observer kind of plays into that. It's like second order observation. We don't actually observe movies or TV or anything now as just viewers and immersing ourselves in the media like we did probably 20 years ago. But now most media is consumed as someone watching it and thinking, I wonder how people are going to react to this, which is like
that's true.
I know it's completely crazy. And I think this is why people can like watch movies and stuff and stay on their phone at the same time that they're watching movies, is because they're not really immersing themselves in the movie. They're watching it to see how other people might react to it. So they just need that information. So your name, like authenticity, is kind of the paradigm before this, when people did immerse themselves into entertainment. But now everyone is an observer. So it's funny that you happened upon that name. As soon as I put that together, I was like, wow, I wonder if that was deliberate, but it sounds like it wasn't deliberate. So, but
no, I'm not that deep. So
yeah. So the heroine's journey, this seems very constraining. I guess the first order of business is do all movies fall into hero's journey or heroine's journey? I feel like they don't.
No, not at all.
No, you could probably like twist them around and make an argument that all of them do, but you know, whether or
Right.
not they do. Maybe it's by degrees. Like to what degree does something fit into it, I guess. I don't know.
Mhm.
So, and if we're calling a heroine's journey something close to challenging like social norms, because both the movies you described, it seemed like that was the thing, challenging social norms.
I guess so.
Does that,
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
that's a
I wouldn't
very,
say that's
okay, go ahead.
yeah, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't say that's necessarily. I think that could be one manifestation of like the transformational element. There are probably other ways to do it. Well, like in Beauty and the Beast, I mean, I guess she also does challenge like social norms, but it's also that, you know, they're all enchanted and that she, you know, she breaks a spell and they're all transformed back into yeah, into people again. So there's, yeah, I guess it probably challenging social norms might be the most frequent kind of way of
Mhm.
showing it.
I think it's better to conceptualize it as fixing or trying to fix a community as opposed to challenging the norms. Like, because sometimes you do
Yeah.
have to challenge the norms to fix a community, but not always.
Mm.
Or because I think that those get conflated because like I typed in like examples of heroine's journey movie lists, and like sadly, the first website that comes up is called the Heroine's Journey Project, and the way they describe the heroine's journey is, you know, a protagonist who is marginalized due to prejudice, and like that's their
I was worried
definition,
about
like,
that.
the heroine's journey. To me, that's so
No.
like shallow and limiting because I thought of actually literally the perfect example of the heroine's journey, if we're going to use kind of the definition that you laid out, is Encanto. You know, you have a young girl who has to fix her family. Her family's metaphorically and physically and magically falling apart. And she has to kind of fix, you know, the boundaries between the family and get everything working again. And, you know, to me, that seems a lot better way to kind of conceptualize it without sort of like, you know, minimizing like, you know, a gender or something.
So in a way, that sort of fits more Victoria Lynn Schmidt's version of the heroine's journey because her whole idea is that it's more about the female having to prove herself to herself, and sort of there's a way in the way that they explain it where the heroine more or less kind of deludes herself into thinking that everything's okay and perfect the way it is, despite like a little bit of inner turmoil being like, maybe it's not ideal, but like this is sort of how my life is. So like specifically with Encanto, she speaks of her family in a positive regard, but she still does have that internal struggle of like, oh, I'm the only kid without a gift, surrounded by all of these wonderful people, and I will never be enough. And the whole idea sort of behind this one in particular, which differs a bit from Murdoch, I suppose, is more about the heroine's journey is about sort of growing, internal growth, I suppose, and going on, I guess, a journey despite the excuse me, despite like judgment, despite people trying to stop her, and then finding sort of that courage and hope that she needs to change the world around her, and then return what she has learned and apply it to her life and to those around her to create a better new world, so to speak. And I find that sort of more prominently in Encanto, that sort of shows through a little more.
Yeah, because I do like her little hero chart better because Marine Murdoch or Murdoch, Marine.
Yeah, Murdoch.
Yeah, because when you look at her hero's journey, it's very much centered as like, you know, the woman breaking free of like the patriarchy, because the whole thing is centered around like, oh, the female character wants to do something that goes outside of her gender roles, and the women tell her not to do it, and you know, it's all just seems to be a reaction essentially to men.
Mm.
Well,
where
yeah, that was the person that Joseph Campbell said directly to her face, women don't have a
yes,
mythology. So of course she wrote it like
I
reactionary, but
get
it's
yeah,
like, well,
that's a good
fuck
point. That's a
Yeah,
you.
good
fair.
point. That's a good point. Where Victoria Lynn Schmitz is more, it seems to be more like about itself, more about women, not just a reaction.
Hmm.
Cool.
But
I
I
like
think maybe this is where you can accept the divide, Adam, is that there is a hero's journey and a heroine's journey, but but there could also be a hero or a male kind of romantic comedy formula, or just let's say a male comedy.
it's a
No, sorry, a
bromance.
male. No. Let's say there's a male romance formula and there's a female romance formula, and those are different. But I don't think that those should be called the hero or heroine's journey. I think they can be
Hmm.
separated out.
Does Wedding Crashers, is that like
That would be for the male romance story, yeah. But I wouldn't call that necessarily a hero's journey.
Mm.
right? Yeah, no, I don't do those movies generally like get female viewers or male viewers? I don't even
Yes,
really know.
I was inflicting stepbrothers and everything on people in the Discord. They thought I was fucking with them, and I was laughing my ass off.
Step Brothers actually is the heroine's journey. I've noticed during
Yeah,
this
no, that's
conversation.
That's
that's
funny.
that's what I was trying to tell you. I'm like, they're kind of not gendered. They're just overarching kind of plots that most stories have at the center of them. Whereas like a man can go on like the quote unquote heroine's journey, and then like Clarice Starling goes on the hero's journey, but it's not
Hmm.
like, you know,
Mm.
it's just the whole thing.
Yeah, or
It's
like what's her name from
complicated.
Alien?
Yeah,
Ripley.
Ripley.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ripley. There we go.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. I feel like where does Twilight fit in on all this? That's the heroine's journey? That's not
No,
the
no.
Okay.
Twilight
That
goes
would
in the
be
dumpster where it belongs.
yes.
Mhm.
I'm
Facts.
saying you could call Twilight like the female romance journey,
Mhm.
but not the female heroine's journey because she's not trying to fix anything.
She's not trying to fix the community. Where
Right.
do these movies that go, which are probably, I mean, there's probably more of these movies than any other genre. The movie where the woman is selecting,
I
a
don't think
mate,
that's
a
true.
mate choice.
I think there's
No,
way
no,
more
I-
of
What
the
do you mean?
male
It's like
version.
all, this is all romantic comedies. Like
There's
they're,
a-
It's
What do you
not
mean? A
it's
lot of
not
the
it's not all romantic comedies. You're specifically talking about like the YA genre, which is like the young adult coming of age story, and
Mhm,
that's why those are so popular because those are the teenage girl movies.
mhm.
Mhm.
Just like
Well,
how
where does
like
it?
the teenage
It's
boys
not a heroine's journey or a hero's journey.
it's like it's more just like a coming of age story, kind of like the Goonies and that kind of thing, where
Mhm.
it's like it's aimed at younger people who are about that age dealing with like puberty and shit. That's why no one cares about Twilight anymore in the current year, quote unquote, because it all of those people grew up.
Are action movies hero's journey?
It can be.
Can be, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
But what I'm
it's hard for me to think of an action movie that isn't the hero's journey. It seems like they're all the
Um,
hero's journey.
well, they all have elements of the hero's journey, but the hero's journey is very broad intentionally.
Right.
Mhm.
So, like, is Crank the hero's journey? I mean, it has elements of it, but I don't know if it's the hero's journey.
Is Rubber the
Classically.
hero's journey?
Mm. Is what?
Is Rubber the hero's journey?
Yes.
Or the tire.
Rubber is in a classification all of its own. Rubber is like a genre
No, it's
defining.
not. It's in the classification of being bad.
No, it's in
a
the
very common
classification of
classification.
monster in the house, basically. It's on like that beat sheet, I think.
Hmm.
It's
Well,
a
it's
hero's
art.
journey.
It's meta art, wanky. So
No, it's fun, Sitch, okay?
No,
The
it's-
tire blows things up. It's a great movie.
yeah, it's fun for 5 minutes and then it's boring.
You're fun for 5 minutes and then boring.
Wow.
Wow.
I've heard that from a lot of women. But listen, we're not talking about me, okay?
So why is the hero's journey so popular?
Well, because it's everywhere in culture, so to speak. Like, I think even Joseph Campbell said that he came to his conclusion about monomyth through like parallels between like the Bible and like what he saw in stories.
But
And
is,
it's just
is
sort
it is it popular because it's everywhere, or is it everywhere because it's popular? Because it's like it resonates with people on some deep level.
Well,
think
I
the
mean,
former.
When Joseph Campbell was talking about it in the book, he didn't frame it as like his thing. He just said, I looked at all of these stories throughout history and throughout mythology, and these are all of the patterns I noticed. So it's probably a bit of both, where it became popular once people realized it was a pattern, but it was already a pattern before that because it's effective storytelling.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
No, but I mean, I do think that I think the reason it's popular originally is because it does resonate with people, and maybe specifically men more or not, who knows? But the idea of like, you have to go out there in the world and accomplish something, find something, change yourself out there. I mean, that seems to be very sort of, something rooted deep within human nature. And so I think that's why I think that's why a lot of people connect with it.
So let's talk a little bit about the hero's journey as it relates to women, because this is where you guys gave me the most pushback, I think, is you were like, women want to go on the hero's journey.
Like, I don't speak for all women, but personally, yes, I would like to go fight the dragon.
Same.
Right. Gally, hero's journey?
Adventure, definitely. I mean, I think you can have that one without necessarily needing to go on a hero's journey. Kind of Spirited Away would be an example of that. But then, yeah, my favorite book, my first ever favorite book as a kid was The Hobbit. But with the reason being actually because I mean that's quite like classic hero's journey type thing. But it's you could. Definitely before everyone freaks out, I'm definitely not suggesting that they do this. They messed with Tolkien's work enough. But you could put a female character in Bilbo's place, and it wouldn't be like that unbelievable. It wouldn't, because I feel like a lot of the ways he has with dealing with things are quite feminine ways of dealing with things. And you could definitely have, I think, well, because I think that's probably why awesome. I related to him. Because like I was, with a kid and I was very small and I was a child, obviously. So, so like reading about a hero who is like, he's not necessarily like, he's not physically strong, he's small and
right.
Yeah, he's like dealing with things through his wit, whether that's, riddles with Gollum or like, there's like with the ring and the spiders, doesn't he kind of tricks them and stuff like that. It's yeah, so it's kind of it's a hero's journey, but with kind of feminine ways of dealing with things, I think. And another kind of example of that, I think, is his Dark Materials trilogy. That's kind of seems to be quite like a hero's journey in that sense that she's going out and adventuring and stuff, but a lot of the ways how she deals with a lot of stuff actually is quite feminine. I don't know, so like they might not even necessarily have to be strictly separated. That was a really like long-winded answer to that question.
No, talk as long as you want.
No, but it's actually that's really interesting because I never thought about that with The Hobbit especially, but even Lord of the Rings with Frodo and Sam, to say like it is the quote unquote classic male hero's journey, but the hobbits are, since they're not very physically strong, they are employing this, quote unquote, female problem solving mechanism, if we're going to conceptualize it kind of like in a gendered way. And I just think it's fascinating because like a lot of people point to Lord of the Rings as like the quintessential male movie. They're like, this is the classical male movie. And it's like, well, maybe it's not the classical male movie. Or maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't be, I hate to be the woke here, but maybe we shouldn't be conceptualizing them in these kind of binary gender ways, because I mean Lord of the Rings is kind of the perfect example of kind of like a mixture of these two themes, because people look at Frodo and Sam as like the great bromance of all time, which it is, and that seems to be a very masculine thing, but then again the two of them are not necessarily fitting a clear masculine role in their actions.
Well, in any movie that has such popular appeal has to cross gender lines, obviously. So right. I think Gally's like hit on something as far as Lord of the Rings goes. Why, or The Hobbit rather, it
has something for everyone.
Yeah, it does. It overlaps those gender roles nicely. So that could be part of why it has such a wide appeal. Obviously, Star Wars has like a princess in it, so that's going to have a wide appeal to both.
Well,
Adam, no one
I've-
watched, like, the women didn't watch Star Wars because it had a princess in it. They watched it because it had Harrison Ford in it.
Do you think
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I feel like they did make her a princess to be like, let's cater to, a wider audience here.
No,
No, I
I
think it
think they
more
made
just
her
had
like kick ass to appeal to like a more modern sensibility. But I mean, I would just guess that there's a lot more women that like Lord of the Rings than maybe like Star Wars. I would just guess that.
I've never
Yeah.
seen Star Wars, so I agree.
So there you go. Exactly.
I like both, but I think I prefer Lord of the Rings, honestly.
Same.
I like fantasy settings. Well, no, that's not true. I think modern Star Wars has kind of ruined Star Wars for me because I used to be fucking obsessed with it when I was a kid.
Really?
Like, I was all about Star Wars.
Mhm.
I even watched like Titan AE because on the VHS it says this is the one Star Wars fans have been waiting for, and I literally bought it because of that tagline. No one remembers that movie but me, but it was okay.
Mhm.
But it's like I liked both of them a lot, and I'm not really sure why because I never resonated with Leia. I always liked Luke and his journey, if that makes
You're
sense.
not allowed to do that as a female.
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure because it's like both of them really. Yeah, I was really into both of them. When I was younger, it was like Star Wars. Then when I was a teenager, it was Lord of the Rings. And now both of them are ruined for me. Thanks.
Mhm.
So
Uh,
go ahead, Sitch.
I was gonna say Bishop Cruz for $5 says it's not just young adult novels. How many stories are about the regular girl just living her life, and then the hot, mysterious guy enters her life and sets things off? And that's true. There are stories like that, but
Mhm.
there's a lot of stories that's the same thing. Like there's the guy, and then the manic dream girl pixie enters his life, and everything changes. So it just seems to be a very common trope, regardless of the gender.
And neither one of those are the hero's journey or the heroine's journey, correct?
Well, they sort of can be. I mean, I'm trying to think of like, Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, Scott Pilgrim is the first thing that comes to mind for me too.
Right, like you literally have the guy, and then the girl enters his life, and he has to literally defeat the evil exes in a very
That's not the hero's
journey-esque way.
journey.
It's sort of, yeah, no, it is. I would say
Yeah,
it
no, we're
is.
saying it is.
Well,
So-
all right. Are there any more super chats?
There's a bunch, but
Are there any for Galley?
Sammy G, thanks so much for being Order of Enlightenment for 8 months. Says in terms of quote healing the community heroine, I think the anime or manga Fruit Baskets is a great example.
Oof,
Yeah, she gets the
yes.
guy, but that wasn't necessarily the main focus or challenge for her. It also has great life lessons. Have you seen that, Hark?
Oh my God, I love it. Yeah.
What happens in Fruits Basket?
So Fruits Basket is basically it centers around a girl named Toru Handa, and her whole deal is that she's pretty much lost everything, but she still finds a reason to like get up and be positive. And she comes across a family that is imbued with a curse of the Zodiac, I believe. And they all have their issues. They all have their deep-rooted traumas centered around this god character. But her existence and her constant presence acts as a means of sort of taking these individuals and applying sort of her wisdom and how she views things, and in a sense, sort of leaving them better than when they found them, or leaving them better than when she found them.
Hmm.
And it's a really, really beautiful anime, and I would recommend it wholeheartedly. But very much sort of heals that community, and I guess spoilers don't really matter. Kind of ends up breaking this curse for them.
Right.
Yeah, and like there's nothing. It's not like she has any special abilities or anything. She's just truly a genuinely kind person that goes out of their way to be compassionate and show empathy and be caring.
Right.
And go ahead.
Cool. Oh my God, thank you. Our surrogate father, who is on the forever hero's journey, J Mac, just gave us 50 gifted subs. Thank you, Jay.
Wow.
Nice.
Contrast says Kindergarten Cop is the heroine's journey. Is that true? It's been a long time since I've seen Kindergarten
Fight
Cop.
Club, I think, might be the heroine's journey as well.
Wait, how?
Really?
I mean, the crisis of masculinity stuff. What do you think?
How is the literal crisis of masculinity the heroine's journey?
something is wrong with the community that needs to be fixed? What is the external force in Fight Club?
There is, well, society.
Look, Sitch is super. He's like, oh my God, Fight Club, my favorite movie is The Heroine's Journey. Holy shit.
I mean, I think you have a point though, because most of it is internal conflict.
Of course it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, wait.
Fight Club, the avatar of toxic masculinity, is
wait.
actually the heroine's journey.
I don't want to categorize heroine's journey as an internal struggle versus an external one. I don't.
Okay.
That's not how I'm conceptualizing.
Well, I mean, I characterize it as choosing the fittest looking boy in the class. So,
yeah,
I mean,
that's bad. That's bad. Okay. No, well, okay. But in Fight Club, they're not. He doesn't. He first of all, he doesn't fix the community. He makes it worse.
Mhm.
That's why it's like.
Does
I
he?
Yes, of course. Fight Club is the very classic story of the boys that
But all
are
that
not
credit card
accepted into society come back to burn it down. Okay,
Mhm.
that's what Fight Club is.
Yeah, that's a problem in the community, is it not?
Right, but they don't fix anything. They make it worse. So maybe is that like it's like the inverse? It's like the inverted female heroine's journey.
You're right.
It's like the guy's like, there's a problem in the community. It's not being addressed. So let me just burn the community down instead of healing it.
Well, this is interesting.
Well, I mean, it fixed something.
Well, no, this is interesting because it is the female role of nurturing and the male role of accept me or I'm going to burn your village down. It's like
Yeah, I mean, maybe we've discovered a new classification of
that
journeys here.
contrast. That
Yeah,
contrast is definitely right in your face, isn't it?
Cyborg says, Sitch, you watched Encanto, but not even one episode of Attack on Titan. Wow. Listen, I watched the Attack on Titan abridged, okay? That's all that really matters.
That's all you really need, yeah.
Right.
So how do you go about selecting your subject matter for your videos, Gally?
Oh gosh.
Do you kind
I
of
don't
just
know.
Oh, go
I just
ahead.
seem to stumble across it, I guess. I wing it.
Mhm.
I think mostly. I just seem
Based.
to, yeah.
You don't like go like Google Trends and be like, what's trending today? And do all that like bullshit.
Not really.
Good.
I mean, I
Good
guess
for you.
I did the Andrew Tate one probably counts as that because that was them. But then I didn't do it because it was a trend. I was just interested in like, yeah, I don't know.
Right.
What
The
was
subject
stuff going
matter,
on with that.
Sure.
That's the sweet spot when something is popular and you're also interested in it. I can't imagine doing videos where, it's popular, but I have zero interest in covering it or talking about it. So, but I guess there are people that do that.
You wanted me to watch that Marilyn Monroe thing.
Oh, the movie? It's
movie,
apparently
yeah.
it's apparently super historically inaccurate, and it pissed off my
Okay.
friend. So that's fun.
Mhm.
What is it?
Also, I do want to say, like, trying to find anything in terms of like the hero's journey is impossible now because the well has been so poisoned on Google. That's why I ended up reading the book. Because anytime you look it up now, you just find the hero's journey is sexist and all of
Oh,
this
really?
nonsense.
That's
It's really
unfortunate.
bad, yeah. It's the same thing when you look up like Jordan Peterson and you're like, did he actually say something that was like bad? And you just get like a million articles about how he's bad, but no examples of what he actually said. It's the worst.
Mhm.
It makes like trying to research anything impossible.
Right.
Yeah, there's a famous, well, I don't know if it's famous, but there's a book, The Heroine's Journey, that's obviously just from an anti-fan of the hero's journey. So,
Yeah, the Maureen Murdoch one, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. That's the lady that he assaulted.
which is sad.
That we've
But
been
He
talking
didn't
about,
even
yeah.
insult her. He just
Well,
said like,
she took it as an insult.
well, yeah, well, she's,
Well, I mean, he
you
was
know,
kind of being an asshole the way he answered the question.
a little bit, but it's because he mentions females in the hero's journey, so he probably
Right.
just assumed she didn't actually read the book. And I think he was more phrased like he didn't look into like the female version of it because he just said like women don't have mythology in terms of like what he was studying.
Mhm.
So it's like, I think she just took it the wrong way, honestly.
Wasn't she a student of his?
Something like that. Yeah, she was a big like Jungian too, like psychologist. It's just I don't know
do you have an idea why Twilight is as popular as it is? Why it's
because
like a
teenage girls
phenomenon?
exist.
Well,
That's
no,
why.
that's not just the thing. It appealed to older women as well, like not just teenagers.
Mhm.
Wine moms who go on Facebook.
Okay. It's because every woman wants to tame the beast that is man.
Mhm.
Okay. That's why. That's the answer to your question, Alan.
Well, I mean, but that's not like a genre.
No.
That is a genre.
Of course
That's like
it's a
every
genre.
Have you seen those romance novel covers?
But I mean, just chick flick is not like you can. I don't. It's not like a respectable genre.
No, it is.
Well,
It's like it's fun. I know Doomer likes those movies. They're just not for me. But I think there's a difference between like a rom-com and a Tame the Beast thing.
of course, of
They're
course.
just like different genres of romance.
But also, I don't think it's a tame the beast thing. I think it's a desire just, I don't want to say escapism per se, but like it's a desire to sort of be swept off your feet by this unearthly, supernatural kind of element, I guess.
Sure.
I wouldn't say, because as someone who's unfortunately seen a lot of those covers, I don't grasp Taming of the Beast from that. I grasp it more as a sort of escape from how the world is outside of that.
Is it so maybe saying tame the beast is too simplistic. Maybe it's more like oh there is a beast out there. There is a monster. There's a vampire, there's a werewolf. There's something that's powerful out there. But it will not use its power against you, the love interest, but maybe it'll use its power against your enemies or something.
Yeah.
Is that,
I mean,
is that playing into it?
I think
Well, I'm just there's it's a specific genre where there's like a very enthusiastic man chasing after a woman, right? That seems to be there's like a lot of movies that fit that mold. But when I gender swap it, when I try to think of, the movie where the really attractive, thirsty woman pursuing the man, I mean, it's like Fatal Attraction. That's like the only movie. It's not like a popular genre to have,
No.
a woman pursuing a man
Right.
type situation. Like there are movies where people are, I mean, it's just they're thought of as like groupies. There's movies where women are throwing themselves at men, but it's not the thrust of the movie, the entire plot line of the movie. So it's just like an asymmetry thing there.
Another one that comes to mind is Obsessed, but that was like a terrible Beyonce movie. It seems like when it's the woman chasing after the guy in the movie, it's more framed like a horror movie, whereas things like 50 Shades of Grey, despite being a horror movie, are framed as romantic. And I'm just it's a weird thing, honestly. Those like I'm not sure the appeal. I was talking to Blup about this last night too, where I'm like, I don't understand people. Like I don't understand why people find this kind of thing appealing. Because like 50 Shades of Grey is just a straight up horror movie. If you just put like Danny DeVito in that role, like you get the idea.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's just interesting.
yeah. I mean, I think that like the whole taming of the beast thing, and that fits into kind of the transformational aspect of the heroine's journey. I think that's why I think you could actually make a strong case that Twilight is the heroine's journey. But that's why I said I think it's like a stunted, shallow version, because it's just it's just him, and it's not really, I don't know. It'd be like a kind of shallow retelling of like a hero's journey, I guess. I don't know. She doesn't really, there's nothing really beyond like change it. Although does she really tame him? Because he's like a restrained vampire anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, does she change? I mean, does she change Edward or Jake in any real way?
Does she change? Does she have a character arc?
No,
She
no
doesn't
one in
have a
that
character.
no one in that series has a character arc. That's like the biggest issue.
Yeah, she does heal him because he's really lonely. That's like the main thing. He's a really lonely vampire.
I mean, he changes her because he gets really controlling and tells her what she can and can't do anymore. So there's that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I was about to say she goes through a literal transformation throughout the series, but like aside from that, she just sort of remains stagnant, I think.
Why it's a bad example.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
I was going to say, is there part of that? Because the question was asked earlier, like why is Twilight so popular and why do teenage girls love it so much? I don't know, because like what you said, like obviously it is, he acts very weirdly and controlling and everything, but I don't know, maybe there's an element there that for teenage girls, the world is like suddenly really stressful, really chaotic, really like you don't know what's going on, everything. So is that is like overcompensating, and the fact that I'm not saying it's a good thing at all, but is that the appeal, that because he's so controlling and so like it's like a weird kind of safety in a way from like the chaos of like, and maybe that's why teenage girls were drawn to like, I don't know, the structure. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or
That makes perfect sense. There's a
Yeah.
scary world out there, and you need this protector who's going to protect
Yeah.
you from the scary world. Yeah.
yeah, and for teenage girls going through like a really chaotic time, that might be why it appealed to them. That kind of love interest.
Yeah. It's funny because it's not as popular in the West, but I mean, Twilight is essentially, there's like a million of these, Japanese anime harem comedies where like there's some kind of loser guy and all these girls just like him for no really good reason, and they're all like kind of fawning over him. And that's basically what Twilight sort of is, only, from the female perspective. And it definitely, I guess my problem with Twilight is that I feel like it plays to all of the worst, maybe not the worst. I feel like it plays to a lot of negative impulses in I don't want to say like female behavior, but just in the human behavior. There's a scary world out there. You need someone to protect you from it all. These people are going to like you and fight over you without you being special or having to change or better yourself in really any way whatsoever. And it just seems like to me to not be kind of a moral message I would like to be a popular one in our society.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say it's kind of like like stunted bad heroine's journey, because it has some elements, which I think is why it appeals. But yeah, there's no really like deeper message about.
Right.
Having said that, and I hate to speaking defense of Twilight, she does go and sacrifice herself, doesn't she? Like she's willing to die for like people she loves, and she doesn't. Yeah. So there is kind of that.
I don't remember.
Like
no,
I can't believe I know all this about it. But yeah, they say they've got. Oh, I hate myself. They say they've got her mother, and she has to doesn't she have to go, and it's a trap, but she was doing it to like save all the people she cared about or something. So I guess
is this in the first one or one of the later ones?
I think so. I think that was in the first
It might be
one.
the first one. Listen, I only saw the first Twilight and I was very drunk. So like I said, it was in a group, okay? I wasn't doing this alone.
But I mean, that's part of the appeal for like, I guess that's, is that why it had such a wide appeal to so many teenage girls, is that it's like, yeah, she was a blank slate, so she could be anyone. You could project yourself onto her, and she's very uninteresting, very kind of, but then also it's kind of like, you just you don't have to do anything, and this amazing thing will happen, and but
do you have any ideas on how you might fix Twilight, how you might make it better? I can think of a couple.
I have some, but I'm curious what everyone else has.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, if she actually had like a tangible goal, like if Edward had like a girlfriend or something that she had to get out of the way, I mean, that could be interesting.
No,
that is the worst. Okay, Adam doesn't get to talk anymore.
Look,
it's awful.
It's a challenge, right? Like a super hot girl that doesn't.
Okay, you're saying no.
That actually emotes and is really into it.
No.
She'd have no chance then. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Why not? Look, this is a challenge that men contemplate all the time.
Because she's Kristen Stewart. That's why she would have no challenge.
She can't even like.
Look, she has a boyfriend.
Have her mouth closed.
Maybe I got a shot.
How's she gonna breathe? CT, leave her alone.
Isn't that true? Isn't that like the giant difference?
Yeah, it is. But that so you'd basically just be transforming Twilight into the the male
version. I know,
romance journey. Yeah.
What are your ideas, Sitch? What do you got?
Well, okay, so I mean, because one of my big problems with Twilight, besides what we already talked about, is that both suitors are terrible. I mean, you have Jacob, who is like seems normal and seems like the correct choice, but then he has an ability to become like an abuser. And they have like the werewolves can't control their anger, and they can lash out and they can fuck you up. And there's like the one woman who she has like the massive scar on her face from when her husband like beat her,
Yeah.
And so I mean, obviously it's all symbolic of like abuse, I would assume, when she's writing that. And then you have Edward, who's like, if you think about the idea of his character is so insane. I mean, you have this this 100-year-old guy who's such a loser that he spends his time in high school. Like, I can't even imagine where I'd ever want to spend less time if I was 100 years old and had superpowers. Where I'd ever want to go back to fucking high school. Like, holy shit. And then they just do it, and he just does it, like, they all do it continually for no reason. It's totally insane. So to me, the way to fix Twilight is you have, like, the first couple of books be literally exactly the same. But then at some point, like in the third book, it's like Belle, or her name's Belle, right? The main character?
Yeah, Bella. Yeah,
Bella. Like, yeah, it's about her actually, like, growing older and realizing that Edward is, like, kind of fucked. And becoming like that was how I'd fix it. It's like it starts with she's a teenage girl and she's attracted to all these things that we've been talking about. But then as she gets older, she sort of becomes more of an adult and she realizes that both these guys suck, and then she becomes a better person. And that's how you would fix Twilight. And maybe your audience could grow alongside the character.
She leaves. she literally leaves Edward.
Yes,
she's like,
this guy's a fucking loser.
You're like perpetually 17 years old. You need to get your fucking life together, dude. I'm marrying an attorney.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. She's like, fuck it, I'm out.
That would piss off. So all the Twilight fans would just fucking hate you. That would not go over well.
Well, they need to grow up then, okay?
It's just funny when you're talking about the fact they just constantly spend time in high school. I couldn't stop laughing. You know, I just remember that one scene from the movie where they've got like this modern art piece, but it's just like all their graduation.
Oh my god!
Yes, all the little hats, and you're like, what the hell? If I'm Belle and I walk into that house, I go, oh, it's a big red flag. Getting the fuck out of here.
Shit.
This is
like
bad.
all the times they've graduated, there's just so many of them, and you're right. Oh, it's so weird. They just keep going back to school and graduating. Why?
Yeah, why would you do that? Holy shit. I mean, even if, like, at least if they went to college, you'd be like, okay, maybe they're taking new classes, they're learning new things. No, they're going to fucking high school.
But yeah. So he is 100 years old and spends his time hanging out with 17-year-olds.
That's weird. That's fucking weird. He's a weird old creepy pedo.
Yeah, and what you said about Jacob not being a good choice either. Yeah, he's not. And then he falls in love with the baby, of course. Not forgetting.
Yes! It's even, what the heck? There's so much weird, creepy pedo shit. Like, she should just be like, I'm out of here. That's how you fix Twilight. She goes, I'm out. I'm done. She marries some nice guy who was a lawyer or a doctor or something, some nice Jewish boy, lawyer or doctor. And she just moves out. She says, I'm done with all this fucking shit. She moves to a different state and she's just done with it all. That's the end of Twilight. And maybe the fans would be mad, but you know, they'd thank Stephanie Meyer at the end of the day when they got.
Well, what if he becomes like a crazy stalker and the husband actually has to deal with him? It becomes like.
Oh, you mean if Edward?
Yeah, exactly.
and Bella has to like stake Edward and kill him.
That would be awesome. That would be totally awesome.
When he watches her sleep, like he's a 100-year-old man watching a 17-year-old girl.
Yes.
Sleep. So he has all the makings of a stalker.
Yeah.
She should become a vampire slayer. That's how you fix it.
Her and her husband should become vampire slayers, like a duo.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Perfect
it becomes
ending.
like Fatal Attraction in the end, and she has to kill the guy that she was in love with. Come on, this is amazing.
See, there you go. We fixed Twilight. Okay.
Well, see, I have a question real quick. If the roles were reversed and it was Bella that was 100 years old hanging out with 17-year-olds and she was creeping on this guy and doing all this stuff that, like, if she took on Edward's behaviors and Edward was in Bella's shoes, how would that change everything?
That'd be awesome. I mean, no, that would be. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Well,
no.
that would literally be that would be the Japanese anime harem situation where there's like some loser guy that all these girls are just attracted to for no really good reason.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that when you watch those Japanese animes, it's very obvious that it's just like a self-insert role for someone, I guess, to put themselves into. And I mean, maybe it's that obvious for Twilight, but I don't know. It seems like they're perceived differently because of the sort of male-female dynamic.
Golly, did you watch any of She-Hulk?
No, God, no.
The recent.
Did you watched any good?
I mean, I watched it just for the train wreck value of it, obviously. Sitch made some She-Hulk videos like everyone.
No, it's terrible, but yeah.
It is awful, but
that doesn't. She-Hulk doesn't even fit on any sort of journey, heroine or hero's journey. So
well, no, it's
I don't know what it is.
It's terrible. Well, the whole crux of it, though, is kind of like a man-hating journey which I just think
Well,
obviously.
I think it's a little unfair. I don't think it's a man-hating journey. I think it's a Marvel fan-hating journey, essentially.
What's the
Like it's
difference?
well, okay, maybe. I mean, it's just it's insane to me that you'd have a TV show where essentially you write into the plot that the fans that don't like the show are sexist and they're the bad guys of the show. I mean,
Right.
I just can't imagine being a writer and saying, "Oh yeah, let's write this into the show." It's like,
Yeah,
no,
no, it's awful. It's
yeah.
completely terrible. Is there any recent movies or TV you watched, Gally?
I don't know actually. I haven't watched anything recent in a while. I've kind of given up on most of it. Yeah, no. Like I
Well,
said, I haven't. I want to watch House of the Dragon because apparently that's good. I haven't seen it yet though. And yeah, no, I feel like I should watch Rings of Power. People kind of want me to,
I
but
mean, it's I
I
like
just
I
I've
started
just
hate watching
yeah
Rings of Power, and I like I couldn't even hate watch it. It's so bad. Like it's
yeah
terrible. So
yeah. I just enjoy watching other people's reviews of it, but that's might be as far as I get.
did you
Yeah,
watch
but
Game of
it doesn't look
Thrones?
promising. Yeah, yeah. Watch Game of Thrones. I like Game of Thrones
I
until the end.
obviously season 8 is terrible, but I had
Yeah.
never watched Game of Thrones, but I watched House of the Dragon, and then I went back and I watched the entire series of Game of Thrones, like probably over a couple weeks. So, which is completely differently than most people watched it. So, but
Mm.
yeah, Game of Thrones is pretty amazing. House of the Dragon is pretty good.
Eh, it's
Eh,
okay.
Yeah, Sitch doesn't like it necessarily. We've
There's no
done
one to
some.
root for. There's no one to really like say, "Oh, this is who I want to win." So
yeah, they're kind of all terrible.
yeah.
Okay,
Which I
that's
mean, some
interesting.
people
That's
like
the
that, but
I mean, Damon's badass. Why not root for him? Come on.
he did kill his wife
Look, he got
Yeah.
rid. Look,
And sleep with a child.
and sleep with a child.
pedophilia aside, he did dispense with the rapists in the streets pretty quickly.
He did cut off a guy's
That's
balls.
true. Mhm.
So I
That's
mean,
true.
come on, he's dealing with
Mhm.
the crime problem in Middle Earth there,
There you go.
In Middle Earth there,
Yeah,
yes.
still the same thing, right?
Mhm.
pretty much. Yeah.
But
So are you? What other books and stuff did you review? I guess did you have another channel, Galley, or did you? Is this your first channel?
Yeah, so that it's just this channel. I mean, I kind of moved away from that a bit, not intentionally. I've just kind of been following my nose with it, doing what interests me. But I don't know, seem to have been going more into like cultural or like red pill side of things rather than books and movie reviews. I'm not like staying away from that forever.
mhm.
I might, if there's something I want to talk about, I might go back to that. But yeah, I don't
Are
know.
you interested
I
in
don't really have plans. I don't plan.
Are you interested in politics?
Like politics specifically, not really, but like cultural stuff, yeah. But then, I guess that's the thing. Well, that's the thing now. Politics has become kind of everything now. It never used to be. But I'm interested in like in terms of policy and stuff like that. Not really. But yeah.
Do you think of yourself as on the left or the right or in any political way?
I kind of said in the past on my channel that I consider myself more of a centrist, but I don't think that's true. It's more just that I just don't really care. Well, not that I don't really care. It's that no, that's not true. That's not true. I don't really care. It's that I think a lot of it is, I don't know. Maybe I'm an anarchist. Who knows?
You
No,
shouldn't
but
care. It's all terrible. That's the right attitude.
well, yeah, but also that I don't. I kind of I also really hate the whole tribalist kind of attitude of it. It's like, right, what does our team think on this, and what does it's like, I don't know. I think it's best to kind of just
Did
look
we
at
just
things
become best
Based.
friends?
independent
I
of
feel
that,
like
and
we did.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's funny because like we politically describe ourselves as centrist, and we define centrist as trying to throw the tribal lens in the trash can. Which
yeah,
I mean, I agree that that basically is what guides everyone's decision making. Is is my team in favor of this or against this?
mm,
And it's people can't think properly that way. It's sad.
yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess the only reason I'd say I'm not a centrist is because the whole thing is like, oh, do you just like not decide anything and just sit on the
Right,
fence?
right.
And it's like, well, it's just not true.
Exactly.
Like I do have like opinions on stuff. And some of them are probably more left leaning, some probably more right leaning, but it's just I just don't really, yeah, I don't know, identify with the
That's the
group
way
or
you should be.
whatever.
That's good.
What is it that interests you about the red pill stuff? And how are you defining red pill? Maybe that should come first.
Well, it's hard, isn't it? So how would I think well, there's like the manosphere, isn't there? That's kind
Mm-hmm.
of which some people would include. That's really broad. Some people would include people like Jordan Peterson or other people in that. Um, how do I define red pill? I think I'd say red pill is the aspect of the manosphere that probably just deals specifically with dating. Um, and I think, and I don't want to like villainize all of it, or that's the thing. Some like because I've criticized aspects of feminism, some people are like, oh, you're anti-feminist, which isn't necessarily true. And then because I've criticized aspects of, red pill, I'm like, oh, you're anti-red pill. That's not true either. It's like, I think there's a lot of truth there, and there's like good things to come out of it, and there's definitely like positives there and good advice, but there's also negatives of that. I don't know. How did I get interested in it? Probably because I talk about femininity a lot, and that's like the red pill stuff is kind of coming up more and more and becoming more mainstream, and that kind of I think because, and that was one of the original things that people really resonated with on my channel. It's a few years ago now. My first video on femininity in fiction, as I was like talking about fiction, then talking about like how they're kind of messing with feminine characters. And then because I've kind of been interested in that, I think it's because I value femininity and think that that shouldn't be like degraded or looked down on. And on the surface, and I really don't want to paint everyone the same brush, but there's like aspects of kind of the red pill side of things, or that kind of would say they agree with that or seem like, and then who are kind of just as like disrespectful of that or femininity as like the other side are. But yeah, I don't know. I guess just because I say I value femininity doesn't mean I want women to be subservient, like, and not have a right to vote and, all that jazz, which I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That
disturbing.
was really long-winded rambling.
Some people say that, they don't want women to vote, and that always completely disturbs me because
That's like becoming more and more, that used
I
that
know.
it's becoming more and more like kind of mainstream, more like except for yeah. So
Like everything went downhill when
that.
women got the right to vote. I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you've lost me. You've lost me when you want to start denying people rights.
Well, what's really weird about that I find kind of strange about that is because I think a lot of them use the draft argument, like that men are drafted to fight, so that's why they vote.
Right.
Which, I mean, the first thing about that is that if in like dire situation, well, it's been a long time since people were drafted since there was a draft, but well, this part of the world really anyway. But I think, I mean, in like really intense situations, women are drafted into it. They're not drafted necessarily to fight on the front lines, but like in the Second World War or whatever, women would, nurses, they would go work in the weapons factories, they were doing all this stuff. So it's like and the reason is, what I find slightly weird about that argument that men are drafted, therefore, and I feel like that's kind of a separate argument anyway, but men are drafted, therefore, women shouldn't be able to vote, is that it was kind of war that massively helped push feminism in the first place. It was that situation that led to women getting the vote. It was because women had to take on all these jobs that men had previously done and get really involved in society that was kind of like that then led to, kind of open the door to them, being able to vote and whatever. So I find that kind of
that's a good
strange.
point.
It was like two world wars that kind of pushed forward feminism, yet people kind of use the argument of war to say why we should go back. And it's just weird because that was the thing that war was the thing that pushed women to have to prove themselves. And that was why they kind of, I don't know if that makes sense. And then they're kind of using an argument to say women shouldn't. So I just find that a bit strange. I mean, they kind of have a point, but
Well, I mean, I think I think it's just an excuse because, like, they're not saying like, oh, it's not like people are advocating, or not most people are advocating for like the Starship Troopers model of like you have to serve in the military to get the vote. I mean, even, yeah, so what? You can be drafted, but, the majority of people in most countries have never been drafted. So it's not like, I don't see why that would have anything to do with whether you get the vote or not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also there's many ways to be valuable to society rather than like that's not just fighting. So that's the other argument, is that even if you take that, the draft argument, it's like there's plenty of ways to be useful in society, and wouldn't we go by who's adding value to society, who's contributing, and then those people who are doing, why shouldn't they then get to vote on how the society's run, how it works? So it's strange. And also because I feel like most of the people arguing for that also have never been drafted, which is just
or been in the military.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the kind of slightly irritating thing. I'd have a lot more sympathy for the cause if they were all like battle hardened, really had been through it, seen some shit. I'd be like,
right.
But I feel like most of them kind of haven't, so it's a little bit insulting. I feel like that argument as well, and a little bit hard to, I don't know.
Well, they're working backwards. Seriously. They're just trying to find something that like only applies to men and then justify it. I mean, if we lived in like a female-dominated society, the women would be like, well, you can only vote if you can have, children.
Yeah. Well, if you replenish the population, then
exactly.
you can vote.
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, you could use that argument. Well, women should vote because we've got the best interests of children in mind. Therefore, we should have. So you can. I mean, that's a silly argument too, but you can. Yeah, obviously use arguments like that to kind of twist it the other way.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like a terribly silly argument, but so the red pill, you said that there were some things about the red pill manosphere philosophy that you thought were not as offensive as others. Like you kind of said they're right in some areas, and also that including Jordan Peterson in the manosphere seems wrong. Are you a Jordan Peterson fan, or do you like I have the same intuition that like including Jordan Peterson as a manosphere guy just seems weird to me.
Yeah, well, it's not like me that's categorizing though. I'd say you could argue, like some people say he kind of fits in.
They do all the time, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's what I mean, is that it's really broad. So like that's what I mean. It includes like I'd say a lot of valuable stuff. Like I think like those of Jordan Peterson's the self-improvement advice and all that for men is like, I think that's why it would count into the manosphere, because there is a huge element of the manosphere that's like I'd say like immensely positive and good for men. Like all that self-improvement stuff.
So we're just categorizing it differently. I'm saying I'm not counting Jordan Peterson as part of the manosphere. I'm saying like that's basically, a healthy way to look at masculinity. And then the manosphere stuff I'm thinking is like, okay, this is just the unhealthy way to look at masculinity.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the reason I say there's a lot of truth to that is because even like, as we say, really extreme people, or there's obviously truth in a lot of what they're saying. I think that's why it's getting so much traction. Like if there wasn't some element of truth in what they were saying, it wouldn't. Like even Rolo, who I don't particularly like, and I think he's wrong on loads of stuff.
Who's Rolo?
Like he's the guy I did
the response to. Okay.
Yeah, 3-hour video on. He's like, there's a lot of truth in what he says. This is the thing. But I think that's what could, but then he'll sometimes take something that's true and then kind of make a weird leap, or and there's elements of truth in terms of like how I guess male-female dating dynamics as well. There's like truth there that you're probably going to do better as a guy if you're higher status, if you're like all these various things, or there's like, and that they're on like a really kind of clinical level as well, or like I don't know if that's the right word. There's some truth in how, well, there's a lot of truth in how I suppose men and women interact, but one issue I have with kind of that side of things and how they talk about things is like they kind of, it's like appealing to the worst side of humanity. It's like, those human instincts are real and they're important, but it's like they put all the emphasis on that, and it's like, I mean, love exists and that's important, and I think people go, oh, you're really naive, or it's like, no, but that is like a reality, and it's like they kind of, it's like human connection and that kind of side of it. A lot of them, like, and not everyone, but like a lot of them, they seem to kind of disregard that, or doesn't seem that to be that important, or there's that whole like among some, not everyone, but there's a bit of an attitude of that women are just kind of conniving and just looking for whoever's going to give them the most resources and
Yeah.
like,
Well, they're
which is
built
like a
the
sorry,
like
go.
my problem with the like the Rolo critique is that they're building a stereotype of women that are obviously the kind of worst woman that you would ever want to
Yeah,
encounter. And then they're saying
yeah,
this is all of women. This is the general. They're generalizing that stereotype to all of women, which I just think, I mean, it's wrong,
hmm
and it's a giant self-report because I every
hmm
time I think, okay, well, this person has really probably interacted with a woman who fits this stereotype, and they're just saying, okay, all of women are like this because this woman destroyed me. Which, I mean, I feel for that. And I know, obviously, there are women out there that are like that. There are men out there that are like that are just
yeah,
terrible people that want to take advantage of other people. So I
yeah,
just, you can't superimpose that onto all of women in the same way that, the radical feminists want to create a stereotype of
mm,
men, that men are all toxic, rapists, all they care
yeah,
about is sex, and foist that onto all men, which is obviously wrong as well.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm finding that both the two extremes on both sides, to be honest, are looking more and more just like two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like yeah, they really do. Yeah,
Well,
but
it's
I
interesting
mean,
because it's almost like the red pill stuff is like, oh, all women act like in this negative stereotypical way, and it's just an excuse so that it's like a license to give men just to act in the same stereotypical shitty way, essentially.
yeah. Well, and the other thing is, I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's like they're like saying, well,
Right.
women act in this way. Women, the kind of painting a lot of the worst behaviors of women or the worst instincts of women. But
Yes.
then a lot, like some of the like dating technique or the way that some of the advice and stuff, it's like, well, based on your behavior, you are then going to attract those type of women, and then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and then you're even more entrenched. Okay, all women are
Hmm.
really like this. It's like,
Hmm.
well, no, what you're doing is you're self-selecting. It's particularly, especially with people like Fresh and Fit, I feel like their kind of whole thing is that it's like you seem to be, from what you're kind of talking about and the advice you're giving, is that you are selecting for people of low character, like low moral character, women, like just not very good people, or like you're filtering for like gold diggers or whatever it is, because the way you're behaving is not going to appeal to like the kind of like I don't know, like good women that you're talking about. So then it is just gonna, but you know what I mean? It's then
I
gonna
do.
feed
I know
into
exactly what
like,
you mean.
and it's just really bizarre. And then yeah, you do kind of see that. It's like, well, yeah, so like, and that's the other thing. I think some, and it depends again, because there's loads of different categories, loads of different people, but depends what kind of red pill advice you take. But like with some of it, I feel like some of it will work and commit you. Some of it will work with like generally loads of women. Some of it I feel like will work and make you probably immensely successful with women. But then it's like, well, what kinds of women? Like, who, and is it just feeding into your, oh, they really are terrible? Like, what? I don't know. I think it's, yeah, that's kind of my criticism of it, I guess. Weird.
No, it's an interesting dynamic. Obviously, it's very popular content on YouTube,
Mm.
which, I mean, I got to admit, is a little bit demoralizing because I feel like people go to YouTube to learn things, and uh, you know, getting these men becoming role models seems
Mm.
terrible for
Mm.
for the future of society. This is
Mm.
why I
Hmm.
don't necessarily lump Jordan Peterson into the manosphere type role. And I do. I mean, I see these videos. They've got millions of views. Destroying the manosphere or whatever, and they throw Jordan Peterson in there as if if someone starts watching Jordan Peterson videos, they're going to try to you know basically have 10 side girls going and juggling relationships, and that's so not Jordan Peterson. Like Jordan
Yeah,
Peterson would be more like get your shit
yeah.
together so you're attractive to a woman, and select a woman and start a
Mm.
real relationship with somebody and fall in love and have an adventure together, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and there are like I guess kind of manosphere guys talking like, along those lines, talking about that kind of stuff, which I think is great and really positive.
Really? Who is saying that? Every time I listen to it, I'm like, oh man, this is Awful.
So there's some, and I haven't seen a huge amount of his videos. So if I say to them, someone pulls up something like terrible or awful, I don't know. I've seen a few of them. It's who I do actually have quite a bit of respect for is Alexander Grace. Like,
Mhm.
and his titles are always quite inflammatory. Like it's always like, but then the content of the video is normally kind of a bit more nuanced. Although I haven't seen like a huge amount of his stuff, and there are stuff he said that I disagree on.
Okay.
But he seems to be very like, I'd say seems to be more so about helping men and how to be, from what I've kind of seen of him, it's more how to be like successful,
hmm
how to like successfully find a like relationship or long-term partner or something like that. And he doesn't seem to hate women at all, I'd say. And there are kind of takes he's had and stuff that I don't fully agree with him on, but
That's cool. No, I won't
yeah, I
hold you.
think
Like, if he says totally obnoxious shit, I'm not gonna.
yeah,
Like,
like I
how dare
yeah.
you?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah. So like kind of he's someone that springs to mind, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah. So he would probably I think he himself I hope this is right. I think this is right that he himself categorized himself as red pill.
Right.
But like so that's kind of what like yeah, but
So you were
yeah.
saying about Fresh and Fit as well. Fresh and Fit are like not really.
Fresh and Fit are not good at all. I just
Yeah, I
Fresh
never.
and Fit are the worst.
I've only seen. Well, wait. ABBA is from Fresh and Fit, right? I've only seen him talk to Destiny, so I haven't
Oh
really
no,
seen his
that
advice show. Or is that not him?
no, I'm pretty sure Abram preached like hate Fresh and Fit, I think. I don't think they
Okay.
like them.
They're beefing then. How did your beef go with Rolo? How did that ever resolve, or was there
I have
any?
no idea.
Okay,
I don't
good
know.
for you.
I have no idea if he said it. I mean, I have no idea if he said anything about it.
Whenever anybody, well, this
Probably
is
not, but
whenever anybody responds to us, people always send it to us. So I thought that might happen with you.
He might have got it, but doesn't mean he's going to respond.
Yeah, of
yeah.
course.
He's going to be a
Could
coward.
I think someone probably
Sitch,
would
a
have told me
coward. Oh
actually.
my goodness.
Yeah. I
Look
think
at
someone would have
Sitch
told
story.
me if he'd responded. So
Yeah. Trying to start some drama. Okay.
No, that's good stuff. I like it. Is there any more
I-
super chats? Someone said, "Do we answer $20 super chats on?"
We're supposed to answer
on
them immediately, but we
Streamlabs?
don't.
Yeah. Well, I think. I mean, Gally said she could only stick around for a couple hours. I don't want to chase you off, but you're. It's been a couple hours now. Are there any super chats left that are
Sure.
Gally related? You're welcome to stick around too, Gally. I don't.
I can probably stay for maybe like 5 or 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Then I have to go and check on my dog, let him out. So
Mhm.
Nice. You have a dog. You're a dog person.
I'm a dog person. Love dogs.
Nice.
What's the dog's name?
Sirius.
What kind
Oh,
of
yes.
Wait, can I say? Because he's a black dog, so it's like,
Yeah.
but everyone thinks he's named after Sirius and Harry Potter, but that's not actually. There was another one of my favorite books as a kid called Dog's Body, and there's a dog called Sirius in that. He's the actual dog star, so I was like, he's
Oh.
named after the dog star. So
Okay,
Yeah,
fair
there you
enough.
but
go.
also it's like Harry Potter. Yeah, I was like Harry
Right.
Potter. Like I'll take it. So.
Kaval wants you to read her super chats too.
I will. Daniel for $20 says, I think the hero's journey would be better called the hunter's journey, about going into chaos, and the complementary gatherer's journey is chaos coming to the hero and driving it off, i.e. Terminator or Alien. That's an interesting distinction, yeah.
Yes,
maybe.
but it's way less catchy. That's the issue.
That's true. Durin Albane for $5 says, Twilight is a movie about a woman deciding whether she's more into bestiality or necrophilia. True.
So true. So true.
Varied for $20 says, Hannibal is Starling's magic sword. I don't know what that means. What's Starling's magic sword?
I would say he's more like the mentor than like the sword.
Yeah.
Well, because on the hero's journey, it's usually they find
Oh.
like a sacred weapon or something
Gotcha.
like that. But yeah, he's more like the mentor, I would think, because he does like help her out in finding out who Buffalo Bill is.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Stacking damage for $20 says, if the hero's journey is about becoming, then the heroine's journey is about being. The hero is shaped by the world while the heroine is projecting her inner goodness onto the world. She already is good and needs to show it. That's interesting. And sexist. Why are women born good already? What's up with that?
It has to do with nature.
Okay.
Sitch, I don't know if you know this.
Okay.
That's
But-
another thing I want
Mhm.
I want to ask before you go, because in your last video, you did a really cool thing. Like, you interviewed your dad, and your dad had a bunch of really cool takes, which was, it's great content, because it's like the different generations. Obviously, we all have different takes. So, but a thing came up that I have thought about again and again, and I don't know if your dad answered correctly. I think he answered honestly, but I'm not sure if he answered correctly. The question was, who are the bigger Hellraisers, boys or girls? And I mean, I thought about this, and I thought, I mean, they're both Hellraisers, but in just completely different ways.
Yeah, well, I think probably what he means by that is that, well, firstly, it's probably exacerbated, but like made worse by the fact that they're like, in my family there are 3 girls. So
yes. So he feels overwhelmed. That's why I was like, okay, well, obviously this guy's gonna say it's girls.
The other, I mean, the other thing I'd say, in like probably like a very physical way of, I don't know, like, I don't know, whatever boys do, running around, whatever, I don't know. Probably in that sense, but I think like, in terms of being more complicated, or being more emotionally difficult, or like the situation being quite more complex rather than a simpler fix, I think that's probably what he meant more so, that aspect of it is more
it makes
difficult.
sense. Girls cause all the emotional trauma, boys just cause the physical trauma. So
well, I mean, I stole my
then,
parents' car and wrecked it. So have you ever stole your parents' car and wrecked it?
No, but that's kind of what I mean. Like, in stuff like that's like the physical thing of, I don't know, but like, I don't know. Well, like, everyone's different, but I mean, that's a fairly simple problem, and then like,
straightforward,
with a punishment.
Simple,
it's like, it's a big deal. It's bad, but it's also like, I don't know, more straightforward and more, rather than how do we fix this? What's going do, like, trying to
you're right.
I think, and I don't know. I don't know. I think sometimes it might, I don't know. Everyone's different, but it might be more difficult to like come up with a solution or a boundary that girls will be happy. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think, I don't know. Girls.
Well, this was
trickier with punishment.
This was in response also to Rolo, who just had the most moronic take imaginable, that girls are not troublemakers. Like, the girls are
instinctively obedient to men.
Yes.
Just like children. Yes. Just like children are instinctively obedient to women, which, first of all, I don't think children are instinctively obedient.
No.
Well, isn't this also in contrast to his whole central premise that women are gold diggers and like only want to raise chaos in your life?
I don't know. I don't know to what extent he himself like subscribes to that idea. I think there's elements of truth in what he said. I don't know. I don't want to speak for him, or what, like, I don't know how he'd like define that. I don't know. But I find it weird in terms of like his whole assertion that he's the rational male and that everything is totally scientific and rational and data backed and true. But he just kept repeating this thing at me throughout the video and just didn't cite anything. I think he was citing himself. I think people say he does that a lot. He cites his own book, but like,
oh my,
nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So
I gotta read The Rational Male just for a good chuckle.
but you know, I mean, if you're gonna, I'd be like less hard on that. If you're not branding yourself, like if you're making more of like, I don't know, a more intuitive, shall we say, argument, I'd be, you know, that's people might be more likely to actually take an argument like that seriously, but because his whole thing is I'm rational and scientific, and it's just well, then you really need to prove it. If that's what you're saying, then you can't really make intuitive arguments. If that's I don't know.
Well, I feel like the red
That's
pill
weird.
guys would be doing a service if they were making the distinction that, like, here are bad female behaviors that you want to avoid in a mate, instead of saying, like, here is the way all women act and you kind of have to find ways to get around it.
I think some of them do that. Rolo might even do that, but it's then to what extent? And yeah.
Right.
I think Alexander Grace does do that actually.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I don't know, but
Super chat.
yeah.
Stolfo for $20 says, I'm happy to see you on Sitch and Adam, Galatea. After watching your ordeal with Vosh, I was inspired to make a video deep diving into his sexist history. He has demeaned women and femininity on multiple occasions.
Yes, he has.
Interesting.
But
I'm
he's
not
gay,
surprised
so
by
he can
that.
get away with it. Like,
Oh, true. He's
he is
untouchable now.
the gay immunity idol.
Right.
I will say that is pretty genius, writing a book with all your bullshit opinions and then just citing your own book. Like that's a 4D chess move.
Yeah, but apparently he does that because people are like, yeah. So apparently he does that all the time, and I think I don't know. I can't confirm, but I think when he was responding to me in that video, I think what he was reading, the quotes he was reading, I think were from his own book to be like, look, this is proof. I know, could be wrong on that, but that was what seemed to be going on, which is hilarious. So I hope that's true. That's so funny. So yeah.
Philosophy Tube did that in the last video we watched. She cited herself, or she cited one of her YouTube videos.
That whole video was just one long anecdote, though, so it's all just like nonsense.
I guess that's true. Akilin Narya Nasawami for $20 says, I knew it was only a matter of time until you got Galatea on. I never thought I'd have binged criticism of bad young adult novels, yet I found them quite interesting. Also, I refuse to believe James Corden was ever funny.
Yeah, I think he was you know what? He was better. He wasn't good, but he was better than he is now. He's like deteriorated. He was all right when he was playing off other people. That's the thing, when like with more talented people around him, I think he could be quite amusing. But
that's hilarious. It's so true.
My friend, my best friend is really upset with me for making that video because she loves James Corden. I was like, why? But so yeah. Got in trouble for
Squeeze Louise for $20 says, Adam, I forgot the name, but there was a man who talked down a shooter who took over some Canadian government building. I kind of vaguely remember that, but stacking damage for
obviously it can happen. So,
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Stacking damage for $20 says, the Virgin Mary as a heroine is all about being and not becoming. She's intrinsically good, and her main challenge is to manifest her inner goodness in the world. Jesus is the ultimate inner goodness, literally inside her. That's interesting. I mean, that's
the thing about this. Like, there was a whole part of that Rolo video that I cut out because it had been too long. It was like 20 minutes long or longer. But because he kept saying, basically, he had, I don't want to go off another tangent, but he had the worst take ever. And it was actually about the heroes and heroines' journey, that there were no good stories, like action with the woman going through the hero's journey. None, because men must become, women just are. And he kept saying, and like, I can see from some angles where you could make that argument, but the way in which he was using it, because I said at some point in that video, he said men must come, women just are, and I said I'd get to that later, and I never did because I ended up cutting that bit out. I might upload it at some point, I don't know. But he kept repeating that and kept saying that, and used also the original Mulan to say that, because that, I mean, that's a kind of woman going on like a hero's journey.
Right.
But he said that she was just magically gifted and never had to work for anything, because it's impossible to write a hero's journey with a woman, which just isn't true at all. But
there's an
also,
entire song about that.
Yeah, but that's not, well, that it was so stupid. But they said with that song that was proof that like she had to actually become a man to go. I don't know. It was honestly, it was so stupid. But I mean, so that statement, men must become, women just are, like. I think with masculinity and femininity, I think from a spiritual point of view, there are some ways in which you can make that argument. And I think However, yeah, I just pop on that because that's what one of Rollo's main arguments. But the way the way that statement is applied, I think people apply it like in terms of individual female characters. Like, well, women can't have character development because men must become and women just are. And that was kind of what Rollo was doing. And that's like, I'm not saying that person's doing that with the subject, but yeah, I think there's truth to it, especially from a spiritual perspective. If you're talking about like the Virgin Mary and stuff, but yeah,
I think, and this is actually, let me read Kava's super chat because it's very relevant to this. Kava for $10 says, "Why do you think certain heroine stories fall flat? I'm thinking of the Mulan live action, Captain Marvel, or other strong female protagonists that people generally dislike." I think that kind of relates to this whole like women are thing. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, I don't know. I haven't read enough like ancient stories to see if this women are theme is like very consistent. But I think that's more related to there's like a theme in a lot of more modern stories about, you don't have to change yourself. You just have to become who you truly are. And it seems to be like we all have to be super authentic. That's kind of the journey that all these people go on is, the journey to become who you truly are. And I think that's really, and that's not just a female character thing. There's lots of male characters that have to, quote unquote, become who they truly are in order to get the girl or beat the bad guy or whatever. And like relating to that specific question, I think that is actually the reason why Captain Marvel and Mulan and some of these things do suck and are received poorly, is that I think what's happening with Disney specifically is that Frozen was so super hyper successful, especially for little girls. And the specific part of Frozen that was hyper successful was the Let It Go song. And the Let It Go song is all about, letting your emotions go, becoming who you truly are. And so Disney's just been sort of trying to shove this idea onto every female character ever after this. I mean, that's what Captain Marvel was, and that's what Mulan was. They're all, they just have to let their emotions go on the inside and be what they truly are. And I don't think that idea works consistently, and you can't just make every story about that. And I think that's part of why Captain Marvel and a lot of these other movies fail, is because that they don't follow. Like if Captain Marvel was a hero's journey, or it's just like she has to change herself and become, or Rey from Star Wars is the best example. If Rey had a journey like Luke, where she actually had to struggle and change herself and become better, I don't think a lot of people would have had such a big problem with the Star Wars sequels as they had.
Well, that's my problem with like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go.
I was just gonna say that's my problem with like a lot of like modern self-help too, where it's like, oh, society should just change to accept you as you are without you having to actually do anything to be a good person.
Right.
And I think that's just a really bad thing to tell people, because deep down we all kind of suck and need to improve. And I don't know, I don't like stories like that. I feel like they lack basically just everything that makes a character interesting when they don't have to grow or change or learn anything. And it just makes everything so bland and forgettable.
Yeah.
Well, then neither heroes, like with Mulan and Captain Marvel and stuff. Like, to me, the reason they fail, it's not because they're badly told heroes' journeys or heroines' journeys. They're neither. They're neither a hero's journey nor a heroine's journey, because first, like, they're not a hero's journey because she just, with the remake of Mulan, not the original, but the remake, she just starts out with magical powers and is gifted. It's not, she never has to struggle to overcome, or and also they're fundamentally selfish as well, like with the whole thing, like what you were saying about like just be who you truly are, release your emotions. There's a place for that, but in those stories they kind of seem to be inherently selfish, like, which is complete opposite of what a hero should be, or a heroine should be. Heroines are not supposed to be that either. So it's like there's a place for that if that can benefit a community, or if it's for a greater purpose. But if it's just, well, I feel this way and everyone, then how is that hero? That's just, it's dislikable, because if everyone went around just kind of childish and dislikable. So that's why I think those characters, just everyone hates them, because if we met them in real life, like this is the worst person I've ever met.
You're gonna love Rings of Power. Like, you're basically describing that so to a T.
Yeah, I think that idea, like, there was a big movement in the kind of 70s and 80s, unfortunately, that kind of swept psychology. That was the confidence movement. And it was this idea that, when you're raising children, you should just, the most important thing was to instill confidence in them. and that the way to undo this was just to tell them that everyone has to just be themselves, be themselves, be themselves. And I think part of the issue is that, first of all, the conflation of confidence and being yourself is a big issue, because it's like, yeah, people are generally going to be calmer and more confident if they feel like they can be themselves, as opposed to putting on, a mask or something of that nature. But part of living in society is realizing and dealing with the fact that you do have to change your behavior around, whatever group of people you're with, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, you're not going to act the same way around your parents, as you are going to act around your friends, as you're going to act around your parents, your mother and father-in-law, as you're going to act around your boss. Like, people act differently, and we can't always be quote unquote, who you truly are at all times. And then it also throws out, self-improvement out the window. And, you're not going to be able to tell interesting stories generally, I think, if you throw self-improvement out the window. You're going to have boring set of characters. But
I wouldn't even consider that like wearing a mask around, say, like your parents or your friends or anything, because like all of those sides
yeah, I mean,
are
just
still
kind of changing
you.
the role
Yeah.
that you play. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't call that like a fake thing or a mask or anything. It's just you
Right.
just change your behavior depending on who you're around because it's the polite thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Such a sellout.
Yes,
it's-
exactly,
Yes.
Adam.
Yeah, there you go. No, it's just that, I mean, that's part about being in a social society, interacting with people, is that you have to accommodate other people to some extent.
All I
Next
hear
time-
is sellouts
Mhm.
all
You can't just
around
walk
me.
around your house naked all day with their cup of coffee in your hand,
Yes,
flipping
I
everyone
can.
off. Well, that's how you go to jail. Okay.
The next time I go out with like you and your wife, Adam, I'm just gonna trip you just to
I
be
just
who I
mow-
truly am.
Yeah, there you go.
I just mow the lawn in my birthday suit. I say, take it, neighbors.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, go ahead.
Jan Happy for $5 says, great to see you here, Galate. If Twilight is a heroine's journey, it's a really bad example of one.
Agree.
True.
Yeah, agree.
True. Shan Happy for $10 says, Claire has written a stupid amount of Shadowhunter books. Any plans on reviewing more problematic young adult novels? Sadly, it would require reading of said books, but it'll be super entertaining for us.
Don't do it. Don't do
No,
it.
I mean, like, here's the thing. When I kind of started talking about them was because, I mean, oh God, that must have been like 5 years ago now. So I was like 20. I was still that was still kind of I was kind of interested in reading those books. I was like, oh, I kind of want to read books. This is kind of for, older teens or, people my age or whatever. And then I was just disappointed by how bad the quality was. And I was like, right, I'm going to talk about it. But now I don't really have any desire to kind of read that kind of, read any young adult stuff. I mean,
you're
I
in the
I
Edward
struggled back then.
situation. People want you to keep going to high school.
Exactly. I struggled back then, like 5 years ago, whatever. I still was rolling my eyes. I think now I don't know. I couldn't cope with how ridiculous they were. How ridiculous they are. So I don't know. No, I don't hate myself enough to keep reading her, but I feel like I've given her enough of a hard time. Yeah.
Do you have a background in writing, or have you studied writing?
No, I did illustration at university, so I always loved like storytelling and stuff. But
Okay.
that was when I was at
Nice.
uni
Nice.
when I started just ripping apart Shadowhunters. That was how I started. Which actually, interestingly, and that's the other. Oh, I don't want to go off on a tangent.
No,
but
go
I
ahead.
keep saying that.
I mean,
That
well,
was the other interesting thing about like young adult stories, where they always a main part of them is like the hero and the love interest, which is true. But what's also really interesting is that so many young adult books with female protagonists fall into the hero's journey. They're all like, and even Shadowhunters, and I really dislike Shadowhunters, but that's the hero's journey. It's just the hero's, I don't know, it's kind of a weird, like, where, there's a really strong romance, but also they're all heroes, almost all of them are heroes' journeys, which is interesting. I don't know.
Shadowhunter's the one where they're like brother and sister in the end, and it's like a weird incest.
Yes.
thing. Okay, yeah, I know the one
Yes.
you're talking about.
Yes. And she started off writing, her books evolved from her writing Ron and Ginny fan fiction.
No.
No, oh god. I know. Shout out to like Crimson Rogue who still covers these like YA nonsense things. He's covering one right now that's called After. That was apparently a One Direction Harry
Oh.
Styles fan fiction from Wattpad. Like, oh, you poor.
Isn't Twilight start off as some kind of fan fiction too?
No, that was started off as a dream. It was
You're thinking about 50 Shades of Grey. That was
Yeah.
a Twilight fanfiction.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
You're welcome.
and 50 Shades of Grey also inspired some other terrible stories. So they're all just like human centipeding together. It's fine.
Nice.
Oh god.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $10 says, is Jingle All the Way a hero's journey? Yeah, definitely.
We are in a
Classic.
Schwarzenegger movie? Yes.
Yes. You guys to
I
get a
haven't
little
seen
toy.
that.
It's not worth watching. It's terrible.
It's
Thunder Dump.
absolutely worth watching. Don't
No,
listen to
don't.
Sitch.
Is it a bad Christmas movie?
It's an amazing
Yes.
Christmas movie.
Oh, I hate bad. That's like I have a personal vendetta against bad Christmas movies.
It's a bad Christmas movie. It's got Sinbad in it as a disgruntled postal.
How can you not
worker.
like Turbo Man?
What caused
Oh
the
my
vendetta?
God.
What movie was it?
I love Christmas, but
Uh-huh.
I think anything that feels properly Christmassy has got to have like be slightly sinister in like a good way, like A Christmas Carol or stuff like it's like there's a bit of darkness there, you know, it's supposed to be
Right.
like
Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
dark of winter. It's like and that like when it feels real.
Right.
Whereas it's like when it's corporate, like candy floss, cheat, and like so many Christmas movies are just that, and that's why I hate them. And I'm like, you're ruining Christmas, and I
Right.
hate
So-
you.
Interesting.
So where do you
Yeah.
stand on Die Hard being a Christmas movie?
That
This is
fits the
terrible.
sinister.
You know
Yeah,
what?
that is
I've
sinister.
never seen Die Hard.
Oh.
Oh.
This is terrible. I mean, Silence of the Lambs, Star Wars, Die Hard. This is all.
What about Gremlins? That's a great Christmas movie.
That's sinister
I've
as
seen
well.
That is a
Holy
good
cow.
Christmas movie.
True. Rag says I'm a bad person for not liking Jingle All the Way.
I agree with Rags.
No, it's terrible. Thunder Dump for 5 New Zealand says, I think detective stories are good examples of the female hero's journey. Also, cyclical / episodic is more female, linear is more masculine.
I don't know about the latter thing, but
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that, but I mean, I
don't
know
I
that
do love me a good detective story, so there is that.
I know that like a lot of noir movies, they've been analyzed through the lens of like a more female kind of view, and then it supposedly had to do with like men coming back from World War II and kind of having mixed feelings, or World War One, or whatever fuck year it was, and having mixed feelings about women in society, you know, coming back, and that's why there's a lot of like femme fatale characters, because like, oh, they were used to being with a bunch of dude bros, and now they have to interact with women again. So, Daily Dose for $2 says, is Fat Man 2020 a hero's journey? Also watch Fat Man. I've never seen or heard of Fat Man, so I don't know what that is.
Me
I don't
neither.
either.
No.
A rowdy, unorthodox Santa Claus is fighting to save his declining business. Meanwhile, Billy, a neglected and precocious 12-year-old, hires a hitman to kill Santa after receiving a lump of coal. Starring Mel Gibson.
Sounds pretty
So there you
good.
go. Andrew Clark for $2 says, the last action hero isn't the hero's journey. I don't remember that movie enough to comment on that. Lord of the Brains for $5 says, the women's epic story is discovering that her past is always her lover, the future is always her husband, and children are her legacy. In before, not all.
That's the hero's journey for women.
Yeah.
Sounds
I
think
vaguely sexist, but
Yeah.
out of that take
don't-
and Adams, I will take the Twilight one. Thank you.
Okay.
well, I do. I mean, this is the distinction that I'm making. Like some women do want to just have a family, which I don't think we should discourage, obviously. But some women want to go on the hero's journey and have an adventure, and I don't think we should discourage that either. So.
I think, yeah,
Based.
with like having a family though, that's why it's like there obviously is more to it than the romance than just that. That's why I'd say that's like
Right.
even just a romance is like lacking in that because it's not.
Right.
And even if someone didn't want a career and didn't want kids, you still need you still need to give there needs to be more in your life than just a partner. So I
Well,
think that's why it kind of
Isn't the romance part of having a relationship, isn't that the adventure part? I guess both are really. I mean, the relationship is just a different type of adventure. So
Yeah, like the adventure doesn't end once you get like a boyfriend or a girlfriend. That's just the start of like another adventure.
Another
Yeah,
adventure,
of
yeah.
course.
Or so it can serve as a catalyst for like inner change or some other kind of change. I think romance is good for doing that. But yeah.
Potato or Surrogate Uncle for
Hi,
500
Potato.
knock knocks. Says, I've been getting into New Vegas recently and I've got some pretty good weapons. Sadly, they're running out of durability and I need a weapon repair kit to fix them. The only material missing to craft is a wrench. I hear you guys might have one. Well, there you go, Potato. There's your wrench just for you.
Nice.
Nice.
God, I can't believe Potato didn't have a wrench, to be honest
Me
with you.
neither. He has a
Yeah.
wrench in the Discord,
And
so
he's like basically an executive producer on the show.
Now he has a wrench here. So. Moritz
Congrats.
Vetter for €5 says Twilight is indulging into drama for no real meaningful purpose. Therefore, it doesn't fit the hero or heroine's journey pattern. It's like pornography.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more escapism than pornography, honestly.
Escape pornography.
Well,
Yes, escape porn. There we go.
romance
Escape
novels
pornography.
are kind of pornography for women.
Wait, yeah, but Twilight does like has like one sex scene and it's fade to black because Stephanie Meyer is like a Mormon and didn't want to write a sex scene. So.
Oh, I forgot she's like super religious. Yeah.
Yes, she is.
It's kind of funny. But...
I didn't know that. That seems like a weird series of books to write for a super religious person.
I know, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Aaron Rian for £3 says Maureen Murdoch wasn't bashing Joseph Campbell.
No, she wasn't bashing Joseph Campbell, but she did write her book in reaction to what he said.
Yes. Okay, fair. Ronaldo Ramirez for $5 says Shad from Shadiversity likes Twilight for the themes in it. Well, we'll have to ask him about that.
Yeah,
we talk
when he comes on, we'll have to ask him.
Well, I am curious about that. Soldoge going on the heroine's journey to buy groceries for $2 says, I'm late to the stream. I'm assuming Adam made the guests cry.
No.
There's still time to make Adam cry, though.
Why
That's
do you
true.
guys
too
start
late.
these heinous rumors about me?
Lord of the Brain for $5 says the change in Twilight is her acquiring her husband, whom is the best among suitors. The change is purely material. She's elevated to her peak.
That's not true. The best suitor was the guy she turned down who asked her to prom. Like the normal boy who she was going to school with. That was the best suitor.
The basic boy, yeah.
Yeah.
He was nice, okay? He reminded me
He
of
was
Doss
nice.
in the movie.
He was the safest alternative, but like
See, Harker can feel. She's like, I know the danger in my life.
This is the game that people love to play.
I know.
well, no, it's just interesting because
What
it's
would
like
happen if he picked this girl, or if she picked this guy or this guy?
well, because it's interesting because like when you meet him, he's very much sort of like he's trying to shoot a shot with her, and like he's the safer sort of alternative, but they paint him out to be like that very sort of boring, safe kind of guy.
Right.
While hyping up, I think, Jacob and Edward, but they're also both kind of terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it's a matter of whether you want that sort of safe, reliable kind of dude, or whether or not you want to go off on this sort of.
Here's like
Doing someone terrible.
here's a broad
I mean, they're both
strokes.
terrible.
Here's like a broad strokes interpretation. Let me see if this is like correct-ish.
Sure.
Women enjoy evaluating relationships, and men enjoy evaluating situations. Because I think, like, if you get a group of girls together and talk about, the different relationship options in Twilight, like, they're going to be able to discuss that for a long period of time. And if you like get a bunch of guys together and discuss the situation around Die Hard, like, they're going to want to talk about that for a long period of time.
Right.
Yeah.
I think if
probably
you get
true.
a bunch of women together, they're probably just going to want to talk about how abusive everybody in Twilight is. They're not
Right,
gonna
but
talk about-
it is evaluating the relationship,
Yeah.
though. The relationships can be good, bad, obviously, and you're trying to avoid a bad relationship.
Well, what distinguishes like a relationship, like discussing that compared to discussing a situation? Because you are technically discussing Bella's situation when you are talking about her terrible love interests.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the situation is more. Well, it depends upon the situation, obviously. If it's like Die Hard is a survival situation, but there could be situations that are like The Big Short, which is like a money making situation. There could be situations like Silence of the Lambs, which is like a find the murderer situation, a whodunit situation. But it's a situation. It's not necessarily, you're not evaluating people's interpersonal relationships.
Mm-hmm. Well, I
Like
think
that
this kind of.
thing Sorry, go.
I was saying, I think this kind of plays into the Jordan Peterson. Men are more interested in things, and women are more interested in people. On
Yeah,
average.
totally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That was what I was going to say. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm going to have to go.
That's okay. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. This was a lot of fun. So got through my first live. Yeah.
It wasn't too
did great.
painful, hopefully. So.
No,
Wait, was this
I'm,
your first live stream?
Yeah, I'm like
nice.
I have a fear of doing that. So I normally have several barriers, to keep me safe. So it's like the script and then editing and then time, and then it's like, okay, none of my crutches.
Live streaming is extremely addictive just because it's much easier. And you're welcome to come back. Obviously, we'd love to have you again. So thanks for coming on.
I'd love to. Yeah, it's really
Yeah,
great.
you did great. So
Yeah, you did great.
It was super nice meeting you too.
Yeah, lovely to meet you guys. Thank you very much.
Take care.
Later.
Bye.
Bye. You didn't ask for the 3 questions, Sitch. Very disappointed.
Adam doesn't
Don't-
want me
yeah.
to ask the
It's
3
not
questions
like-
anymore. Okay.
Yeah, it's not appropriate, obviously. Jeez.
Fair enough.
So I listen. Yeah, we talked about this. Adam has put a moratorium on the 3 questions, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But even the first 2, what if we just cut the 3rd one?
Well, the first 2 aren't interesting without the 3rd
Yeah,
one.
nobody wants the first 2. You gotta understand.
I like the first
the people
2.
in the chat who are saying that might as well be saying, "Ask the one question." That's
Yeah,
all
exactly.
they really want.
Ask the porn question.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is just obviously
That's fair. I understand.
not appropriate with anyone other than CT.
Oh yeah, no, I don't care. I will answer whatever question.
Cyborg, thanks so much for being a Frugal Seeker for 8 months. Says, I challenge Solodoge to Jiu-Jitsu versus a judo match. Also, I will still petition myself for a spot moderating the next Dave Smith debate. Well, first of all, you guys do your Jiu-Jitsu versus judo match. That will be fun. But I don't think we're going to need another moderator for the Dave Smith conversation. So
I don't think so. I mean, I'm just gonna super restraint. I'm not gonna open my mouth. I'm just gonna Sitch can take care of it. Sitch can take care of it.
Right.
There
You can
are
just
a
mute
couple
people
things
if necessary.
Well, there are a couple things that I want to just make sure are addressed, and I'll just say, Sitch, let's make sure we cover this point. But other than that, I mean,
Sure.
Sitch is ready. Sitch is good to go.
Mm-hmm. Desert Runner, thanks so much for being Frugal Seeker for 8 months. Says Sitch and Adam show doing an all-female reboot. You wish. Christian Baller for $20 says, a little late, but wanted to say how thankful I am for you guys and the community you've created. There's no other community where you can talk about everything from bestiality and anime waifus to MMT and evolution. XOXO. You're welcome. I don't know if that's anything to be proud of. Bestiality to anime waifus. There you go. That's quite the range. So,
do you want to bring Kava in? Kava wants to.
Oh, I was gonna dip after the super chats. So
okay.
You can
I can read super chats, and
want.
then we can bring Kava on if she has some contentious take. But
I think Kava doesn't want women to vote or something. Kava is against women voting.
We can talk about that. Lucifer Domer for 5 Canadians says A-Team reigns supreme. Boo.
What?
Contrast, thanks so much for being Free Seeker for 8 months, says Terminator 2 is the heroine's journey. Mother preparing her child to be released into the world. She also doesn't need no man. I mean, that would be that's not the heroine's journey definition we were using, but I mean, that could be a heroine's journey. Yeah. Sure.
That is a completely fascinating breakdown.
Right.
Which I think is interesting. Not as clickbaity as Twilight is the heroine's journey, but let's be honest.
Right. Not Gay Ben, thanks so much for being a Free Seeker for 8 months, says, let me tell you about my not gay hero's journey. Oh, wait, I'm a half you. I've always been not gay. No journey necessary. There you go.
I think he might be gay, to be honest with you.
Okay. We'll find out. We're all waiting with bated breath to find out. when the other shoe will drop. Athena's Owl for $5 says most people don't realize the Twilight books have multiple hints of werewolf men grooming children, and in the case of Jacob, he's attracted to a newborn. True.
Yep.
I haven't read the books, so I can't comment on whether there are other hints, but that's pretty creepy if that's the case.
Mm.
In one
Stephanie
of the reviews
Meyer's
I
story,
read,
though.
they said the books are just completely terrible. It's like a train. Well, reading them is like it's interesting just for the train wreck stimulation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a train wreck you can't look away from kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soldoge for $2 says, all I know of Twilight, I hate it because my sister loves it.
Mhm.
I mean,
It's a
fair
good
enough.
attitude, yeah.
Yeah.
Rich Jammer for 8 months says, does Sitch prefer the Twilight book or the movie? Obviously, the movie, because I can close my eyes and think about other things while I'm watching it.
Hey, it's hilarious, okay?
Oh, God.
That's
Oh,
pretty
man.
good though.
When those movies came out, I was dating a girl that was like super into them.
My condolences.
And,
Oh.
but she understood they were super trashy, but I still made fun of her for it, so. But
Did you take her to
unfortunately,
see it?
She took me. I was dragged. Okay, it was against my will. Listen,
That was her
Uh-huh.
hero's journey. Taking
That
you
was-
to Twilight.
Yeah, that was
Her
your
hero's
hero's
journey.
journey.
my hero's journey was surviving these movies. No, I said, listen, I'll go to these movies, but you're gonna have to put up with me complaining about them. So
Wait,
that was the
movies?
agreement.
You went to more than one?
I saw them all. I had to see all this. Fucking
Oh
movie.
my god.
Yeah, that was bad.
Wormy.
Wormy.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
bugging
It
me.
sounds like you really enjoyed yourself. You learned a lot.
I mean, I enjoy hate watching things. I literally we watched what was it called? Glee. We watched Glee, and I loved watching Glee because I hated it so much. So I listen, I get a lot of schadenfreude out of these things.
You looked forward to each and every episode.
I kind of did. I'm like the emperor. Just like the hate and the anger fills me. It needs me.
My mic wasn't working at the time, but I was gonna slip in the She-Hulk is the best show of the year just to annoy you.
Yeah, thank you. The Justice 35 for 2 months says, happy 2 months of me seeking the freest of wills. Hope your Thanksgivings was great. S class might be best class, but A team reigns supreme.
Of course.
Uh,
Yeah, happy holidays, everyone. We just had a
Mhm.
very American holiday.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
America. It's America Week. And we have 2 non-Americans on stream. I don't know how I feel about this.
Harker is not American.
I know I said 2 non-Americans. You and Gallup.
Oh, okay.
I know Harker's American.
Yeah.
Let's see. I read this one, read this one. Dr. Diller for $5 says, A team eats items left in the freezer for 3 years and writes fake parking tickets for extremely minor parking infractions. S class is the best class tasks.
I mean, 3 years is a bit excessive, but I have written some phony parking tickets before,
Oh,
obviously,
wow.
just because they're hilarious. They're
Oh, wow.
hilarious. You see someone parked badly, and I just envision them coming out and seeing something on their windshield and going, "Oh my god,
Evil.
that's so
Lame.
great."
What a Karen move.
I mean, I guess it is kind of a Karen move.
Well, you're doing it for troll purposes, so
Okay.
it's a little different. But Zombie Squad for 4 months says, have any of you read Sense and Sensibility? No, not me.
I haven't. No.
I skimmed it.
I
Anything
never
sensible
opened
I
it.
stay away from.
That's a Jane Austen novel, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I don't think I've read a single Jane Austen thing, and I don't think I ever will. Because I'm a sexist.
So I know what I'm getting you for Christmas. Cool.
No. Not reading it.
You don't have to.
Okay. I don't even want it. Okay. Aaron Rian for £2 says, Stephanie Meyer wrote a gender swap Twilight. It exists. Oh, that's right. Didn't she write one from Edward's point of view or something?
Oh,
Yeah, and it's honestly worse than the original Twilight because you can hear all his little fucked up thoughts as he's like stalking this girl. It's kind of hilarious,
Oh
honestly.
my God. That sounds
you read
amazing,
it?
actually.
I haven't read it, but like I said, that YouTuber covers like this stuff, so I'm like,
Hmm.
beautiful. Just inflict that on him, and then I get to watch it for my enjoyment.
That's funny.
There you go.
Are you
Andrew-
leaving CT? Did you say you were going somewhere?
After the super chats are over, I'll probably like hop off.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Well, do you want to argue with Kava about female voting?
Well, there's also like there's some temple drama going on. We could weigh in on. I mean, there's lots of interesting stuff.
Well, let's
going
bring on
on.
Kava now.
I mean, I
and
can stick
argue,
around if you guys want. Like, I don't have plans or anything, if that's what you mean. I'm just like, I thought you guys had a video to cover or something like that,
No,
or you
we
had something
don't.
else to do.
A video to
Okay.
cover. I mean, we could cover a video. I have a watch together room that we could jump into.
Sure, but let's argue about women voting.
Kava is a woman, right?
I know.
Yes.
Yes.
We just talked to her, and you're like, I don't understand why you're confused.
Well, I mean, I've never seen Kava.
Okay,
saw this.
I will agree that women shouldn't have the right to vote. Also, if men don't get the right to vote, and we just like, I don't know, we
Kava,
could do like a lottery or like a bingo or something to decide who's president. That could be
There you
fun.
go.
Kava could be gaslighting us. She
Give it
could
a
be one of
chance.
these crazy extra genders, one of these 72 genders
That's
I'm hearing
true.
about. Like, I don't
Kava,
know.
are you an extra gender?
What is? Did you send her? Did you sneak her the link?
I didn't.
No, she's not.
Am I
okay.
sending it to her, or are you sending it to her?
I can send it to her, but
Okay, you sent it to her.
are we done with super chats?
No, but
Okay.
we can come back to them.
Okay. We'll get Kava in here.
Okay,
What
Yeah, well,
about
I'm gonna
you?
go grab a
what
drink.
about you,
BRB.
Harker?
you get a drink.
Sorry.
What about you?
What about me?
Are you one of these crazy 72 genders, or are you female?
I mean, last I checked, I'm a female, but
I can't even remember what I was asking you about.
You're probably asking her what her schedule was.
Oh, is that? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Are you sticking around, Harker? You?
I mean, I don't really have anywhere to be, but I don't have any real opinions on voting.
What about
only,
Tim Pool? What about the Tim Pool drama? Do you know?
Nope.
Sitch,
no.
do you know the Tim Pool drama?
You don't have wait. You don't have an opinion on whether women should be able to vote or not? What do you mean?
I mean, I think it is a right that was fought for and was won, and I think that
Oh my God, that's
what?
it's just amazing analysis. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true.
Well, I mean, women fought for the right to
Yeah.
vote for a long time. They
Mhm.
got it. Now we have the same rights as men. Great.
Uh-huh.
We all get to vote, but like I don't have any real thoughts on whether that is something that should be taken away or really, I don't know what more I guess there is to do about it.
Right.
The only
It's been settled. As far as...
I guess so, yeah.
Do you vote?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, cool. Why
that's good.
Wow.
what is your
Unlike Doomer.
do you buy into Doomer's premise? Do you vote because you feel like it's your civic responsibility?
In a way, yes. I feel like it is sort of my civic duty to go out and vote for what I think would better the state of our nation, I guess.
Mhm.
But since I live more primarily in the South, it doesn't really do a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know how that feels.
Yeah. Yeah. In California over there, yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's like California. I mean, they decided like they don't even let Republicans on the ballot in California. It's kind of crazy.
Wait,
They
really?
Yeah, they decided like in the primaries, the top two vote getters will become candidates, and the top two vote getters are always Democrats. So it's like, oh, you got a Democrat or a Democrat? Take your pick.
Hmm.
It's like you've got
That's
the
silly.
far left Democrat or the far left Democrat.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It's pretty funny. So.
Mm-hmm.
But I was kind of in the progressive bubble when this happened. And I thought, oh, this is a great idea. How are we going to get these hyper partisan progressives not, elected if they can't even get on the ballot? You always got a Republican standing in the way and nobody votes for them anyway. It's so stupid. So
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can see how that would be an issue, yeah. Didn't
We
know
Sounds
that.
like the congratulations you played yourself thing.
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
After I grew out of it, I realized how we played ourselves. I can't remember if it was like I can't remember. There was some race that it was between like the Democratic candidate and the only other candidate was some transgender candidate that her name was like I'm a man or I'm not
No,
always
no.
a girl or something like
Wait,
that.
what?
Yeah, I was like,
What?
you're kidding me. This is
No, I
like,
don't believe this.
No.
it's true. It's completely true.
Chat, someone
Now
confirm
look
this.
it up.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was astounded by it, but
Andrew Clark for $2 says there's a difference between a hero's journey and a story that represents gender norms. A hero's journey is about an individual solving a problem for the group. Gender norm story promotes how a specific gender can succeed. There's an overlap between the two, but they have different goals. The hero's journey wants to promote a sense of altruism towards the group, while a gender norm story wants to promote typical success within the group. Another way to look at it is that a hero's journey teaches the group to admire and reward heroes so the group will prosper, while a gender norm story is teaching individuals how to behave and succeed, thus the group will prosper. That's interesting.
yeah, totally interesting.
Yeah.
This is the first time that I've ever really encountered this way of looking at cinema or stories. So
Wait, really?
I will start evaluating them by this metric as well as, obviously all the other metrics. But yeah, the whole idea of, healing the community. I mean, is Dead Poet Society, does that kind of fall into this realm? Like, I think the groupish movies do kind of fall into this realm, where it's like about a team effort or whatever. I mean, I was thinking, is it The Incredibles is kind of the hero's journey is the A story, and then the B story is kind of the heroine's journey. Like, the problems in the family are the B story, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, Dead Post Society is all about finding your true self,
Uh-huh.
right? Kind of like Breakfast Club.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Reminds
So
me a
they're
lot
not-
of Breakfast Club. Mhm.
Breakfast
Yeah,
Club
they're
is
not like
not a
standard
hero's journey. Yeah.
no.
But it's not a heroine's journey either, obviously.
No, I don't think discovering who you are. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you probably could put discovering who you are journeys on like a hero's journey, like a little chart, and work it out, and it could probably work that way.
Mhm.
The thing that's kind of interesting that I was thinking about in that conversation is, how there's sort of like the neo-reactionary Mencius Moldbug criticism that society only ever moves to the left. It doesn't ever move to the right. And of course, by the way that they mean left and right is that they mean right is tradition and left is, change. And on one hand, you say, well, that's obvious because something can only ever move towards change, right? Like,
True.
otherwise,
Yeah.
nothing could stay stagnant or, static.
Well, even if
forever.
you're moving to the past, you're moving towards change.
Right. Right. And then it's interesting because when you think of, we were kind of talking about like the heroes and the heroine's journey. They're both fitting a left-wing change dynamic, like just narratively, because in the hero's journey, the guy, there's some problem in the society that needs to be fixed. And where's the answer? Is the answer rooted in tradition? No, the answer is rooted somewhere out there. The man has to go journey somewhere and defeat a monster or do something. They have to, and mostly they have to transcend or go against, tradition and cultural norms to become, the hyper unique individual. I mean, it's kind of funny that a lot of the feminists are now trying to cast Joseph Campbell as like some sexist, because when you listen to him talk, he's like so fucking left wing.
Of course.
He's like super left wing. And then in the heroine's journey that we're talking about, like kind of bringing a change to society, obviously that's a very left wing in that dichotomy viewpoint too. You're not looking to tradition to bring back tradition. It's that there's some problem already existing within society that needs to be fixed. And so I'm wondering if that's part of why there's like this kind of conception where maybe some people on the right who are more tradition minded feel like things only ever move to the left, because I mean, most stories are only about leftward change. I mean, there's a couple stories that are about like someone cleaning out the degeneracy of society or something, but they're definitely a far fewer.
Yeah, and aren't those on like the banned lists on Amazon and stuff?
Well, no, I mean, people always like to point to like falling down and things of that nature.
Oh, falling down. You're right.
That's
You're
always the
right.
one that's always pointed to. It's like the
Well,
stereotype.
isn't that a lot of like Warhammer though? Like Warhammer 40K and just normal fantasy Warhammer, where it's like it's all about purging the heretics and getting rid of the heathens and stuff. Like get rid of the Skaven, that kind of thing.
Well, I've never read it, so I
Fair
thought
enough.
Warhammer was all about just like massive war that's just constantly happening between a bunch of different
There's a
like
lot going on
species.
though. I don't know very much about it, but I know like
I read
Carl
one and a
Franz
half
does.
books, and I mean, it definitely, I understand why the reactionary conservative types like it, because it is very, like, this is the way it is, and there will be no questioning it, right?
Mhm.
It's very
Mm.
monarchist in its tone.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it makes sense when you're in a situation where if you're like at some hellish war, you kind of need to have a stronger authority that just tells you what to do.
Yeah.
And that's why the army is not a democracy. Right.
Yeah, this is why
So-
so many people are giving, terrible takes on Ukraine, because they don't really understand.
Mm.
Like, there is a time and a place for that structure that
Mhm.
the right is so good at. And there is a time and a place for that, challenging taboos.
Authority. Yeah. Right.
Mhm.
Challenging authority, exactly.
Sure.
And it's all context dependent. So in the middle of a war with a hostile foreign power, I don't think is a time that you're challenging your authorities. Like, that's not the best time, right?
Probably not. No.
Yeah. Unless you
Potato.
are involved in unless you are part of the hostile foreign power, then sure, I think you should have challenged your authorities.
Right. Or if the authority's leading you into ruin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True.
It's kind of what Russia's doing right now. But
Mhm.
Potato for $20 says, I've heard that there's this program called Discord and that you can use it to create servers to talk with people over the internet. I also heard that Sitch and Adam's show has not one, but 2 whole servers. Incredible. That's true.
I'm
Yeah.
That's
not
true.
looking
Both-
at the chat, but
Both
I can drop
unofficial,
link.
but CT, I mean, it's really CT's server, and we hang out there from time to
Sometimes.
time. Yeah.
Right.
Hey, you're always out for cigarettes. Sitch sometimes
Yeah.
hangs out there.
What do you
Sitch
mean?
is the only one that ever comes over.
Look,
You're always out
I-
doing things.
Sitch
and-
comes to our karate tournaments, and Adam's just like nowhere.
Yeah.
I
Those sort of
recall.
baseball games.
Look at this. They're gonna filibuster here because they don't
You're
want
a
me to
bad
respond.
mom, Adam. You're never there for them.
I
I'm a
remember-
single father raising these children.
I can recall 3 occasions this
Yes.
year when I went into the Discord. Okay.
Ooh,
Only
3
three?
occasions.
Wow. You're working
Yes.
so hard.
Very
know.
specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it. It was fun. I should
Oh,
go in
good.
there more often, but
You should.
I'm always
should.
like doing shit.
Yeah. That's
I
fair.
guess
The big
you-
hurdle is getting
that's
you
the thing.
Because
You
once you're
guys-
there, you're fine.
You guys go in there and do like I literally could. Well, that's the thing. When I'm drawing, I like to listen to books and stuff. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm re-listening to The Narrow Corridor, and that book is so good. That book is so amazing.
I think that's on my
Is it?
reading list. I haven't
The
gotten to it
Narrow
yet, though.
Corridor to Liberty. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. There's a section that I didn't recall this when I read it, but I guess a lot of like capitalist property rights type ideas came out of the Middle East with the rise of Muhammad and Islam, which, I mean, who would have thought that, right? That like seems crazy to me, but bizarre, huh?
That's interesting.
That is interesting. My mother for $2 says, Sitch, I'm asking you the real Jewish question. When are you going to undertake the heroine's journey to come fix my roof? It's been leaking for so long. I know there's greatness in you. Take the heroine's journey, Sitch. There
That
you
would
go.
be the heroine's journey.
There you go.
Don't
I can
refuse to
take
call.
I can take the hero's journey of picking up the phone call and calling someone to fix your roof. I guess I
Fix your
could do that.
community.
Yeah. Solo for $2 says, now I understand Sitch doesn't want to read Berserk because it goes on the ultimate hero's journey. The main character, Guts, is literally called the Struggler because the entire story is about overcoming past trauma to win against all odds. Well, I just don't want to read it because it's horribly depressing, and I don't like reading horribly depressing things.
Mhm.
So that's that. Where was I? Jen
Yeah, where
Schwab,
were you?
Twilight. Andrew Clark for $2 says John Locke argued in favor of female equality. Base John Locke. There you go. Hitch Wagster for $20 says I always thought adventure was about the going off, but on this first day of adventure, I realized the word means literally coming or maybe becoming, so that's different. Anyone else share that misapprehension?
Becoming? Like change? It's an important point. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah.
This is the problem with most, most modern writing. They don't really even think in terms of character arc, which is just ridiculous.
Right.
But and I think part of the problem is obviously the feminist philosophy is you just can't. It's perceived as an attack on women if women have any sort of vulnerability. Like you're creating a negative stereotype about women. Look, she can't even open the jar of pickles. She's a weakling. That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to downplay women's struggles, which just makes for terrible writing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But so does having, women not actually go on journeys to change whatsoever. And just everyone, everything. It's annoying because it seems like so much of quote unquote female characters is they're all going on the Mari Murdoch journey of just it's all about fighting patriarchy or sexism and blah blah blah. It's
That's
ironic
the heroine's journey.
Because to me it's all just like there's nothing more patriarchal, if we're going to use their language, than to have yourself be defined entirely by the other gender.
Oh yeah. Huge problem.
Anonymous Coward for $20 says if you're looking for people to debate or discuss Manosphere topics, Playing with Fire is a good channel. Dusty and Erudite have been on recently. Oh, check it out. I've never
that's
seen
cool.
his content.
We've had both Destiny and Erudite on the channel, so
yep. Aaron Rien for £2 says the mythopoetic men's movement is greater than the Manosphere. I've never heard that one.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that.
The mythopoetic men's movement was a body of self-help activists and therapeutic workshops and retreats for men undertaken by various organizations and authors of the United States from the early 1980s through the 1990s. So there you go. Let's see. The group activities used in the movement were largely influenced by ideas from Carl Jung and Jungian archetypes. Huh. Cool.
Wow.
Katana Blue Jay for 25 Canadian says the collab I've been waiting for. Galatea, love your videos so much. Have you heard of EFAP? You should ask to be on a guest. Oscar, also check your Instagram DMs. What does that mean?
Sus.
What does that mean, Katana? What did you send her?
Oh no.
What did you send her, Katana? I hope it was something good and innocent. The Observing Otaku for $20 says, Galatea, you're an angel, but I've never met or had been friends with women who weren't selfish or manipulative. But, keep the hope alive. Also, Adam, watch High School of the Dead.
I saw Observing Otaku in the chat.
Yeah.
And I mean, that just makes me sad, man.
It does, yeah.
But it might be just, look, I've lived in Los Angeles for a long time. I went to college in Los Angeles, so maybe it's a where you're at type situation because I in Los Angeles the dating options are pretty demoralizing if you're a young person in Los Angeles because a lot of people do come here, to be famous or to work in movies or whatever, and they tend to be more selfish people, so it does make for a dating pool that's kind of abysmal. And also a lot of people who are didn't come here to become famous grew up here with someone who works in the movie industry, and they themselves are just a little bit more selfish and have grown up in a friend group that's a little more selfish and self-absorbed, which that's the culture. So but I ended up moving to smaller towns and found plenty of dating options that were not, selfish gold diggers. So
right.
It might be worth if you're having trouble. And I do think people, I mean, you should try to get in a relationship that's going to be meaningful in your life, obviously. And if you're having trouble and you're young, fucking move. Like find a new place. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think I don't know if moving is necessarily like the answer for everyone. You know, a lot
Well,
of
it depends on the situation, obviously.
Yes,
but
sure. A lot of it also depends on where are you meeting women, what are the contexts that you're meeting women. You know, a good I forget who it was someone saying it, like a good place to meet women is to find some sort of activity that you could sign up for, and you can meet someone with similar interests there. I mean, it's hard for me. You know, when people say like every woman I've known is selfish, it's hard for me to relate to that because that's never been my experience whatsoever. I've actually found more often than not, I end up finding a lot of women who are more likely to allow people to take advantage of them and kind of be sort of like the person that puts everything on their back. I've met more women like that than men in terms of being taken advantage of. I think part of what's happening with people that have these bad experiences with women is that your experience that you have with like someone you're dating or are married to is a completely different relationship than someone you're friends with. And so like you could be friends with someone for years and they could have all sorts of negative personality traits that don't really affect you or bother you or that you're even aware of because you don't have to deal with that person in that way. You don't have to like live with them. You don't have to deal with them in this very close personal way. They're just your friend. You can always be like, oh, it's nice hanging out with you. I'm going to go home now. Or if you're dating with someone, it's just you have to interact with them in such a different way. And I think people don't realize that. And so, like, if you're straight and you only see that behavior with women, you think it's women, when in my experience, it's like, no, this is just how people in general are. They're just this. And you just don't see it in men because you're not dating men.
I would say my best advice is find somebody you're like 70% compatible with, and then the other 30% that you don't like, just make sure you can tolerate it.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Sure.
What?
Sure.
I mean, find your soulmate. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. So I think CT's advice is probably better.
Right.
Well, also what Sitch said too, like it all depends on where you meet people. Because if you go to like the clubs and stuff, yeah, you're gonna meet people who are probably just there to have a good time, and they're not gonna be, I don't know, they're gonna be drunk, they're gonna be into that kind of lifestyle. If you're not into that yourself, and you're like, say you're into like athletic stuff, like go take up volleyball, and you'll probably meet girls there, and you'll have something in common with, and you can just talk to them about it.
Yeah.
Right. Go to a yoga class. Sure, a lot of chicks there waiting to be picked up.
Or just sign up for Andrew Tate's thing. I'm sure that's going to help a lot.
Oh my God.
I don't think you'll have luck at the yoga class. That's so wrong. Like I can't.
You might. Like honestly, they're kind of new agey hippie chicks. Like if you're into that, like go for it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they're throwing themselves at you, but I mean, if you approach a woman at a yoga class, you're gonna get
okay.
Yeah.
I don't
evil fucking looks.
Yeah, if that's your goal, like you have to find I was being facetious. You have to find something that you actually want to do. The goal shouldn't be I want to hook up with some lady. Okay,
I came to this yoga class to meet some
yeah,
bitches.
Like if you're Johnny Bravo and you're coming on in for that goal, it's never a good idea. Yeah, people in chat are saying it was not so Yurdite that said that. And yeah, that's you find some interest.
Sitch, have you been to a yoga class?
No, I've never been to a yoga class.
Is that where you
really
pick up women, Sitch?
What?
I've always wanted to take yoga, and I've just never cared enough to actually invest.
Maybe this is like a married thing, but as soon as you're married, like your wife drags you to a yoga class, it's like inevitable.
You're from LA. I don't think that's everyone's experience.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe it is an LA thing, but
right.
I like to try things, and like I'm down. You know, I couldn't see myself regularly going to yoga, but I've been to a few yoga classes.
So I say, if you can get dragged to the Twilight movies, I think it's easy to drag you to yoga.
Yeah, no, if I was dating someone that was doing yoga, I would definitely go with them to do it. Sure. I'm not opposed, but
yeah.
A Stug for $5 says Frozen would have been better with Carol Danvers instead of Elsa. Oh, I hard disagree with that, Stug. Hard disagree. I don't think anything would be better with Carol Danvers. At least not movie version.
Oh man.
Loser Dorman for 5 Canadians says, ask her the questions. No, sorry.
You've
Cyborg for
created a
$5.
monster.
I know. Cyborg for $5 says, being against the questions is why A team is the gay team and S class is best class.
Ah, don't you guys have any sense of propriety?
They don't.
No.
They don't, no. Just be hot and chicks will talk to you. There you go. It's actually not true.
No, it's not true at all.
So
No.
a lot of, doesn't matter how hot you are, a lot of women will not talk to you no matter what. They're waiting for you to talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that too, but like being hot, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Being hot isn't enough for a guy. You have to have like a personality. Don't make like being hot your personality. That's not gonna get you very far. I mean, it will with like a certain demographic of women, but
right,
probably not the ones that actually want to like. They're not gonna like care about you as a person. They're just gonna want you because you're hot.
Yeah, like
which is like if you want that, have at it. But I don't know if that's what you're looking for.
Honestly, like I don't think having a nice outward appearance is great, but like it doesn't matter how attractive you are on the outside if the inside is ugly. Like if you have a rotten personality, that's just going to ruin everything. No one's going to want to be around you if you're like a narcissistic person. Like not even just that, but just like kindness will get you so much further than being aesthetically pleasing to look at or attractive.
Being funny will get you a lot further too, obviously.
That's true.
Women do like funny guys, and
I think. I
mean, like look at Jessica Rabbit.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, because of course, everybody loves Jessica Rabbit because she's a beautiful, like, smoke show of a lady, but, like, she chose to be with Roger Rabbit because he makes her laugh.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
Yeah, he makes her laugh. Sitch.
In my experience, the defining trait has always been decisiveness. People
really?
This isn't like a woman thing, too. People like to be around decisive people.
I think it's confidence, but
confidence is part of decisiveness.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and if you can be funny and decisive, then it's like you got like the double whammy there.
Double threat.
What if you're decisive though, and you're, picking things that are completely ridiculous to the person? Then it's not an attribute they're going to be into.
No,
well, you know who was super decisive, Sitch? Edward from Twilight.
And look, it worked out for him. Okay, he got Belle, but no, because here's the thing: if you're very decisive and you're very confident, and I've seen lots of girls that go along with guys, down whatever rabbit hole they want to go with, as long as the guy's the one directing them or being decisive. And I've seen that. I've seen the inverse of that happen too, because that's what I'm saying. People will follow. A lot of people will be followers. And if you're a guy and you're decisive and some girls want to go down that rabbit hole, whatever path you're going, then you just find someone else that will.
It's true. People hate to make decisions. So anybody who's going to make decisions for them, they're like, I'm that guy. I'm behind him.
Yeah, it's true.
He's my decision maker now.
So,
but oh man.
But it's difficult because if you're like trying to be a moral person, you have to kind of balance,
I know that's the problem.
Like the level of like, okay, I want to be confident and decisive, but I don't want to be like over dominating and
you're like
and controlling. Yeah. But it's a difficult.
This could go wrong in so many ways.
It's a difficult needle to thread, in my opinion.
Okay.
Commander Shepard for 20 Canadian says, I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite comedy show on the internet. Thank you.
Why, thank you.
Thank you. Godlike Snake for $20 says, I was driving, so I couldn't send this, but Renee Jalbert talked an active shooter, Dennis Lordy, into turning himself into the police by Chadley and calmly asking him to come talk in his office. Sorry if this was mentioned. That might have been the person that was mentioned, but we couldn't think of their name.
Yeah.
That is pretty based. That is very based.
Yeah.
There's also, there was some woman who, remember she was like in a car with some guy and he kidnapped her or something and he was crazy and she ended up like talking him into turning himself in. by talking about like Jesus or something. Do you
I
remember?
know
there's
what
a
you're
few of
talking
those.
about. I don't remember the case.
Yeah, it's happened a
Oh my
while
God.
ago. But
I know of another case like that where the guy broke into her apartment and she talked him into turning himself in.
hmm Unfortunately, that didn't work out too well for Paul Pelosi because I think he tried to take the same thing.
Yeah. Jesus.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
but he's a guy. Obviously, it
There
didn't
you go.
work.
Mm.
He got the
Vincent
hammer.
Martin.
That's what happens
Yeah.
to the guy. Yeah,
There
You
go.
get the hammer.
I think
It's
you have to have
true.
like a very specific personality in order to pull that off with like either gender.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because like you have to be like super calm and in control. And I'm not sure I would be able to
Yes.
like talk somebody down, especially if I appear to be nervous, because it's just going to put them on edge too.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's like a lot of confidence and poise you have to be able to assume that role and just be like, hey, you don't want to do this. Maybe just turn yourself in and rethink everything. Like that's
Well, I don't think you would
so
phrase
many
it like that. That's a little bit aggressive, Harker. It's like, hey, why don't you come talk to me for a minute and let's see if we can work this out. It's
Sure, sure.
probably
Well, I'm
more
giving you
the
the rough outline of just like, hey,
Yes.
Sure.
The subtext.
like I said, there's a lot of hoops you got to jump through emotionally to get to that point, and I am not empathetic enough to do that.
Right.
fair enough.
There you go. Hayden Dill said he tried to convince him by taking his clothes off. There you go. Vincent Martin, thanks so much for being 4 months. Free Will Seeker says, talking about audiobooks, any sci-fi geeks out there should listen to The Bobbyverse by Dennis E. Taylor. Super fun books, must for Star Trek fans. There you go.
Ooh. Noted.
Purple Brain, thanks so much for the 23 euros. Says, Dutch play Mary of Nijmegen. Girl makes pact with devil to learn the seven liberal arts: music, arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, grammar, logic, poetry. Lives 7 years in sin, finally escapes. Medieval heroine's journey? I never heard of that. Mary of Nijmen. This is from the 1500s. So
That's
maybe.
It must be a story, not a movie. I don't know.
It's a play.
Oh, okay.
Play.
I guess we
Right.
did have movies back then.
Well, we had plays, but
Well, people moved around the stage.
yeah, but okay, fair enough.
What are you talking about?
It
Did you just
wasn't
make a pun?
wasn't a picture show. All right.
Mm.
Oh yeah,
But yeah, I'll check it out.
Picture
Mary
show.
of Nijmen.
fascinating.
Nijmegen. Stug for $5 says One Punch Man would be better if it was Carol Danvers. Stop it, Stug.
Carol
Stop it.
Danvers.
Stop
That's
it.
Captain Marvel, right?
Captain Marvel would be better if it was Saitama. That is the correct answer to that question.
Mm-hmm. Saitama and Carol Danvers are kind of the same, to be honest with you, aren't they? I mean, they're both
Not
like
really.
Not?
Not even remotely. What do you mean? Carol Danvers is all like, I have to let my emotions out.
right.
And Saitama's all like, I need to find something that gives my life meaning because I've lost meaning in my life.
Carol Danvers is one smile woman. One smile and it's over for you.
Just tell her that she should smile more, and I'm sure it'll go over well.
That always goes great for men who say that to women.
I
Oh
know.
yeah. Can confirm.
We should go
Majin-
someplace and just tell people as they walk down the street, smile.
There you go.
Oh, you're gonna get
Smile,
punched
damn
so
it.
Where's
fast.
the most feminist part of Los Angeles? I'm thinking of doing a man on the street video now. This could be good.
Just gonna walk up to women saying, "Can you smile more? You should, or
Yeah.
you should smile more."
Yeah.
You'd be prettier if you smiled.
Oh no.
Mm.
Oh, that'd be so good.
I had a boss do that to me one time for like an entire shift,
hmm
Mhm.
and it was a woman that did it. It was
Well,
just
it's
Oh, that's even worse. Oh.
well, if you're at work, you should be smiling. Come on, CG.
no, absolutely not.
On
Depends what
stage,
your
off
job
I
stage.
don't want to be there. Okay.
Well, that's why you're supposed to smile. You're supposed to pretend like you want to be there.
Right.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Maj Dejin for 5 months says, "Howdy, my sweet little peas and syrup flavored friends. Give me a Monster Girl to draw. I don't know what's going on. It's Black Friday delivery time."
Monster girl.
Monster
Hmm.
girl. Slime.
What's-
Go for slime girls.
Slime. What about you, CT?
I would say succubus. Why not?
A classic.
Mhm.
Slime and succubus. There you go.
A
You have to-
monster
What, you're not
Now
going to
you-
contribute? Come on.
Yeah.
Well, everyone
come
knows
on.
I'm going to say Naga. That's pretty classic. Sitch answer.
Oh, you got to type.
Now you have to combine all of these monsters into one
Yeah.
thing.
You have to make a slime succubus naga.
There you go.
Adam?
Well, obviously, I want a robot. Yeah.
There
There
you
you
The
go.
monster girl. That's a
It doesn't
robot
matter. It's a
girl.
monster girl now.
Yep.
She's got
But,
robot
But like
parts
200
somewhere.
feet tall, I think would be
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. We're kind of out of control here.
exceptional. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just give it a Wi-Fi antenna. It's fine.
There you go.
Can we like set up a saddle in the cleavage area so I could ride around town?
Adam was like determined to put a lizard girl into the next Super Villains Anonymous, and I couldn't figure out why.
Why not?
Why not?
No, but why specifically a lizard girl?
We have a
Why not?
We
Why
have an
not?
amazing outline for Supervillains Anonymous too that we haven't
Because
really.
I said she should be a Naga, and he's like, no, she has to be a lizard girl so she can kick things. And I was like, what?
That sounds like a very Adam answer. I'm not gonna.
It is a very
Yeah.
Adam answer.
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, because you wanted to be some kind of snake girl that didn't have legs.
Yeah.
How does that kick anything?
She doesn't. She doesn't.
She
need
whips
to kick
things with her tail.
Yeah,
What do you mean?
She whips things with her tail.
Exactly.
Haven't you seen
you can
Rango
tell,
when he has
you
like
can
a
tell
gun for
Sitch
a
has
tail?
spent no time thinking about drawing the comic because kicking looks cool. Like how do you do a cool action pose of a fucking snake? There's like one pose you can do of a snake.
Oh my god, this is
That's
so,
And it's
very
not,
defeatist,
and
Adam.
it's not
So
even that
wrong.
cool.
this is so incorrect.
Again,
You know
can
who
I
could
point
do
out-
that? An AI.
There you go.
Listen, the AI is just, I mean, it makes too many mistakes, obviously.
I like
Can't-
how it does hands.
Can't draw hands, can't draw beaks. I mean, it's lame.
I also like when it combines legs into one pogo leg.
I like
That's
it when
hilarious.
it puts the hands on the feet. Like it can't tell. It can't tell the difference between a leg and an arm. They're too similar.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Adam never played a God of War where you have to fight the Medusa boss. I think you
God
can
of
get
War's-
an action pose out of that.
Yeah.
Sammy G for
Research, it
$5
sounds like. Oh, go ahead.
says, unless you are from Florida, in which case Florida women only notice you if you carry the pelt of a giant gator you have defeated. Facts. That's true.
You got one?
Of course, I have multiple for every
Oh.
occasion, for every type of woman. You have to get like the black one for like the Hot Topic girls, you know, the pink
Mhm.
one for the girly girls.
Florida
I'm
women
prepared.
are just, they're very selective, I guess.
They are. They are, yeah. It's a big hassle.
You should move to
Yeah.
LA. It's a lot.
Seems like a bigger hassle.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with all those pelts then?
Yeah, exactly. Commander Shepard for 20 Canadian says, PSA, enough girl, or not me, but like public service announcement. Enough girl talk. Just man up and talk to her. We need to repopulate the galaxy after the Reaper invasion. Do your part. There you go. True.
Yeah. Man up and talk to her.
That's good advice.
Mhm.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, and also that's good advice for the girls too. Andrew Clark for $2 says, so Sitch and Adam have you visited any Twilight locations? No. Why would I ever have done that?
Actually, Andrew Clark apparently lives really close to like the diner from Twilight, and he
Oh,
sent me a
really?
picture of your plushies at the diner. Would
That's
you like it?
hilarious.
Ooh.
I think
Where's
I
that
got
picture?
that too.
I never saw that picture.
That's
Or if
from
I
the
did, I didn't
Twilight?
realize it was a picture
Yeah,
of the
that's
Twilight
from
diner.
that's from the Twilight diner.
Huh.
He said they were closed, and he's very sad about it. But he did take
Oh.
a picture of you guys outside.
Well, there
Aw.
you go. We've technically been to Twilight Diner.
You're
Let's see.
sitting exactly where Bella and Edward sat.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Oh, I see.
So which one of us is Belle and which one of us is Edward? Because I don't really want to be in either of those situations.
Yeah, that's a tough one, huh? Very
It should be Bella.
Who's you?
Who am I?
No, you said you should be Bella.
No, I said no. I said Sitch would be Bella.
Oh.
I'm not in this universe. No.
look at that.
I call being the hot doctor guy.
We're part of the
Oh, Carlisle?
we're part of the
Sure,
Twilight
Harker.
lore now.
Or
There you go. There you go.
That's sweet.
We'll have to take a Twilight. I'm sure it's out there. There's probably some Twilight. Who are you? Twilight character quiz you can take.
Oh no, yeah, we took that when we watched it. It was great. I forget who I got.
Did
But
God.
we did, yeah.
oh my god, I don't remember.
Oh, there's the
that.
picture.
Yeah, I brought
Here
it
we
up.
are at the Twilight Diner.
I noticed Sargon is trending on
Mhm.
Twitter.
Yeah, so
yeah.
that's
We're gonna
something
have to have
earlier.
a discussion at some point
Mhm.
with Carl because he's on this quest. It's really weird. Him and Quackademic Agent
Mhm.
are on this quest to like hijack the term centrist.
I know. I've
and
noticed
make
that.
it like
Yeah.
this weird like we're not like right wing or neo-reactionary or whatever the fuck they want to call it. We're
Right.
centrist. And it's never gonna work and it's dumb. And I don't know what the point of
Not
doing
only
it
that, there's like they're not even. I wouldn't even call it them center right.
No,
Look,
well, yeah,
he's
because
he's
like
not in favor of democracy. Fucking quackademic agent is not literally not in favor of
no, he's
democracy.
not, right. Well, that's why I don't understand, and that's part of where the confusion is, because I I mean when we talked to Carl, he still said he was in favor of democracy.
Right.
But Quack isn't. But then Carl put part of his list of sensible centrism was no legal immigration. And that's so outside of the norm that there's no way that how is that sensible centrist to
Well,
destroy your economy and your demographics
not
essentially?
only that, it completely depends upon the context, which I've said to Carl like a million times.
Right.
I hate it when because people say that to me. Told this to you a million times, Adam.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, you're wrong. And that's why I keep ignoring it when you keep saying it over and over again. So, I mean, obviously he's going to say the same thing to me that I'm wrong. But in America, immigration is a completely different issue than it is in uh, in England,
England.
and
Yeah.
than it is in Russia. Literally, Russia is invading their neighbor because they're like, shit, we need some fucking people. Let's
Right.
go round them up next door,
Right.
right? Like,
Right.
so you need people. You literally need people, and demographics play a giant role in that. One of the reasons why China is screwed is because A, they don't have a country that anyone wants to immigrate to, and B, they're an aging population. They don't have enough young people. If they had a free and open society, people might want to move there and they might solve their
Right.
problems, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's a weird way of saying it, but modern economies are sort of built as pyramid schemes. So you need to constantly have like new people buy into it.
Yep.
And a lot of people in the right are like, well, just get everyone to have more kids. It's like, yeah, that's great. But until that happens, you need to have immigration. you know, like
Yeah.
so it's just it's foolish to say like we're going to stop immigration before people start having children or more children or whatever, the replacement rates are.
Yeah, this is the
So,
thing. Like, in order to have a certain number of 20-year-olds, you have to start 20 years ago. Like, they
yeah,
just don't materialize out of nowhere, right? It's a 20-year
right.
project to get a large proportion of 20-year-olds who are the people that drive our modern capitalist economy. So, like it or not, that's the situation. And
Mhm.
I don't see them talking about demographics in any sort of economic terms. They're always talking about it in cultural terms, which, I
Right.
mean, fine. I'm a total in agreement. You need to work out the cultural situation. I don't think you can have a situation where you have people coming in that are going to just, be these islands of completely different culture inside your country. Like, in America, we have the value of people actually come here because they want to be Americans. They want to assimilate. And I don't know
Right.
that you necessarily have that in England, but I mean, it's such a complex topic, and so much of the stuff is like, last time Carl was on, I tried to talk to him on the like having kids situation. Like, if housing was more affordable, a byproduct of that would be you'd have more kids because people would get into houses
Right.
earlier on. It wouldn't be like this huge thing for them to overcome, and inevitably life would run its course. I think a lot of people aren't having kids because they're just not in a financial situation to do it. And then Carl wants to drag immigration into that conversation. I'm
I
like,
know.
shit,
I
dude.
know.
We can't
Yeah.
even have a conversation about how to effectively incentivize having more kids without it becoming a conversation about immigration.
Well, I mean, that's the reason I think that people don't have kids as much as they used to is entirely economic.
Yes, I
And
completely agree.
the problem is that for the right, for people on the right who want to talk about having more people have more kids, they don't actually want to. I've never heard any of them talk about policies that would economically incentivize anyone to actually have kids
Yes.
because it would require, government action, raising taxes on some people, lowering taxes on other people, which kind of goes against, at least in America, a lot of the right wing ideology of kind of having limited, government be more limited, not more intrusive. because you're gonna have to overcome that economic. Because right now, kids are an economic burden; they're not an economic advantage.
Yeah,
for the
that's
most
the
part.
problem. That's a giant
Right.
problem. Yeah.
So I mean, that's why birth rates probably continue to go down in modern societies. It's because everyone knows that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I thank goodness for Peter Zahan because it seems like America is demographically in a good spot.
well, and also it seems like we've talked about it seems like it's an emotional, at least in America. I'm only speaking in America. I don't know what's going on in Europe, but in America, it seems like a purely not logical emotional reaction.
Mm-hmm.
In that we've talked about like people that have more right wing moral intuitions are generally on working off of the assumption that the problem is an external problem that's coming into you and degrading your society. And so that's kind of like the base thought that a lot of people on the right, I think, are kind of working with, even if it's on an unconscious level. And the problem is that if you're talking about like wokeness being a problem, wokeness is not being imported into America
Yeah,
by
of
anyone.
course. We're exporting, if anything.
Exactly. America's exporting wokeness to the rest of the world. So it's like if wokeness is the concern, immigration doesn't have anything to do with that. And in fact, I mean, if we're getting a lot of people from Central and South America, again, we said this like a million times, those people are generally like more anti-woke, more
Yes.
socially conservative, and may have a lot to do with pushing the country again, out of wokeness going forward. So
Didn't Sargon also say that the Middle East is like the happiest in terms of whatever? So it's
Did
like,
he
well,
say
then
that?
what? Yeah, no, he did say something to that
Megan,
effect where it's
stop.
like, yeah, where he was. So I was like, because I remember this distinctly, because I was like, well, then why is he against immigrants coming from the Middle East? Because if apparently they're so much
That's funny.
happier because they have traditional gender roles. I think that's what
Right.
it was like
Oh,
involving.
that's a good one.
Mm.
So
Uh-oh.
it's like, yeah, it's like if you want those traditional gender roles, then just invite those people in and you'll get them back by force, but you'll get them back.
Right.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
that's
there's
so
all
sad.
this, who knows what's going to happen in Iran right now? There's so many, the protests are like getting more and more extreme. So,
Mm.
I don't think people, I don't, it's annoying when people say like, oh, they're happier. It's like, well, would I trust like public polling in the Middle East about like how happy people are?
Of course not.
Not really.
Yeah.
So,
They're like, these polls are
so,
going to get back to someone who's going to hurt me.
right.
Equin Shadox, is that it?
Yeah.
Says, Adam, it's pronounced Peter Zion, which it is pronounced Peter Zion. I need to fix that. So
Oh,
thank
it's
you.
Zihan, not Zahan.
Zion.
Zion?
Yeah.
You don't pronounce the H?
There is no H.
Oh, wait. So you've wait.
I don't think there is. Yeah.
You've gaslit me this whole time. There's an H. What do you mean?
Oh, there is.
It's spelled Zeihan. Zahan. It's pronounced. I mean, it's spelled the way you've been saying it, but maybe that's not
Zahan,
how you pronounce
yeah.
it.
I mean, I've
Peter-
heard him say it because we argued back and forth because he said it in a video. And you kept saying it was one syllable, Zion, but I was like, no, it's Zion is what he says. Yeah.
Well,
Peter
you just have
Zion.
to get a clip of him talking and so on, or
almost-
someone introducing.
I
him. So
sent I sent Carl his book, and I was like, I wonder if I could send him one of these talks recently. And then for the first time, I kind of looked at his aesthetic, basically, and I was like, oh, he just screams left winger.
Mhm.
Carl is going to see this and go, oh no, this guy's a leftist.
So according to Wikipedia, it is one syllable. It's Zion or Zion. I can't tell. It's one of those. two.
Zion.
It's Zion or Zion.
Okay.
So there you go. It's Zion because he's New World Order. So obviously it's some sort of Jewish conspiracy. But
Maybe that's why I avoid it so much. Because that is kind of like the conspiracy.
Peter
word.
Zion. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of
Everyone-
things say it's pronounced Zion. So.
So I looked at Sargon trending.
Well, he's back on Twitter. That's why
He is back on Twitter, yeah.
Right.
Which is kind of, I mean, awesome, really.
Yeah.
I think he was wrongly. I think all of these people that were coming back were wrongly terminated, and so many of the people on the left are like, I mean, they're just losing their shit because they're like, this is Elon Musk is erasing 5 years of cancel culture here. Like all of our work is going up in flames. How dare you invite Carl Benjamin back? And he has a platform of 260,000 followers. Come on. What the fuck? Carl, look. I just noticed he has sensible centrist in his spot.
Right.
He actually might be trending because earlier today something came up about like gay marriage or like gay acceptance, and he compared it to like pedophilia or something like that. So that could also be why he's trending.
Did he really?
Yeah, there was something me and Danimal were commenting on earlier in the Discord. That was from like today. So it's like it could be that's got him trending too.
Because I saw someone had a screenshot
go ahead.
of like a tweet that I was like, oh my God, did Carl tweet this out? But then I couldn't find it on his timeline. So I didn't know if it was real or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just saying that could possibly be the reason that he's trending too.
I did see that Lance of the Serfs.
Oh God.
Apparently Lance's job is to just lie about people. And it's so crazy. He kept tweeting out some like weird clip saying that Sargon is like pro pedophilia and was defending Amos E or something. But
yeah, which is a complete lie.
Lie, yes.
No, from what I recall, Sargon was just saying he was a troll and he didn't believe he was actually a pedophile, which Sargon flat out said, well, I was wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, but they've spun this into somehow Sargon is on the pro side of that argument, which is just ridiculous, obviously untrue, obviously false. This is why I have my definition of cancel culture being based on lies, because that, like you said, this is the serf's job to get online and lie about people.
Mm-hmm.
Has he ever said have you seen the serf say anything that you thought was approaching the realm of reality or
he
truth?
said something at one point that I was like,
wrong.
But it was like something mild that he got correct. It wasn't like one of his like damning tweets about somebody or anything. So I was like, I don't even remember what it was because it was just like a nothing bird. But
God, this is so horrible.
Well, that's why I don't think Lance will ever come on stream or I don't think he'll ever talk to anyone now. He can't. He literally cannot debate anyone now because they just be like, oh, here's all these things you just lie about on Twitter.
But I could get him on our show pretty easily.
I thought you asked him and he kept ghosting you. He never answered.
No. I asked him about finishing the debate with Lauren Southern.
No. Ask him to come on
right now
about his Twitter behavior.
I mean, I'll email him right now.
All right, email him. Say like
right now.
I don't know that he'll he usually responds within 24 hours, but
I'm not saying right this second.
Well, I
do it.
I know you guys are. But yeah, I would be curious because I don't think he can come on because he tells very easy lies to disprove on Twitter.
Well, I literally responded to, he had some tweet that was a lie about Elon Musk, and I was like, Lance, you're so nice in person. Like, what's up? Are you okay? Like, do we need a wellness check at your home?
Mm-hmm.
Just all of his tweets are just crazy incendiary.
True.
Apparently, Will Wheaton is on suicide watch since Elon Musk took over Twitter. So that's
what?
Oh yeah, no, that was trending a while ago too.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God.
People are being very dramatic.
It's one of the great innovations and also tragedies of Twitter is you get to see how many famous people are like stupid. And to me, like one of the weirdest ones is Stephen King. Because you're like, oh, he's a great author. He's written so many great books. But he just literally buys in all like the straight mainstream media left narrative completely unquestioningly. And you just see him on Twitter just regurgitating all the talking points.
Well, Sitch, if you had like $100 billion, would you be opening Google to fact check things before like spouting nonsense on Twitter?
Well, it's just weird because you read his books and you're like, this is a smart guy. He's a smart, he's a good author. Well, he needs an editor, but he's a good author when he's not writing about, child gangbangs. And he seems like an intelligent guy. And it's just weird to see people fall into this rabbit hole that's so obvious. But
that just might be like the Hollywood echo chamber thing too, because they probably don't have anybody telling them, no, actually, this is incorrect. Like with the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff too. It's like that was the first thing on CNN was he shot into a crowd, and that's just the narrative people stuck with.
Right. And I guess the issue is it just takes for every person, they have to have some unique individual thing that like jolts them out of their slumber, their bubble. For us, it was kind of like the left turning against free speech and Gamergate and things of that nature. I think for a lot of people, Kyle Rittenhouse was another one of those things. And I guess with Stephen King, he's just never had that. He's never had that jolt yet, the awakening. So it's sad. Andrew Clark for $2 says, so Sargon is an elite theorist. Is he? I'm curious. We'll have to ask him. I reviewed the liberalism debate again and noticed a pattern in some research. I found that all his positions and arguments are echoed by elite theory. Sargon shares academic agent's worldview, it seems. I'll have to question him about that. Speaking of academic agent, our good friend, academic agent, says, you see, Sitch, I am the true centrist. My boyfriend Kanye agrees. He's always so encouraging and supportive. I'm so happy to be with someone like him. Who needs a Jewish liberal with a sweet ass anyway? There you go. Should we talk about the Kanye thing, Adam?
I think Adam ran away.
Oh, okay.
Bye, Adam.
Oh, the Kanye shit is hilarious, though. The Nick Fuentes Kanye Trump drama. Welcome back, Adam.
Welcome back. So, Kanye was at the airport with Nick, and people were like, "Oh, this is weird." And it was funny because my thought, and I tweeted this out, but I'm pissed. I deleted my original tweet. My original tweet was, at the time, I was like, Kanye's going to try to get a picture of Nick Fuentes shaking hands with Donald Trump in order to sabotage his campaign. And then I didn't tweet that out because I was like, that's not fair to Kanye, right? I was like, it's funny because I thought like, I really thought like, that's not fair to Kanye. And I'm like, well, doesn't like Nick, does he, I don't know. I know he's been in Florida. He was hanging with Destiny. Maybe he's just hanging out in Florida, maybe it's just a coincidence, blah, 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 blah. But then that's literally what fucking turned out to happen. Kanye, so Kanye gets into this dinner meeting with Donald Trump. And he brings Milo Yiannopoulos, which is to be expected because that's his campaign manager or something right now, and fucking Nick Fuentes. He brings Nick Fuentes into a meeting or a dinner meeting with fucking Donald Trump. And now the media is all, shitting on Donald Trump for talking to Nick Fuentes, So, okay, here's my two big questions. Well, because first of all, I would generally assume that Donald Trump doesn't know who Nick Fuentes is.
Of course not. He's like some internet nerd.
Right. He's an internet nerd. Donald Trump's an old man, whatever. But here's the two questions, which is you can't just walk into a dinner with a former president. Okay. They have Secret Service. There has to be security checks in place, which means like Kanye couldn't have just shown up with like a mysterious person, right? He would have to tell them that he was bringing Nick Fuentes beforehand, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I don't know.
The thing is, he's also Kanye West. So, like, you don't assume he's going to be like some kind of threat and he's going to get special treatment because he's a celebrity.
Yeah, but I'm just, again, like, if it was just like, if this was before Trump won the office and he didn't have this, Secret Service or anything, I could completely see like, oh, Kanye just shows up and he just brings a person. But can't you not do that? If you're meeting an ex-president and they have government protection, don't you have to tell them who's going to be there beforehand? Like how did Trump's aides, he's got to have aides and people that are working with him. How did none of them be like, oh, you can't talk to this guy, or oh, you can't have dinner with this guy? Like how did that, like once Kanye shows up with Nick Fuentes, someone in Trump's circle had to have the knowledge to either know who he was or to look him up. And how did they not prevent this from happening?
Trump said that it was only them at dinner, that it was like a small dinner. They just ate dinner and they left.
Yeah, but they still, no, what I mean is like they show up to Mar-a-Lago. Okay. It's not like they just met, Donald Trump was just walking around in public and they just said, oh, hey, you want to go get dinner?
Do they have a full-time Secret Service detail after their...
Yeah,
that's what I was going to ask too.
Yes,
I don't know if they do at their home though.
Come on. They definitely have to.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe Biden like fired all the Secret Service guys because they're like, we hate Trump, so none of you are getting paid.
Well, no, it's like I could. So 100% the Secret Service guys, I could understand them. They're gonna say, they're not going to think Nick Fuentes is a threat in terms of like he's not going to attack the president, which is all they care about.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is that I would presume that Trump is in a situation where someone has to give the names of who's showing up to Trump or Trump's staff before they show up. And then even if they don't, once they show up, is Trump just alone? Does he not have people that are working on his new campaign? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe he is just alone. But I assume that he has aides still.
He
that
has
people
bodyguards, obviously.
that he has not just bodyguards, but that he has people that are working on his campaign for his 2024 campaign. People that are just even before he was president, or his business managers that would schedule things. Like he's supposed to, like people like that are supposed to have people around you that protect them from this exact situation. And I just don't understand why those people failed to protect Trump in this situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Did a terrible job. I mean, it's just incompetence. I don't
Like,
this
is it just
happens
a
all the
confidence
time.
Not really. You know, people don't accidentally meet white nationalists, like white nationalists.
I'm Secret Service guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Kanye, a celebrity, shows up at the house with his entourage and wants to have dinner with the president. Like I'm checking them for weapons and like just letting them in. I'm not.
Yeah, the Secret Service guy, but
asking
I'm
for
saying
a
like,
full
what about his
background check?
What about Trump's aides and stuff?
They don't know. They're like, they don't know. They're like,
Like,
oh,
someone
it's
has to
Kanye's.
know.
Look, Kanye's friend shows up with Kanye.
When Kanye showed up, like this was news. When Kanye was in the airport with Nick Fuentes, that was like on the news. That was already on Twitter itself. There was a 24-hour warning that they were hanging out together
before. But I mean, they went straight from the airport to dinner though. Like
I don't think they did.
I think they did. But anyway, so
you could also say that like doing a Google search is not the same as doing a background check. Even if they got like Nick Fuentes' name, they probably just punched it into the police database and nothing popped up. Like he's not a criminal. He doesn't have any weapons charges.
No, he does have I'm pretty sure
he's
Nick
on the
Fuentes,
no-fly list.
Yeah, he was
at the airport. What do you mean he's on the no-fly list?
He got off
walk?
of it. But he was on a bunch of lists. The FBI had seized his assets and closed his accounts at some point. I think he got them back. So like a criminal background check would show you stuff, you know. So I just it doesn't, that part of there's two parts of it that I'm interested in. That is one of them. How did he end up meeting Trump without this raising any red flags in the first place?
What's the second part? Because
and then the second part is I can believe 100% that Kanye is delusional enough that he would bring Nick Fuentes to meet Trump without intending to actually harm Trump's president run in 2024.
Do you think he even knows he's harming his presidential hopefulness?
Maybe not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I could 100% believe Kanye doesn't understand that. Milo knows. Milo 100% knows
Milo
that
himself,
Nick Fuentes is toxic. So my question is,
Milo himself is toxic though.
Yeah, but Nick is on a different fucking level of toxicity than Milo is. Okay. So they're not even comparable. So the question is, well, first of all, the question is, how exactly did Nick Fuentes and Kanye even meet? Like, who hooked those two up together?
Sneeko
in the first
did.
place? No, because it seemed like Nick introduced Sneeko to Kanye, not the other way around. So that's my first question. How did Nick and Kanye even hook up in the first place? Because
Milo,
whoever was trying to, if they were hooked up through a third party, that person is either an idiot or they are intentionally trying to sabotage Kanye.
Or
and then
Trump.
Number two, Milo, who was at the dinner, would 100% know that Nick being there would harm Donald Trump. And so I'm curious if Milo was doing this intentionally to harm Donald Trump, or if he just doesn't want to speak out against Kanye because he wants to be in Kanye's good graces.
Yeah, he knows it. Look, Milo knows that he has to be a yes man around Kanye because all Kanye will tolerate is yes men. Like anybody, Kanye did this speaking tour, obviously. And everyone that he interacted with that gave him the least bit of pushback, I have no doubt he's never going to talk to again. Like he's totally going to delete them out of his phone. He's going to see them as a backstabber. Like he's just cultivating yes men. So in order for Milo to continue to be his campaign manager, I think obviously he has to be like, what campaign manager is going to say, you know, Kanye comes to you, he says, listen, I got this great idea. Former President Trump needs to be my VP pick. Okay. And I need to fly out to Mar-a-Lago and ask him. Okay. Any competent campaign manager is going to say, no, you don't. He's going to say no. You're going to look like an idiot. It's a waste of time. Right.
Well, maybe not. I mean, you'll get energy, you'll get publicity for doing it and the stunt of doing it. So I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, if you're doing it because you actually think it's going to succeed, then yeah. But if you think it's just a stunt, it could work.
Okay, you got A-team campaign manager and you got S-class campaign manager. Okay. S-class campaign manager just put you in a situation where you're going to put out a video and everybody's going to say, this person is a fucking idiot. Anybody you're you're misinterpreting how people can anticipate it, because they could say, oh, Kanye's an idiot, he asked Donald Trump, who's obviously not going to be his vice president, to be his vice president. Sure. Right.
Or they could say, wow, look at the balls on Kanye, he went to someone who was the president already and said, hey, do you want to be my vice president?
Well,
that's a total alpha Chad move, bro.
Look, and this is why in campaigns they do focus testing, because any campaign manager worth his salt would have focus tested this beforehand, so they'd have a good read. They would know. They'd be able to tell you, okay, this is how this is going to play in Iowa. This is how this is going to play in New Hampshire. This is how this is going to play in South Carolina, because those are the states that matter.
Sure, but again, and we're probably both thinking about this in the wrong state of mind, because we're like, how would a competent campaign manager deal with Kanye? Well, they would first of all say, Kanye, don't say horribly anti-Semitic things to everyone. Of course, yeah. Okay, we're not dealing in like the normal realm.
Was he campaign manager when that happened?
No.
Okay.
And from Milo's perspective, I don't like Milo, but he's a smart person. Milo's not an idiot. And so Milo, I don't think Milo thinks that Kanye has any fucking chance in hell of actually winning the presidency or doing anything really. So it could be more, I'm more inclined to believe what you're saying, where he's just like, I want, a meal ticket, and I just have to basically be the yes man to sign off on everything that Kanye says.
Yeah.
You guys are missing the blatant third option.
What's that?
Why not both?
In terms of what?
In terms of get publicity, tarnish Trump's reputation, also be a yes man. Like, it's a complete win for Milo all around.
Because it also tarnishes Kanye's publicity.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter to Milo. Like,
I guess
Milo's
that's
his campaign man. Like, Milo probably doesn't care if he actually becomes president. He just wants the clout that comes with being Kanye West's campaign manager.
Yeah, but here's the problem: is that unless Milo is like looking at this like he's a criminal in a movie, like, this is my last job and then I'm out. Unless that's Milo's worldview right now, it's not going to work, because like he doesn't, if he goes down as like, oh, the person that was, attaching himself to Kanye's sinking ship, that doesn't exactly put Milo necessarily in a good place going forward in the future.
It does if he's in Kanye's good graces, because if Kanye hires him on as a permanent member of staff, then he's taken care of.
Look, Kanye is attaching yourself to Kanye at this point even a productive career move for anyone? I mean, that's the question I have.
Well, only if they can use him as like a cash cow, as like a piñata.
Yeah, exactly. No, if he's getting money off him, sure, that's acceptable. But I mean, here's a challenge for you, Sitch. Mm-hmm. You've gone on the speaking tour and said about every anti-Semitic thing known to man, and you want to come back from being perceived by the general public as an anti-Semite. Is there something more devastating that you can do than show up with Nick Fuentes at Trump's house? That's just so bizarre. It's like the I'm trying to fix things.
No, it is, and it's not only the anti. It's let me spread my toxicity to Trump, essentially.
Yeah.
Let me try to infect Trump with my toxicity, which, it will work to some degree. I don't know if it will actually work to the capacity of like any Trump fans. I think it will work to the capacity of people who are Republican operatives and the Republican politicians who are like, they're thinking, I can tell you Ron DeSantis would never take a fucking dinner meeting with either Kanye West or Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's it's going to hurt him in that capacity. I don't think it's going to hurt him in terms of people that are like MAGA crowd or whatever. They're not going to care.
I
Well, the
think
thing with Kanye is too, it's like he's been kicking it with like Candace Owens and all of those kind of far right people. So they probably told him that Nick isn't that bad either. So he probably doesn't think the
Yeah,
kid's a
but I
white
don't know. I
nationalist.
mean, I don't.
I don't know that
Well,
Candace Owens would have Nick on her show, to be
I
No,
don't
no,
think
honest
but I
with
Candace
mean,
you.
like,
Owens would
she's
have
probably
Nick.
smarter than that. But I'm just saying, like,
Right.
Kanye was probably told, oh, well, the media's saying that Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist. They're just lying, right?
Yeah,
So
But see,
Kanye
this
because
doesn't
is
believe
what's so. But this is. I'm so fascinated, and I hope. Like really desperate to see if Kanye was like do another interview with someone and be like, Nick Fuentes has made comments where he thinks race mixing is degenerate, and he's said it's like the same thing as bestiality. And considering you have children who are, race, mixed race, how do you hang out with this guy?
Yeah, that was an immediate question that I had. When he even talks about that in the video that Kanye put out on his Twitter, when he says evidently Trump said something bad about his wife and he got really upset about it.
Upset, yeah,
But
right.
in the video he says, that's the mother of my children. And I thought,
Yeah,
yeah, I thought, yeah, ask Nick Fuentes how he feels about that. That
exactly,
that being the mother
exactly.
of your children. If you think what Trump said was incendiary, get a look at what Nick is likely to say.
Right. Why I'm so curious as to what is Kanye like, because I'm assuming Kanye and Nick can bond over their shared hatred of the Jews. Okay. Which is like, okay, fine, I get it.
This timeline is
But
insane.
I
Sitch.
know, I know.
This is
I know it is, but I mean, Kanye did, I don't know if you saw it, Kanye did the opening, he did like a little like opening for Nick's show.
No way.
He did like a 5 second, like, I'm yay.
No way.
No, it's funny because it actually sounds like he's saying I'm gay. So,
No
which would make
way.
sense for Nick. I said, Nick is bringing Kanye out of the closet in more ways than one. But
This is
so, I guess
it idiocy though? It's got to be idiocy.
from
Though. It's
Kanye's
got to be
perspective, it
totally
has to be.
incompetence.
Yeah, Kanye has to be a total idiot at this point. Essentially,
I've
He's
changed
total
my mind.
incompetent
I think Milo probably just wants to watch the trash fire up close.
I think maybe that. I think he just wants to get money. I think he's like a what's it called, a remora, the little things that like leech on to the sharks. He just wants to like grab on to Kanye and suck all that money.
Did you watch Lauren Southern's hit piece? Because she has a whole
I
section
did.
on Milo and how
I did,
Milo
yeah.
is just like a pathological liar and a narcissist and all this.
Yeah.
I mean, I always thought that. I always suspected that. So Carl won't like hearing this because Carl has hung out with Milo and done stuff with Milo. But this is the thing. And like I said, my best friend when I was in high school turned out to be a complete psychopath. They're very nice people, obviously. And this is what Lauren Southern says in her video. Like, Milo was amazing to her all the time. Like, she thought he was her best friend, basically. Like, as long as you're not in their good graces, then, obviously you're going to see the nice side of them. It's when you realize, oh, well, they're lying to me behind my back. That's when the trouble comes into play. So, but this seems just so patently obvious that that's kind of the path we're going down.
I did see a clip. I didn't see the whole thing. I saw a clip of Milo on Tim Pool's show.
Yeah, we might watch some of that on Tuesday. So,
and it was very interesting because essentially it was right after the midterm election. And the way I interpret the conversation was essentially Tim Pool was trying to provide copium for people that expected a red wave that never happened. And Milo was just shitting all over that.
Really?
Yes.
Ouch.
Just saying like, no, this is bullshit. Like, the people expected a massive win and they wanted revenge. And this was, taken from them. And, he doesn't say it, but he's kind of essentially saying like, you're just giving them this bullshit copium to him. So it was interesting. That part of the conversation was very interesting.
We have to watch that then.
Yeah.
So any final thoughts on?
I'm very curious if we'll get the answer to these questions about how did Nick get into the dinner with Trump? How did Nick even manage to hook up with Kanye? And does Kanye understand what Nick's all about?
Well, I'm
very, very curious to answer these questions.
Kanye is looking for who has the answers about the JQ.
The Jews.
Okay. Like this is his new, journey of self-discovery.
Mm,
How the fuck how we ended up here is a completely
know.
different question.
right.
But yeah, obviously the first stop on that journey is going to be Nick Fuente's podcast. My God.
He didn't do well. At least that I saw was just the opening. I don't know. Though I'd find it impossible. Like there's got to be. I'm assuming there's going to be in the future a Nick Kanye conversation that's like an hour long that we're going to see. Like that has to be a thing, right? There's no way that he hung out with Kanye, got taken to a fucking dinner with Donald Trump, and didn't secure
This is
some kind of meeting or an
this
interview.
is
I mean,
so fucking crazy because Kanye does this Drink Champs podcast, which is obviously a friendly environment. I don't watch his show,
right?
but it seems like they, are industry type people, and Kanye's going off on, the problem, and they're obviously trying to push back, like, we love Jewish people. Well, you're saying shit that's incendiary, Kanye. Why are you doing this on our show? Like, I
Right.
think the guy completely even renounced the show and deleted it from the internet. So, but then he goes on Lex Freeman's podcast, and Lex is Jewish, and he's pushing back, right? And
Right.
it's like weird and uncomfortable. Now you're telling me he's gonna have a conversation
With Nick.
on Nick Fuente's podcast.
Yes, of course.
Nick is not going to be pushing back.
No, he's gonna just confirm everything Kanye said. It's gonna be ridiculous.
This is
gonna be
insane.
amazing.
Listen, Sitch,
Yes.
when that happens, we have to. You promise me,
We'll watch it.
streaming with it.
We're watching it. Yeah, no, we'll watch it. It's gonna be
within
wild.
24 hours. We have to be like,
It's gonna be wild. Yeah.
oh,
If,
I'm looking
um,
forward to the next Kanye album that features Milo because he has a Christmas album and Nick
Nice.
Fuentes, and he can call it the JQ. It'll be great.
why?
But no, someone in
Why
chat
not?
said. Someone in chat said Milo hooked up Kanye with Nick, and if that's the
That
case,
would not surprise me.
yeah, I mean that could be possible. But if that's the case, then the question is, well, so is Milo just intentionally sabotaging Kanye, and for what purpose?
I'm not sure. I do know Milo has burned all of his credibility, and this is kind of just all he has left.
Right. But I could
Essentially.
understand Milo latching himself on the Kanye and trying to milk Kanye for as much money as possible. But that would not, like, hooking up Nick to Kanye would be very counter to that goal of trying to get as much money as possible from Kanye. So
Listen,
I'm not exactly sure if that tracks, but
look, I have a question for you.
yeah.
I'm not really, I'm not trying to grow my YouTube presence or whatever. I just do this because it's fun. But
Mhm.
This is the thing. The reason why Surfs is attacking Carl is because Carl has a big platform. And it's like, you
Right.
reach a certain size and people go after you. If something happened and by chance, like my channel blew up or whatever,
Mhm.
would the Surfs clip me out saying that I voted for Kanye multiple times?
Yes.
Well, you're not big enough for him to attack.
Right, but
yet.
I'm saying,
Not
like, if it was like the
Yes.
bigness is the stopping point. But something tells me if that wasn't the stopping point, that yes, there would be clips of me saying I voted for Kanye,
Right.
and people trying to like spin me as a white supremacist because
Right.
of this, even though like obviously.
Well, Kanye's obviously not a white supremacist.
Well, but
That
I
would make
voted for
sense.
Kanye long before any of the Jewish stuff.
Yeah,
like,
of course. Of
became
course.
relevant. But
Right.
yeah.
Well, I mean, because of your back before you revised your voting take, where you just thought like there should be no voting age, people were trying to spin that as you being like pro pedophilia too.
Oh,
So
I
it's
know,
like people just
yeah.
do this bullshit because they have nothing better to do with their time, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course.
yeah, those
But there would be
people
a
are bad.
compilation of you saying, "Yes, I voted for Kanye. I voted for Kanye,"
Yeah,
and it would be posted on Twitter, and the Surfs
and
would
then
retweet that in a
Kanye with the
heartbeat.
clips of him saying all the anti-Semitic stuff. Yeah,
It's just spliced in there. Yeah, that would absolutely happen.
the
Yep.
fuck, the propaganda people spin up on other people is just mind-numbing to me. Yeah,
I know you want to talk about the Tim Pool drama.
yeah. Do you want to get into that?
Well, you can. I'm assuming you know more about it than I do, because I don't actually know that much about it.
I guess Tim Pool, and I mean, I listened to him on his, like, I think he did a talk on his, on actually on Thanksgiving. And I didn't really know he was even talking about drama until like halfway through it. He was like, basically, I think there's some history between him and some other guy, Adam Krigler. Do you know any of that backstory?
I mean, didn't Adam used to work on the show and then he
Yeah, I
got
knew.
fired?
I
Yeah.
look, I knew none of this stuff. That's why I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. So Adam Krigler, I guess, did like a exposed piece on Tim, and basically was going to tell all about how he ceased to be involved in the show. And Tim made a response, giving his side of the story. And I mean, I went after I listened to Tim's response on this, and I went to listen to Adam Krigler's thing, and I barely listened to Adam Krigler's just because
Mhm.
it didn't seem really plausible. A lot of the stuff that he was saying seemed like I didn't really.
I thought he was accusing Tim of banging some woman on the staff
Yes.
and using that and basically like improperly treating employees based on that or something, right?
So that came out, I think, like rumors were circulating a week or two ago about that.
Hmm.
Actually, on the Krigler show, like he completely walks that back and
Oh,
says,
okay.
"Yeah, like I don't want to, maybe this didn't happen." Like he walked it back to she was sitting on the bed at the same time as Tim was sitting on the bed, which is like with the door open even. I'm like,
That's
well,
pretty bad, yeah.
I mean, that doesn't seem so bad. I mean, maybe they were going over accounting or to show notes or who knows. I mean, geez, what's going on here?
Hmm.
So yeah, I think he walked that back. Which as soon as he walked that claim back, I was like, why am I even watching this? Because this doesn't seem really.
Hmm.
And then he like Adam's brother. I only know from Tim's show he was saying Krigler made some claims that were untrue. The one that Tim seemed most annoyed by was that his brother, he claimed his brother had sued him. And he's like, no, my brother never sued me. Like, we worked it out. Tim also claimed that, he had got involved with Adam Krigler because he was going to help produce the show, Timcast IRL. And Adam Krigler didn't do much of the work that he had hoped he would do, which, I mean, I've been in partnership type situations where people do, you expect a certain amount of work to be done and they're not really holding up their end of the bargain. So maybe that's true. And maybe this is untrue. I don't necessarily know. But Tim is like, obviously Tim's telling it, so he's going to make it true. But if Tim basically said he was doing hardly any work and he was still paying him. And man, the stuff that Tim is throwing out, like the generous offer this guy had,
Hmm.
I was like, well, why would you fuck this up over a personality conflict with somebody else on the show?
Right.
I'm like,
Right.
it seemed so stupid. I'm like,
Well, you are hearing it entirely from Tim's perspective. So,
I know, but I didn't. Yeah, and that's the thing that's interested me, but I don't really. I mean, you'd need some third party perspective to get some view into what actually happened. I don't see why. I mean, why would Tim come out and lie about the financial situation because so many people were involved? Like he has a big company, so many people know the truth. They could just say, "Oh, that's not true." I guess maybe they wouldn't because they're like financially involved, but someone would leave and then they wouldn't be financially involved and they would come clean. Like Tim lying just seems like a bad
sure, yeah.
strategy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, again, I haven't listened to, I literally only listened to the quartering, did like a short 2-minute video on this that was very vague.
What did he say about it?
He just said that there was some fallout between Tim and Adam, and they were discussing money and some kind of weird sex allegation, and that was basically it. He didn't go into really any specifics about anything. And I listened to it, and then I thought that was a waste of a video to listen to. Thanks, Jeremy.
Well, Tim's show was actually kind of interesting. I was listening to it while I was drawing.
Well, no, I just want to say, so I mean, like, so if you're just listening to Tim's perspective, obviously, even if he's not lying, he's still going to frame the entire situation to make him look like he's the innocent party, right?
Right.
So I just say to be careful to draw conclusions until you actually hear whatever the counter, the Adam Krigler. I don't know anything about that Adam at all because I never watched the podcast much. But
well, he copped to some of the claims that Adam Krigler made. Like he said, "Yeah,
right.
I've been rude to guests. You know, I've been short with my temper, and
who cares?
Room
that's like
for
nothing.
improvement." Yeah, obviously.
Right.
But the financial stuff is like that's factual information that I feel like someone is going to come along and fact check him if he doesn't tell the truth. And
but I mean, like, whether someone feels like that when someone says like, "Oh, well, I was paying the person, they weren't working," right? Like that's perception,
like Adam Krigler obviously is like, "What do you mean I wasn't working? I fucking worked 12 hours a day. I was working 12-hour days."
I'm trying to remember. Wasn't that part of the drama between Tim and his brother? Was that Tim felt like his brother wasn't working enough or something?
If you're in a work contest with Tim Pool, you're gonna
lose.
Yeah, you're gonna fucking lose.
Right.
That's a thing. Because like Tim's idea of you're not working is like you're working 9-hour days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat say that there's always rumors that Tim was banging Lydia. So I don't know anything about that, but
well, maybe Krigler got a cease and desist or something because. But this is why would you even if that is true and you know it and you're like, what is the strategy to air that dirty laundry on the internet?
What do you mean?
I mean, that's just a fucked up thing to do. It's a totally fucked up thing to do.
Well, it depends. If you're working for someone and you feel like they betrayed you, why would you not air that? You want to harm them, right? As revenge.
Because it's tacky and it makes you look petty.
And you're also harming the woman and her family and all that. Like who?
But what if it's true?
Who label you internet cop? Like
wait a minute.
Made
what if
you
it's,
stand
what do you
up
mean?
and?
What if it's true?
What if it is true?
Yeah.
Then you could tell her husband and not the internet.
Yeah.
Well, you tell
there
everyone. You go. Okay. Look, Sitch, it depends.
Sitch,
no, I don't understand. This is weird. This is weird to me. Like, like I'm not saying it's not the morally right thing. It might not be the morally right thing to do. Obviously, I'm not. But I'm saying that from the person's perspective, they feel wronged and they want revenge. That's obviously the motivation. So I don't know why you're asking. The question to me is as an obvious answer.
Well, yes, but I'm saying that it makes you look like a petty, like clout chaser.
Well, it depends because if the accusations are weak or they don't materialize, then you do look like that. But if the accusations are true or you do have proof of it or they do materialize, like say you come out and you make this claim and then a bunch of other people come out and make similar claims, then you no longer look petty. Now you look like you're the hero that exposed Tim Pool.
I would say if Tim was doing something illegal, then yeah, whistleblowing on it would be fine. But it's just interpersonal drama and like workplace shenanigans that were like going on. So it's like it's not really something that makes him look like a hero if he exposes it. It's literally just to make Tim look bad.
Well, I guess I don't know what the actual claims are enough to comment on that.
I think I've seen the Krigler video, and he basically just says, "Oh, Lydia was super jealous when I would spend time with Tim, and she missed her Tim time, quote unquote." And it was just stuff like that.
It seemed obviously.
Yeah, it seemed more targeted at her than it was even towards Tim, or it was it was towards both of them. But it was just, it's just like I don't know why it was posted because, like I said, it makes you seem tacky and petty. And it makes someone less likely to hire you in the future, if that makes sense. Especially when you're working as like an independent contractor. It's like, yeah, you can come out and it's a fun trick to like whistleblow on your employer if you think they wronged you. But it just makes you harder to like employ in the future.
Right. Zero Fuck says that he listened to all 6 hours of Adam Krigler's stream and thought Adam is a genuine person. So there you go.
Okay.
Krigler... JP Mexican says Krigler's claim was that Tim fired him because he made Tim look bad on his show. Well, I mean, if that's true, that's definitely a shitty reason for Tim to fire him. if that's the case.
Well,
No, I agree.
this
We
is
should
just
watch.
his speculation. Though,
I completely
obviously.
agree that we should watch both videos before making these assumptions. I mean, the only reason I even talked about this is because Adam won't talk about it, and I thought Adam was more knowledgeable on such.
You come on, Sitch. It's
Well,
me.
no, but yeah, I know.
Listen,
I agree. I
I did listen to all, and maybe
You
I
listened to
didn't.
Tim's video, yeah.
I don't know how long Tim's video was.
Right.
I feel like I listened to a couple hours of it because Tim's video was actually, I didn't know it was like a Krigler response thing. Tim was basically laying out his how Timcast IRL became popular, which I
Right.
know part of the story. Obviously, we're friends with Carl, and like Sargon is part of that story. I had no idea that Carl had asked Tim to do a video on his channel, and that really was the first success that Tim Pool ever had, and he completely, attributes his success more to Carl than anyone else, even though he's been on Joe Rogan and all this other
I didn't
stuff.
know that, yeah.
Which I thought that's what hooked me. That's what I thought was fascinating. So he was filling in. I knew some of the stuff, but I didn't know all of it. Like I do remember vividly one, like Tim Pool had a channel where he did like a video a day, but he spent so many hours producing that video that he could really only do one video a day. And he did a video kind of demoralized about the situation, about how it wasn't going to work. It was too much work. He wasn't making enough money off of it, and something had to give. And that's when he started doing just these reaction type videos on his second channel and blew up and started making, he's probably making like 6 figures a month now. It's crazy. But then it kind of drifted into this Adam Krigler guy, which I really never even knew was a thing. And I mean, it's just, I'm fascinated by human nature, because to me, the story is, if it's true, and I'd like to know if it is true, but it seems as though Adam Krigler had this motherfucking sweetheart deal that most people would kill for. And he fucked it all away like a fucking moron, which is like, I guess you do that because your ego gets in the way, or
Well,
you just...
maybe this is the problem about hearing it one-sided. I'm always skeptical when, like, there are definitely people that do that. Like the classic example of that is, if anyone is a boomer enough to have listened to Howard Stern, he used to have Artie Lang on the show, and Artie was fantastic on the show, but Artie essentially, and it was like the dream jog for Artie, because he was like the third co-host, after Robin, and he just had to go there, and he was like, he did his, he has comedic stories, he does comedic bits, but like the bulk of the weight of the show was not on him, and he was probably getting paid astronomical amounts of money, kind of like Robin was getting paid astronomical amounts of money to do this. But he ends up fucking it all up because he has a drug problem.
Oh yeah, the
and
whole
so it's
drug problem.
Right. So to me, it's like, oh, okay, like that's a classic. Like someone has a drug problem, and so they fuck up like a good thing. That's a very classic thing that happens. Right. But you just have to be careful, like with the whole, like, a little skeptical when someone's like, oh, well, they had like this very sweetheart deal, but then they ruined it all because their ego's out of control. It's like, maybe, but I'm not 100% buying that. There's usually a lot more going on there.
Yes. So it could be that Tim was looking for a way out, obviously, because this is like if Tim's side of the story is true,
right,
and you have someone that is doing very little work and getting paid astronomically, you're looking for a way out. You really are. So
sure,
he might have provided that way out, and Tim like, oh, this is a perfect opportunity. Let me just take this off ramp here. But I'm just thinking, and this is just me, I'm like, if I'm in this situation, I'm suspecting someone is going to be looking for that off ramp, and I'm going to be like, on my best behavior for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So. But see, this is the problem, and why I would personally have to dig deep into this drama to understand it, which I literally don't give a shit about. Because someone in the chat says, Adam Krigler got paid a year without being on the show. And someone else says Adam Krigler is a principled person who doesn't really care about the money. So
we're
it's like,
happy to
who's
have
right,
Adam
who's
Krigler
wrong?
on. So
I don't
like,
know.
if
I
Adam
don't really
Krigler wants to come
care.
on and like wants to
Yeah,
talk.
sure. I guess we can talk about it. And that would unfortunately make me have to go watch Tim's video, but I would do it.
Okay, well then, sorry, Adam, you can't come on. Never mind.
No, he could come on. I just have to then go watch Tim's video. But
I mean,
it's just a subject matter that I don't.
Sitch, you don't have to. You just lay back. You go, listen, I didn't watch the video, so I don't really know.
Well, no, but to me, that's so lame.
He just tells his side of the story.
Lame. Lame.
Listen, Sitch.
Lame. What's the point of doing that?
One of the things that I think we do on the show very well is we kind of ask questions people don't really think to ask that kind of get places people don't always expect to go. Which I feel like if Adam Krigler came on, we could ask some of those kinds of questions. And
I guess
it would be interesting. It would definitely be interesting. Look, it's fun. One of the fun things about the show is I feel like we ask certain questions, and both of us are thinking of it from a very unique perspective, like the anti-tribal, moral foundations, selectorate, whatever it is that the question is based at. And the other person is totally not looking at it that way. But they give some response that is like we've learned something just from having the unique lens that we have. And I feel like this situation is definitely that. There's a lot of moral foundations going on in this. A lot of fairness, cheating, intuitions are being stoked. A lot of loyalty, betrayal, intuitions are being stoked here.
Right.
A lot of authority, subversion, intuitions are being stoked here.
Yeah, no, I'm listening. If you want to have him on, I'm fine with having him on. I'm not against it. But
yeah.
Zero Fuck says if you want to watch Krigler's video, the first 2 hours is the meat. The last 4 are super chats, but at the last 2 minutes, Tim super chats. So watch the end. Too.
Oh wow! Okay, so this drama does go.
There you
go. Well, so I watched him after Krigler's thing. So and Tim was definitely, his demeanor was, I'm gonna de-escalate the situation here. So, but
Rag says, "I'm bored. I want to come on." Sure, you want to come on, Rags?
Come on, Rags. What? Only if you're prepared to talk shit about Tim and or Adam Krigler.
No. I think we're wrapping up the Tim Adam Krigler.
Oh, we are?
Conversation. Oh, well, I mean, was there anything else to talk about? I think we've kind of hit the wall here, right?
Are you sure? I mean, you didn't
Oh,
weigh
I didn't
in
see. I didn't have my Discord open, Rags. I didn't see that you Discorded me earlier. Sorry.
What are you doing? Do you keep your Discord closed?
I don't always keep my Discord off most of the time, unfortunately. So
what do we do?
Rags, can't you come back on Twitter now? Can't you get Elon Musk to unban your account?
Somebody tweeted out that Rags needs to come back, and I retweeted it. Like, yeah, what the fuck? That's another thing that the cancel culture has robbed us of. Like, why the fuck isn't Rags on Twitter? Like, why can't I easily communicate with Rags? Why do I have to go to this Discord thing?
I know. Was Rags ever on Twitter and banned? Like, what happened? We'll ask when he comes on.
Oh my goodness.
Gideon's Crow for $2 says, gaming stream when? I need some Sitch and Adam playing Moving Out. That would be fun. Or Overcooked. That would be. Adam doesn't like cooking games, so I don't know if he'll agree.
Adam would love Overcooked. He
Adam
can totally
would love
just grief
Overcooked.
you.
What are you talking about?
You can just throw the ingredients everywhere like a
Yeah, I
heretic.
guess I wouldn't want to play Overcooked with Adam because he would be terrible at it.
That's
That's
call.
the point.
That's an amazing callback, Sitch, and nobody even knows it.
I know.
What was a stupid game that I kept accusing of being a cooking game?
Adam, I was playing Subnautica.
Subnautica.
And Adam's accusing Subnautica as a cooking game.
I was like, what the fuck is this cooking game?
Like, I put like a little fish in a little machine to eat it so I don't die. And Adam's like, this is a cooking game. Okay. All right. Whatever.
Hello, Regs.
That was
Hello.
great.
Hello, am I coming through?
Yes.
You are.
Magical, it's fantastic.
Why were you banned from Twitter? Were you banned from Twitter?
I was, man, that was a long time ago. I think
Yeah.
it was, I don't I don't know. I might have said the N-word. It might have been because
Oh no.
I'm legitimately not sure. The official reason that was given was because I was promoting hatred and violence, that kind of thing, which is, you see that
Sounds like you.
obviously that's well, I mean, I was going to say that's obviously not true, but as it's only made me grow more and more extreme as time goes on. I'm the living embodiment of what happens when you kick someone off of social media.
Right.
I get worse and worse by the
Rags
day.
was kicked out of the village, and now he's come back to burn it down. Yes.
No, I put in an appeal about a week and a half ago, and normally they get back to me in about 3 days to tell me no, you have to stay off. But this time I haven't gotten anything back, probably because a lot of people are also putting in appeals.
Yes.
And I saw that Elon was doing that amnesty thing he was thinking about. So hopefully, I mean, fingers crossed, it'd be nice to go on Twitter again and shit post and meme and just kind of just put my thoughts out there. There's a part of me that misses it, but it's not a huge deal if I can't get back on.
Well, it's kind of like a mixed bag because you're like, I want to get back into it, but that's also like saying I want to get back into doing cocaine.
What's wrong with that?
I think for a number of people, yeah, it absolutely is cocaine. I think for certain personalities, there's an addictive element to it, and they just can't put it down.
Yeah, it's true.
But I thought I had
Lindsay,
a healthy relationship with it.
That's
James
good.
Lindsay.
That's good.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who James Lindsay is?
Poor James Lindsay.
James. It says he's an American mathematician on the Google.
He does a lot of academic debunking of like.
Oh, it says
academic
cynical
stuff.
theories, race Marxism, counter
Yes.
woke craft.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I think I might have heard them. I've probably
Did you
seen like. tweets
remember
of him
how
or
like
something.
years ago there were 3 academics who wrote a bunch of like fake woke papers and they got them published? It was like a joke.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
yeah, he
I
was
do
one of
remember
the
that.
guys that did that.
Nice.
So-
That's great. You're only allowed to do those things unironically. If you do it ironically, that's hate speech.
That's a big trouble.
That's so true. That's exactly it.
Oh, well, let me
Saying
finish.
what we say ironically is
Mhm.
it's hate speech.
So unfair.
This I didn't
Very
finish. Gideon's
unfair.
Crow also said, or play Papers, Please. Sitch would suck at Papers, Please. How dare you? I am fantastic at Papers, Please. I am so good at kicking out all the foreigners and not allowing them to come to my country.
To be fair, when we played Papers, Please, I was the one that got Sitch killed. So
Yeah, that was your fault. I shouldn't have
Wait,
listened
was
to
that
you.
your fault?
yeah, yes, no, totally not. I take it back. It was definitely wasn't
Like
my
there's a
fault.
guy. There was like a.
I was about to
There was
say,
like
I just swear I thought it was a skill issue on Sitch's part.
no. There was
I
because a
remember the
guy. There's a part
citations.
in Papers, Please where like doesn't the guy hand you the gun and I'm like, should I kill this guy? And I'm like, I shouldn't kill this guy. And CD's like, do it, Sitch, kill the guy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all
Listen,
right.
I didn't
and then,
realize it was a tranquilizer
him!
and not a real gun.
and
Okay,
then
that
I
was my
immediately
problem.
get arrested. So
Wait, you didn't
Somebody's-
realize it was a real gun? Didn't our boss give it to it?
I
No,
don't
it was
remember.
apparently like a tranquilizer and not a real gun, and I thought it was a real gun, and that would
Real
solve our
guns are
problem.
they're permanent tranquilizers.
Yeah, exactly.
true.
Yeah.
That's
But no,
true.
he apparently it wasn't like a real gun, and the guy was fine, and Sitch got arrested forever.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
remember.
Oh my
but
goodness, Sitch, did you tranquilize a man?
I did. But then I
Papers,
reloaded
Please
and I
sounds
became
horrible.
a Papers, Please pro. So
Oh my goodness.
What
Someone
what
in-
error
someone
does
in-
this Papers, Please take?
it's supposed to be
place
like
in?
a post collapse of the Soviet Union. You're a border guard,
Oh,
essentially.
okay. I was gonna
Mhm.
say.
Though it's like all the countries are fake, but it's obvious what they're referencing.
Yeah.
All countries are fake. That's just true.
Mhm.
Okay, socialist.
If there's anything I've learned that if something is a social construct, it might as well be entirely worthless and without value in all ways.
True.
Very true. Don't you know that such and such is a social construct? Therefore,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, and we can throw it out completely.
That is the argument that they always levy. Yes.
I've always hated it. I've always hated it.
Why do
Someone
you
in
have?
chat is saying that I need to make Adam set up the Fight Club stream. That's an interesting concept. You should fill me in.
You guys, everyone wants you and Mahler to come on, Rags, and us do some Maggie
They
May
want-
Fish Fight Club video. So,
Who is Maggie May Fish?
mhm. She's this.
Yeah, go ahead.
She's a crazy radical feminist who
Mhm.
does an interpretation of Fight Club where she says that.
Toxic masculinity.
Well, no,
that
it's
sort of
like
thing.
beyond. No, you haven't heard this one before.
Oh,
She
ooh.
says that
No.
that Brad Pitt's character is the real Tyler Durden, and that Edward Norton's character is the imaginary character.
I'll have to rewatch the movie again. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
Would you be interested?
Sounds interesting.
In watching this video with us on a Sunday?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, that sounds like my sort of thing. You know, movies, media,
Let's just cue it up now. What the hell? He's here. We got half the Mauler and Rags crew already. What do we?
It's because it's
what are we doing?
8:30 at night.
You've got the edgy gay side of the Mauler Rags duo.
There you go.
Fringy's. I don't even know.
Where's Fringy at? We'll get him in here.
I don't know where he's at. I assume he's off living a life. It might be really late in Australia right now. I'm not sure.
Or really early.
Or really, really early.
It is the holidays.
Listen,
but not in Australia. They don't have.
Don't bother
holidays.
Fringy. He's in his poop closet. Okay, right now.
Could be wrangling dingoes, or cuddling capybaras, or juggling kiwis. Who knows what he's doing down there?
Ooh,
Failing to
big
kill
spider
emus.
stew.
Yeah.
We'll set it up. We got Dave Smith is coming on next week. That should be some interesting stuff.
Hopefully not a shit show. But
Who's Dave Smith? I don't know all these people you're talking about. I'm not quite the social butterfly I used to be. This is why I need to get back on Twitter so I can know who's who.
Dave Smith is the presumptive Libertarian Party candidate for president in 2024.
Yeah.
And we're gonna
Someone
argue
said that
about
on Twitter.
Ukraine.
I don't know if it's true or not, but Dave, look, I don't want to start shit with Dave. Like, I hope we have a great conversation when he comes on. We did a video. We covered a vid. Dave was on Joe Rogan, and we covered his appearance on Joe Rogan. And I mean, we talked a lot of shit.
Like what he wore, his wardrobe?
Yes, we did a fashion police for Dave Smith on Joe
Exactly.
Rogan.
It's fine to cover people's appearance if you're, it's fair enough. I mean,
do you get into this problem? Do you get into this problem on
what
EFAP
people wear?
ranks? Well, no, when you just talk a lot of shit and then the person's on your show.
I mean, not really. Generally, if we have people on, and it's been a while since we've had an antagonistic force present, where we'll watch a video.
Look at the HUD box over on EFAP. No.
Well, a lot of people don't want to come
antagonistic
on.
force.
I use that with many quotation marks. It's a very, very liberal application of the term.
I love it. I'm going to use it myself.
The last time we had sort of a combative soul on, I think it was Twin Perfect, and he was, I don't know. I think we chased him off the internet. I'm not sure. I heard that I made him feel really bad, but he was a dumbass. So I regret nothing.
Okay.
But generally, when we bring people on, they're chill and cool, and we have a chat, and then we go our separate ways. And some people turn into repeat guests, such as how it goes. But there's a part of me that's always itching for there's always that fire in me.
It might be like 60-40 antagonist guess with Sitch and I, though.
Why is that?
Well, because we get in this situation where, we cover some video and we talk a lot of shit, and then, they want to come on and they're not happy with us. So, and we have to kind of find a good way, an effective way to walk that back so we can have a good conversation.
Well, wait. Here's the problem. Some people, I feel like a lot of people in our space who are used to this sort of internet video back and forth debate, blah, 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 blah. They can enter a conversation with someone where they go, I know this person has talked shit about me in the past, but I'm not going to fixate on that. We're going to talk about whatever we're going to talk about in this discussion. Because if you just bring up all the old shit, you'll never actually move forward.
Yeah, of course.
And I think most people in our sphere understand that.
No,
but there's some people.
Not most people.
There's a couple people that don't, and they just want to constantly bring up old shit, and they want to get bogged down in a bunch of garbage and nonsense.
Archaeologists, but
right.
I honestly don't think Dave is one of those people. I just think
I hope not.
I think it was a situation where, I felt like I was dropped in Abu Ghraib a little bit there with Kurt just constantly hammering us. So
an advantage that EFAP has is that Mahler is a very
calming.
He's quite he's very I don't even know what to say. He's not hardcore in that sense. He's the olive branch sort of. He's a negotiator type. He's a
totally
smooth, chill kind of guy.
Yeah.
So when he's around, things are generally, they go pretty easy.
He's got that voice. It just makes me want to calm down.
I think he legitimately just wants to try and keep things productive, even though sometimes, that's not reciprocated from the other side. But generally, when we bring someone on, they are very nice and they're cordial, and we get along. And we might change minds, we might not. Sometimes people are set in their ways, but some of them are really chill people.
Mm-hmm. That's
good. Great. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to leave a good impression, like they're welcome to come back. Some people hate our guts though; they'll never come on. They're afraid. Yeah. They're afraid of that rabid dog. Mahler will unleash me, and I'll be loosed upon our guest. I'll be sicked upon them.
You were having a back and forth recently, Rags, with some other content creator. Yeah, I mean, I watched your channel.
Oh yeah.
Who's that guy? Yeah.
That's Robert Setlock III, aka Organized Chaos. It's not a dox; he puts that in his stuff, but that's Organized Chaos. Yeah, he's really dumb. He's really dumb. He's one of those media analyst people who's a progressive ideologue. Mm-hmm. Not a bright lad. Very, shockingly stupid actually, but very entertaining. Excellent content fodder for those looking to train themselves.
Yeah, I was going to see if we could get him on the show, to be honest.
Do it. He's super entertaining. As far as I know, he has absolutely not an ounce of wisdom in his whole body. So he'll probably come on here and argue with you.
Well, I think he made, his videos aimed at you, I thought were very articulate and really made a powerful argument against you. So
he's live streaming.
I was
this
devastated.
Very second critiquing Mahler's Doctor Strange video.
No, really? Right now? Are you kidding me?
Really?
Holy
Are you
shit.
kidding me?
Yes.
Wow. Ooh, I'm gonna go over there and bookmark that on a tab
Holy
for later because I can't miss that.
How long is it? He's live streaming a 6-hour video, so I don't know how long that's gonna be.
I have got to take a look at it. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I have a feeling some other people are going to be watching pretty quick.
What was your guys' conversation about?
Individually, that Wanda is no.
Whose conversation?
You and Organized Chaos.
Oh no, we haven't spoken. We likely never will. He's a bad faith actor supreme, and he's like legitimately something worth reminding people of that the world. Remember, the average IQ of the human being is about 100.
Look at this. Look at all this shit you're talking. Like he's going to come on.
All I'm saying is that mathematically, it is statistically, there are many people below that number. He's what we call
50% of the people. Yes,
he's what we call an actual stupid person. So okay. I likely will not be having a chat with him. He emailed me and said he wanted to set up a debate. He then emailed me and he's I think he's just really looking for exposure in all of its forms, regardless of
Well, so when's the debate going to happen?
It's not.
Why?
Have you seen this guy? Because he's insane. He's a crazy person.
What, are you scared he's going to like kill your pets or something?
You did it. It's because I'm terrified. You've struck to the heart of the matter. I'm quaking in my little doggy boots.
Well, okay.
My tiny heart, it's palpitating.
I take it from the sarcastic tone in your voice that I have not
sarcasm.
I have not hit upon the actual reason.
Skyver.
No, but maybe if
Ethan's debating.
I watched some of that. He did. I actually caught it. Someone had linked it to me, but he got in a chat with EVS in a live stream, and it was absolutely disastrous.
What is this shit? I can't even post in his chat.
He has 2 videos called Debating a Rags Fan.
Well, he was really upset that I guess I wouldn't debate him, and I didn't want to actually get anywhere near him or talk to him directly. Yeah. So I guess he found. I haven't watched these videos. I don't care to.
Found some
apparently,
random fan.
Supposedly, someone who is a fan of me talked with him about something. I don't know. He put my likeness in the thumbnail, and he called them Rags fans. I suppose he was trying to put me into it as much as possible, even though I have nothing to do with it, because that's the kind of person he is, I suppose. He did email me a second time asking that if he watched my video on him, if he would be able to sue me for slander. So that was funny, because that's definitely how that works. So he's a bright lad. He's gonna go far. He's got a bright future on the internet. I hope he never stops. I hope that I am an old dog, and I'll still be able to go to Organized Chaos's channel and see his stuff and go,
Well, I'll be able
Classic.
to post in his chat in 7 days once I've subscribed long enough to his channel.
oh, what a fucking pussy.
I know. I'm like, I saw his numbers
7
jump
days
up.
a week?
There's probably like 10 or 15 people who jumped over there from this live stream that are experiencing the same dilemma as me.
I think there were likely I think it was in like 25, 27 people watching him. So I don't know what it is now. I guess it's 36 now. Of course, we're not directing anybody to go anywhere and say anything in particular.
Well,
Well, you
literally
can,
can't, so it doesn't
obviously.
matter.
I mean, I just
We can't, 'cause,
subscribed, so, but in
we had
7
to-
days,
that's
I will
good.
be back.
Yeah, absolutely. You should subscribe to his channel and watch his stuff. He's got a lot of
Forward me
lot of
that
things to
email,
say.
man. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Like,
forwards. I essentially gave you the entirety of the email.
No,
Oh, okay.
Adam is like, I'm a Rags fan. I'll debate.
Oh yeah, tell him that you're a Rags fan. Tell him that we're estranged lovers. We met in Barbados,
Nice.
and things didn't kick off, and so you have got a bone to pick with me.
I just, it seems like great
speak.
content. Like, I want to see it.
It probably would. It would probably be good content, but I'm just not really all that interested. Maybe though. Maybe I'll keep the door of my mind is open to that possibility.
Yeah.
But I doubt it. Like he's like one of those crazy ideologues. He's nuts.
Look, you're not going to change his mind, obviously, but
No,
I just think,
no. This is for the lulls, as they say. This
Yeah,
isn't for
no.
anything productive. This is just for just the poops and giggles.
I mean, I think he
course.
unironically likes Captain Marvel. I think I saw a video where
Oh
he
yeah,
was like,
yeah. He thought Kenobi was very, very good. He's all on board with. He makes tons of videos about Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker, and he's covering Mahler now, I guess. And he hates people like me. Anyone, kind of like, I suppose, in our sphere, in a very broad, general way of speaking.
Mhm.
He obviously probably hates Sitch for the She-Hulk stuff.
"Oh,
Probably.
So if
Where's the She-Hulk video?
Is he a big She-Hulk?
How much does he love?
he probably is. It's a very empowered. I mean, you could just tell. An ideologue like him, you could tell what he isn't going to like before he knows.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He's very on brand. He's a very loyal Disney consumer.
Yeah, I think I've seen him going after Nerdrotic and stuff. Gary.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's how I encountered him. Ethan debated him, which I would have watched if I would have known, but I'll definitely watch it now. It's on my list.
It sure is something.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says Maggie May Fish is friends with Patrick Willems. We've never covered a Patrick
Oh.
Willems video. But
Who is Patrick Willems?
He was the person who did the plot holes don't matter video years
Yeah.
back. He was one of
yeah.
the first videos we covered on EFAP. He's not very good. He's one of those The Last Jedi defender types.
And he looks like it. Why do they all look the same? I mean, what am I saying?
Sitch, why would you?
Why?
even imply
Okay,
that?
someone looks
Just
in the mirror
because
and
it's
says,
true.
That's
doesn't-
I
something
look
you
like a
should
soy
never
boy.
say.
You should probably stop it. Okay. Just stop it.
You should never say on a live stream.
You should never
Why do
comment
they all
on
look the
anyone's
same?
appearance.
That's
ever.
like those words.
Yeah, but why would you to me, why would you want to look like a stereotype of something you're supposed to be, some community you're part of?
Oh, here's one of the videos. A 50-minute video, Critical Drinker's terrible writing advice on She-Hulk. That's the one that I saw that I was like, what? What?
Mm.
He cray. Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, he was the one that said Star Wars is a movie about space wizards? Unironically.
Oh yeah,
said
that's
that.
Patrick Willems. Yeah, he
Yeah.
put up the sign Star Wars is about space wizards meant for children.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I was on an EFAP where we covered that. Sounds
Very well could have been.
very
It was
familiar,
years
yeah.
ago. That was an
Yeah, it
old
was a
kind of
while ago.
video. When TLJ came out, he was running Defense Squad for it.
oof.
You don't get those as much anymore, but some people still cling on to the desperate, hope that that movie actually, guys, that totally was good. Trust me.
You know what's gonna happen, right? Like 10, 20 years from now, there's gonna be nostalgia for the Star Wars sequel.
If only. Oh, we get that now. If only the fanboys and the angry Star Wars people. If only the chuds and the reactionaries. If only they liked TLJ and things would be so much better. But they hated it because it was artistic and wonderful and magical and emotional and da da da. And they'll look back fondly. Oh, remember TLJ? What a tragedy that people hated it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I'm
you see
curious
that.
with who's the guy that got fired from Disney just like recently?
You talking about the like the CEO guy?
Yeah.
I
Did the
know
CEO of Disney just get fired?
something like that. I don't know. Maybe he's like some creative
Bob
lead of
Bob
MCU.
Chapek.
Bob Chapek.
Bob Chapek.
I
I
assume
wonder
it's
if that will
Chapek.
have any positive influence on Disney shows and movies going forward or not.
Maybe. I assume that I'm just gonna. I'll take any change, anything, re-roll anything.
Well, I mean, they
Surely we
fired him
can't
and
get
they're
worse.
bringing back the old one.
Oh,
When
well.
did the old one leave, though? Do you know?
Not very long ago. I want to say like less than a year ago.
Oh, so there's
But
nothing
I'm
has
not
changed.
sure.
Okay, never mind.
As I say, I'm not too sure though, because a lot of the stuff that I know the old CEO implemented was what got really popular, and then new guy came along and it just sort of went downhill, and so they're like, "Oh, get rid of him." But that's all I know about it.
I hope. I mean, it's just well, at least with Marvel, Marvel seems to be like just spiraling into the dumpster.
You are going to be very disappointed.
Yes.
Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, I mean, Wakanda Forever is already come and gone. Just
I
like
never
everything else.
saw
I think Thor: Love and Thunder had the shortest shelf life of them all.
Mm.
People already forget that happened.
Well, considering how big the first Black Panther was, this is like a fart in the wind compared to that.
It seems that way. It's just not something I see people talking about. I mean, the movie's terrible. It has so little in the way of characters and story that stick with you. I mean, we're just going to be quote unquote cursed to just talk about the Lord of the Rings forever, I guess, because all this new shit is just so bad. There's just nothing that sticks with you.
Well, no, next year we have Ant-Man and the
House
Wasp
of the Dragon
3.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, I saw that. That doesn't look
We
very
have,
good.
What's your House of the Dragon take, Rex?
Really good.
Yeah. I liked
Yeah,
it a
people
lot
who
too.
think otherwise
Sitch
are
is
wrong.
like ho hum.
Well, ho hum is something we can work with. Ho hum.
Mhm.
Ho hum means that you're prepared to see the light.
I don't think he even watched the big scene in the last episode, and I watched it like 3 or 4 times. I was
No,
like,
what do you mean? I signed the whole thing.
Yeah.
House that our last EFAP a few days ago. I say that was yesterday. Was on House of the Dragon. We gave it an EFAP talking about the characters and stuff.
Yeah.
Highly recommend. As it states, hopefully future seasons will not mess it up, as is tradition with Game of Thrones, apparently. But definitely gets my thumbs up. I really liked House of the Dragon. Foiled wonderfully with Rings of Power.
I mean, I don't know how they're going to drag the rest of the story out for 3 more years.
Yeah. For
I
like 3
think
more
that
seasons, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Look,
gonna
they
be
just
crazy.
started
There's
it
all
up.
kinds of stuff. I heard that like stuff like Viserys and all kinds of things like that were very, very minor in the books and ended up being like the best part of the show. So I think if you have good creatives who are, talented and really are passionate about a story that they want to tell, you could do a lot with a little. All kinds of stuff
agree.
you can
I
do.
guess we'll see. I wasn't a huge fan of season 1. It was okay. So
That's all right. That's
we'll
okay.
see what season
But,
2.
as long
see
as
what
you think
season 2 brings
Viserys was
us.
excellent, then
I think he was easily the best actor on the show.
Yeah.
let's just
likable
leave it
one,
there.
too.
Yeah.
So
What's your take on
yeah.
Damon?
I liked his speech
Love
that he
Damon.
brought the family back together.
Look at that.
Love Damon.
Another
Damon's
Damon
a top
fan.
tier character.
Well,
yeah,
Damon's
Damon is
weird
a top tier character.
because
A little
like at first you're like Damon sucks, and then you're like, oh well, now he's good because everyone else sucks worse. So you need he's like the
always
monster on your side. You need.
I mean, in a way, but Damon's a nice, complex character that I really, really like. He's sort of an agent of chaos in a way, but there's definitely things that he cares about and
Damon is a
decisions he makes.
pragmatist. Sitch is mad because he didn't give the rapist a trial.
My problem was you're right
Which
that Damon is a complex character, but my problem is that a lot of his complexity and character change seem to all occur in time skips off screen. So you're just like, oh, he's just a different person now.
That is a problem. That's definitely room
I don't
for
think he
improvement.
ever turns into a different character.
He seemed in like the beginning. He's very seemingly primarily motivated about being on
taking
the throne.
Yeah.
And then it seems like that completely changes once he marries what's her face and goes off somewhere.
It changes over time. I think that Damon would have always been content to not necessarily be on the throne, but a lot of it depends on what the state of his family is, what the state of Viserys or Rhaenyra is. Because that's a huge part of him. He's very concerned about his essentially the people he cares about being his family. But
I don't know. I
without
never
getting too big.
interpreted him caring much about Viserys.
Oh, he absolutely cared very deeply about Viserys. He
Mm.
absolutely did. He was very. I mean, the scene with him when. I mean, we should
What?
stop. It's legitimately good enough that I would like people to see it who haven't. But he cares very deeply about Viserys.
Yeah, and I mean that's refreshing in a way too, because like you don't see a lot of like people in this series that are like craving for power really giving a fuck about their family because they're just like, well, you're in my way, I'm gonna kill you. So in a way, it's kind of nice.
There's a lot of good familial bonds in this show.
Mhm.
Obviously, Viserys is huge into trying to keep his family together. Uh,
What's
but
what's like the scene where you see that you give me as an example of him caring for like his brother?
for Viserys, when Viserys is walking
No,
to the
I mean,
throne,
Daemon caring about Viserys. Viserys cares a lot about Daemon. I mean, Daemon. I'm
Daemon
sorry.
cares.
I think I misspoke. Viserys cares a lot about Daemon. I agree with you.
Mhm.
I thought you meant Daemon cares a lot about Viserys.
He does very
Right.
much.
That's what I was asking about. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very much. I think when Viserys is going to the throne, you
Mhm.
could see that he cares about him greatly. But probably it's how Daemon uh, acts when he sees Viserys in bed after we get our bit of a time skip, and he hasn't seen Viserys in a long time, and Viserys is getting sickly and older, and in his state, he's trying not to. I mean, I think that Matt Smith is an insanely talented actor, and he makes Daemon work on just another level. But seeing the way he acts when Daemon finally sees Viserys again after many years of being away, seeing the state of him, that's probably what I would go to as the number one. That he cares about him, seeing him in this state.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. I agree. Like once the time skip happens, he cares.
Mhm.
I think he always cared, but the way that sort of manifested itself changes over time, because I don't think his character necessarily changes so much as he probably learns to appreciate what he feels inside. Because much like in real life, as you get older and you start to notice and watch your older relatives start to get weaker and get older and older, and you might see them in with some of the the growing pains of getting older, it kind of changes your perception of not only them but your role being with them and the nature of your relationship, in the same way that I don't look at my father now in the same way I looked at him when I was a much younger child.
Right. But that is because we all change and mature as we become adults. We start to look at
That's the goal. Yeah. That's the
physical.
goal. That's why you can look back at your younger self and cringe. It's because you've matured
Right.
as a person.
But see, that'd be the interesting scene if we had like Damon has some way of looking back at himself and cringing at his behavior when he was younger.
In a way, I think you sort of get that when he takes his I forget her name. I'll have to pull it up real quick. Mahler made a great little sheet here. Just a second. Oh, that's not in that. That's in the
I remember like when he came back after winning
Lena, when he was married to Lena,
Yeah.
how he kind of chilled out there. He wasn't necessarily fully satisfied when he was where he was. I forget the name of the place, kind of chilling out there with her and the kids. But I think especially after the way he talks about how he where they are is fine enough, and you do get that sense that he really did care about Lena to a degree. But I like to see him change over time, because in the first episode he's super volatile, and he's definitely a go-getter, violent type. And with him in the battle with the crab people and the stepstones, then you see him in the last episode, he's become more of a family man, and Viserys is done what Viserys does, and things have happened to him over time. And it just I think it's a good change over time.
Yeah, I think I like the character that he becomes. I didn't like the character he was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's supposed to be. He's definitely not a good person. He's
no.
He's not.
But,
whether you like him is one thing. He's always interesting to see on screen, which is something I could say happily about pretty much everyone in the cast. Was even if because pretty much everyone's a dick except for like two people.
Yeah.
But everyone's different and interesting enough to where you always are happy to see them on screen. So.
Well, we'll see going forward. I do think that
fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. As you say, Game of Thrones has a bad tendency to kind of become shitty.
Yeah,
and I think there's a bad tendency even in House of Dragon where they would build something around like a spectacle scene. And I think when you do that, it can lead to sacrificing the story for the spectacle. And like, I think the worst one was when what's her face, the aunt busts in through the wall on the dragon, and
Oh
she
Yeah,
like
that's because that's
kills
'cause
like
that
hundreds
episode,
of yeah, she like
that
kills
episode was
hundreds
bad.
of peasants, and like literally
No,
every
you're,
person that she needs to
Rhaenys,
kill is
sorry.
lined up on the throne, and she just kind of like says,
Yeah,
"Well,
that's
I'm just gonna let you all
Rhaenys.
go," and flies away.
right?
And
I
you're
was like, you
"Oh."
could have ended everything right there, but now you just dipped.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the bad episode.
Yeah.
There's some problems with that, not just plot wise in terms of incredible coincidences, but yeah, her character was absolutely destroyed there.
Mhm.
I think the writer who did that only that episode, but
That was the
Ooh,
weakest
that was-
episode, yeah.
that was easily the weakest episode. I'd call it a bad episode, which is a shame because it arguably follows the best one.
The one
But-
the one before that was the dinner episode, right?
Mm-hmm.
That I would agree that is the best episode in the season, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you haven't seen Game of Dragon Thrones House of, then you should go and see it. You don't need to know anything about Game of Thrones to watch this because I have not seen Game of Thrones. But Molly-
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah. Really, I don't know anything about Game of Thrones. Really, it was the season 8 episode 3 that I became Mahler's emotional support animal,
Oh,
and
no.
he made me watch episode 3. I have virtually no context for anything. Even I knew that episode was shit. And then I watched his videos, and he showed me a bunch of old Tywin clips from the good old days, and he showed me some stuff. But I really don't know much about Game of Thrones at all. That's the only
Adam
episode
did the
I've
same
seen.
thing. He watched House of Dragon, and then he went back and watched Game of Thrones. You should.
Yeah, I
You should do
watched
that.
all 8
Nah, that's all right.
seasons in like 2 weeks, Rags. You gotta
Oh,
like,
my-
geez,
Mhm.
get your shit together. It's a
Nah,
cultural.
I got things to do. I gotta prepare myself for Rings of Power season 2. I'm getting ready. I'm
You just
psyching
have to sit
myself up.
meditating in
That
your
is
room, preparing
so-
your mental fortitude for
Yeah.
Rings of
Yeah,
Power.
yeah. I've got to meditate.
That's
gotta
so
build up.
evil. There's like this
What's
great.
that show is evil.
Well, there's just so much good content in Game of Thrones, and to just
I
like
believe you.
to forego it so that you can hate watch Rings of Power. I mean,
I'm not
obviously-
actually. I'm not actually expending time now in preparation for a show that will come out later that I will almost certainly hate. I'm not actually doing that.
Yeah.
I'm just busy.
Oh,
I
that
got a
was
lot
a
of stuff
joke.
to do.
Okay, my
That
Yes,
was a
yes,
joke.
my
yes.
bad.
I'm interested in Rings of Power in essentially the opposite way that I'm interested in seeing House of the Dragon season 2. So
I don't even know
Nice.
when Rings of Power 2 is even. Is it? Are they even like confirmed? Did the show even do well enough to get a second season?
Rings
No.
of Power is getting a second season. Yes.
Okay.
The best thing
I
that they
think
could
they
do is
bought
just
5
Wait, really?
seasons.
yeah, they have
Yeah,
to act
there
like
is
the
a
first
season.
season never happened. They need a whole
Well,
new creative team.
well, they
They
need to-
just
yeah,
need
they
to
need to
fire
fire
everyone
writers,
and just be like, "Oh, look, it was a dream."
I think
This wasn't-
episode 2 will mostly be more of the same. I think it will be episode 3 that if we're
mean
going to
season.
see any
You're-
big changes, when those
He's
will
done
come
that
in.
like 3 times. Is that?
Oh
real?
no, episode like because they probably wrote the first 2 episodes while.
Oh, I'm sorry. Season.
Yeah,
Season.
season. I was like,
Season
okay.
2. I think
Yeah.
season 2 will be very similar to season 1.
So did you
Because they
watch
have-
season 3 of Game of Thrones or episode 3?
I saw episode 3 of season 8 of Game of Thrones.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
That
The-
one episode.
like
I've seen that
the
that
Arya
one
stabbing
episode.
the Ice King episode that everyone hated.
Yes, the long night or something like that.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
very, very
Like-
bad, and I hated it.
the
And I
the
shared
long
in the
night.
sorrow of all those.
The
Or-
long you can't see what's happening because it's too dark.
or the short season,
Yeah.
right?
right.
God,
it
when
just felt
she
really anticlimactic for how
That
much
was
they were
very
hyping it up.
anticlimactic. Yeah.
when she
Like, they
lights
were
up when the magic lady lights up everybody's swords, I'm like, what a fucking bitch. What a fucking bitch. I don't want to run into battle with like, here,
With a-
look at
with a
me.
A
Look, it's
giant
right by
target.
my head. Aim
Yeah,
for the
exactly.
sword.
Right.
Oh,
But I
man.
feel like if they did, like, if season 2 of Ring of Power is the same, I feel like it's gonna be way too late for season 3 to fix it.
Hmm.
You must. It is an interesting thing to think about if you're Amazon and you've put what $1 billion into this Rings of Power idea, and you've already, bought or confirmed 5 seasons worth of it, right? You start off this thing, and you pour all this money and effort into it, and then HBO, they put out this Game of Thrones prequel show, and oh shit, everyone really, really likes it, and it's got a huge following already, and it's gaining more and more people over time, and it seems to be really high quality stuff. If you're an Amazon, you wonder how worried they must be
Yeah,
that your main competitor is
demoralized.
doing so well. Rings of Power, it did not do the work that they wanted it to do. I mean, that
No.
show's shit. All
See,
right,
the-
that show
Harker, what were you going to
sucks.
say about Game of Thrones?
No, I was just going to comment on the fact that like they hype up that winter is coming since season 1. They hype up the coming of the Night King and the dead, and then for it to just sort of finally come at the last season and then be ended in one episode, it just felt really like where do
Horrible.
you go from there?
Yeah, and
Yes.
it was even a
Well,
short
if you go back
season.
to
I'm
the
like,
Game of Thrones, you see, it's great. That's what it's all been leading up to. It turns out that actually it really is all about the Game of Thrones, you see?
Mm-hmm.
You can't, but this is, and I was saying this like when the season first started, I'm like, this is structured so wrong. You can't defeat the Night King and then going back to fucking off with Cersei. Like that's
Mm-hmm.
such a downgrade, such a downstep in like threat
Yeah.
level. Like
Yeah.
the
Makes you
Night King
guys
has
feel
to
any
be the
better.
end, and that's it.
Because it would be different if they had the whole confrontation with Cersei and then the Night King came.
Right.
or, Cersei and the Night King are both finished off together,
Yeah.
like
Who
in one
knows?
go. Yeah.
I am curious what the plan is for the book if we ever get the last book, which I'm skeptical that we ever will. But
Right.
I mean, he's a big man. I feel like he's gonna die before he finishes the last book.
That's what big men do. They die.
That is what big.
Except for Santa Claus.
That's true.
He'll
But he's
never
big
die.
because
He'll
of
live
magic.
forever.
He's big because he's jolly. He's a jolly old elf. That's what you can do is if you don't want to call people fat, you just call them jolly.
I avoid anyone who's getting their
Not
jollies.
jelly though. Don't call them that.
Like,
Don't call them jelly. Call them jolly. It's like, oh, Uncle Phil, he's a jolly old soul.
Andrew Clark
When actually
says,
he's just morbidly obese and smells like cigarettes and Raid.
Andrew Clark says Bob Iger is responsible for Star Wars and Marvel. He left in January 2020 because he wanted to avoid COVID backlash, and he's back now that COVID's over. Oh, okay, so that's just gonna make everything worse, not better.
do you think
Maybe.
so? My
You can
take
believe
is,
things can be worse.
look,
Well, that's true.
I think Bob Iger is woke,
Yeah.
but
You've got to be if you're eye up at Disney. It's
well, there's
pretty
the
much
thing.
guaranteed.
Like, is it Chap Piddick? Is that the guy who was like
JPEG.
yeah?
JPEG.
Well, there's
JPEG.
there's
Why is there
like
a video
woke,
of ducks going down a slide? This is literally
this is adorable. The there's woke, and then there's woke coming before making money. And I do
Yeah.
feel like Iger is woke, but I think woke is secondary to profitability with
I
Iger,
don't
which is a
even
giant
remotely
difference.
agree. Considering how the last Star Wars movies and the
Mhm.
recent Marvel stuff has been, it's
Well, I read Iger's biography, so I'm like,
okay.
this is my takeaway from reading his biography. So
Well, why
and
was
the
last-
biography screams woke, like, but
Right. But
at the same time,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, look, there's the type of person who's so woke that they're like, I don't care if my business fails, and then there's the type of person that's like, well,
Yeah, but
it
I
would
don't-
be nice to be
I don't think there's
socially
anyone.
conscious.
I don't think there's anyone in big business that's so woke they don't care if their company fails. I don't think.
I
that's the
think
thing.
there is. Oh, of course.
No.
What
in
do you?
big already like in a big business in like a
What
board or
what
an important
happened?
decision. No.
What happened? Look,
It's not if it's not your money.
yes,
And
exactly.
if you've made your
yeah.
millions, if you might be a big stockholder, you might be da. There's a lot of people who once they get a certain
Perfect,
amount of
Raj.
money, once they're guaranteed a certain kind of lifestyle or money in the future, it's all that excess. It just doesn't matter, right? There's plenty. I'm kind of like
Great
that,
point.
right?
Yeah.
Once I get to a certain amount, I'm just fine. I just don't, And I think that, I mean, if you're an ideologue, if you're certain, minded in this way, and you don't really have that, I mean, what you lose your job and then you go to the next corporation and you do it all over again for someone else. I mean, you know how this is. I mean, look at all the Disney writers and things like that, all the directors who make this, crap after crap after crap, and they get their jobs and they move up. And I think there are some people who really, they just don't see it as, they see the company as a means to an end.
Yep. And that end
yeah, of
is
course,
cultural,
but
not
it's-
making money for shareholders.
Right, but I don't. First of all, I don't think anyone who's in that role or in that mindset is going to take a job like being a CEO of a company because it's a lot of work to take
So
on. If
apparently
you're not gonna take
Blep
it
knows
seriously.
about this, and she said Iger is neither of those, the woke over money or the money over woke. He isn't playing that game. He wants to run for office soon, and it's all optics to him.
Mhm. Well,
He's gonna
he
run
said
for
he
office?
talks in the book. He talks about having political aspirations
Oh
and
my
stuff like that.
god!
Yeah, so he burned Disney to the ground. Who cares if he gets into office, right?
I can't remember because he was approached. He talks about it in the book. He was approached by wealthy donors to make a presidential run, and I can't remember if it was for the Democrats or the Republicans.
It's obviously gonna be for the
I can
Democrats.
guess.
Yeah, you would
But-
think it was
but
for the Democrats.
There's an element
but-
here that you have
From
to
the
cons-
Republican who ruined Marvel.
There's the element here you have to consider, which is that if you're the CEO of Disney and you burn the company to the ground, and then you try to either move to a different job or run for office, everyone's gonna say, "We're not gonna vote for you. You just burned Disney to the fucking ground. You suck at your job."
Yeah, that's why I'm saying he's got to like bring it back.
Yeah, exactly. But
The
I
stock
don't think he's
on the
going to.
announcement that he was coming back, the stock was up like I think 9%, 7%.
But a lot
I mean,
of Disney's
was up
stock
huge.
shortage had nothing to do with the quality of the content. It was because it was coming out of COVID, and streaming took a giant hit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I don't think it's really indicative of
I
anything.
mean, they could kind of bring it back on because the theme parks took a giant hit because of COVID. Like if the theme parks come back this year, it should be
Mhm.
fine.
Maybe, but then again, there was the whole controversy with, DeSantis and Disney, and maybe Bob Iger would have avoided that if he was in charge, as opposed to Chopek. And then there's the whole debacle. I don't know if they ever managed to fix out all the kinks with the Star Wars theme park that everyone was complaining about. That cost them astronomical amounts of money.
I think the stock was up 10% on his announcement now that I look
Sure.
at it, which is just giant. That's like a giant move right there.
Bob Iger describes himself as a political centrist. Skeptical.
Nice,
Uh,
safe sort of
I know.
answer.
Though he has publicly identified with the Democratic Party, and he did co-chair a fundraiser for the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign in 2016.
That was a
Super
long
centrist.
time ago. Maybe he's chilled. Who knows? But probably
Though
not. He's
he
probably
was named to Donald Trump's Strategic Policy Forum, whatever that means, in 2016, though he did resign in 2017 out of protest when Donald Trump withdrew from the Paris Climate Agreement.
Look at this. Look at this.
He's all
Look
over
at
the place.
this.
interesting. It's all over the place.
That's why I was like, I didn't know. I mean, God,
All this
it's been
ducks.
so long since I read that book, but I feel like maybe it was like Republicans that wanted him to run for president. They were like, Trump is a threat to
maybe-
democracy. We need
Maybe if
someone
you
to
are
run
Republican,
against him.
you do
Mhm.
want him to run for president.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Nicholas,
I don't know.
Nicholas Van Neal for 30 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says, I think another option is being missed is Disney trying to make woke profitable? I generally think I don't think a lot of the wokeness in media comes from a top down. Well, let me phrase this carefully. I think the part that comes from a top down is like they say we need diversity in our stuff. We need to have women and not white people. I think that does come from a
Yeah,
top
they're
down.
the worst.
Holy
But I
shit.
think they are the worst. But I think
Women
like the
are white
specific
people.
storytelling elements, I don't think those come from the top down. I think what happens is they just hire like young woke writers who suck.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I
Bob
think they have
Iger
the
hired
general guidelines come from above, and then the people they hire, they fill in all of those, and then all the blanks and spaces in between with the nonsense. And plus, they're just not talented at all. So
Yeah.
all that meshes in terrible calamity.
Bob Iger hired Ta-Nehisi Coates and was all like bragging about it in the book. That's the guy who did the comic script that painted Jordan Peterson as
Red Skull,
Nazi.
yeah. Yeah.
So how woke is that?
That's pretty fucking woke.
He's like all going on about this young black writer that we really, we had an opportunity to platform this marginalized voice, and it was great.
Well, it's really gross because a lot of these like upper crust white bougie assholes, they use this as like it's like their version of the black friend. Like here's the black guy to
Totally.
give a job to.
See, we're willing to
Totally.
hire. well, I probably should say that's someone else's stream. We're willing to hire African Americans, gentlemen,
Mhm.
and
Yes.
ladies as well.
Yes.
See, we're very yes. We did the things. So
Disney
yeah,
CEO
that's
Bob Iger prioritized Black Panther for Marvel after reading a Ta-Nehisi Coates comic. Oh,
Yeah,
exciting.
see? Yep. Yeah. Was
I tried to watch.
Did he write Ta-Nehisi Coates didn't write Black Panther though,
Not
or
the
did
movie. No,
he wrote like a treatment or something for him? I don't know.
He didn't write the movie.
I
wrote
needed
the
treatment
comic.
after I watched that movie.
Black Panther? I mean, people were saying that it was good. I don't really
That's because they're wrong.
I don't remember it.
They are wrong.
Well,
I do
it was
remember
a lot
seeing
of those
part of
movies
it
are-
being like, this is kind of
I tried to watch FD Signifier did a very long video that was all about how everyone doesn't understand Black Panther and that Black Panther is awesome.
Mhm.
Ugh.
But it was just so boring. I couldn't finish it.
Everyone likes to simp over the child murderer, Killmonger, and stuff. Like people turned into creepy weirdos when they get the woke movie stuff in their heads, and
Mhm.
it's just like, ugh, it makes you shiver.
Yeah, it just throws out all other sense of logic, you know.
Yeah. Don't watch Wakanda Forever though. It's like a 2-hour 40-minute movie, and it is horseshit. Do not
I'm not
watch
gonna pay
it.
to watch it.
Oh, that's awful. A
Do
3-hour
not.
movie that's boring? Oh,
It's
murder.
Generally, boring isn't a complaint that I levy at films, but a lot of this movie was boring. This movie had a lot of just empty plot nonsense happening. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. It's a big
Mhm.
no-no. Don't do.
Uh,
Do not.
Ping Dance Killer, aka Dingus McBingus, for $20 says Swingus McBingus here, still disconnected from topical stuff, going through life changes, but you both still kick butt, and I can't wait for the comic
Really?
you hacks a team for life. Well, thank you.
Yeah, still
Thank you.
working very diligently on the comic. I need to do an update. I've been very bad. I think it's been
Right.
like 3 months since I've done an update, but yeah.
Update us.
Adam, I spent
Adam.
2 weeks watching Game of Thrones. Also, Adam, working very hard on the
Well, no,
comic.
the thing is,
Yeah.
like I've talked, I don't like talking about it because I don't like to be an excuse maker, but obviously I've had like shoulder problems. So that's why I did watch Game
Watching
of Thrones.
Game of Thrones?
Well,
Oh,
no,
Game of
because
I'm
I was
messing
like,
with
I
that.
can't.
You
okay.
can
The
also
shoulder
watch it while
came
you're
before
working.
Game of Thrones.
Look,
Okay.
I've discovered
It
you
wasn't
can't
from the
draw.
furious masturbation.
Yeah, well, obviously it's not going to cut into my masturbation time. Okay.
I suppose. Yeah, I suppose you can't let something like that. Yeah.
I've discovered you can't draw like 10 hours a day, 6 days a week without running into some kind of like shoulder issue. So evidently,
Really? You don't
Yeah.
say.
so evidently I
Interesting.
How you should
I
switch. You need to
wrecked
switch
myself.
hands.
So I probably went like a month where I could only draw like a couple hours a day tops without just being in agony. So I started watching Game of Thrones because, well, Sitch started making started doing like movie stuff on his main channel. I wrote a couple like jokes for that. So I figured I would do something like, I would write
Yeah.
instead of draw. So
That's good.
we
I
worked
am
on
messing with you,
script.
Adam.
We
Take care of
we
yourself.
worked on script 2 of Supervillains, which I think script 2 is fucking amazing. And we need to we've got the outline, we need to flesh it out. So
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, Adam is crippling himself to finish this comic. So
Well,
Yeah.
I put like 3 10-hour days the last 3 days. And I really feel it. Like when Sunday is kind of like my rest day. So CT, when was the last time you put a 10-hour day in drawing? I'm just curious if you want to give me a
Today.
hard time.
oh, snip, snap.
Today? Really?
Yeah, I was up really late last night working on some commissions.
Well, good. You should
I
do
was
that.
up late last night sleeping.
Shh, I don't sleep.
Got him.
You should make that like
Raw
a
comics,
regular
not
thing.
blood.
It is a regular
Andrew-
thing. What do you mean?
Andrew Clark for
Okay.
$2 says, I learned you can indeed farm rhinos for milk. True.
Very
Uh,
important.
rotisserie-
Good to know.
Rotisserie Protocol for $5 says, A team is an okay team. S class is second class. And Artards send their regards. Keep up the good work,
Artards send their
guys.
regards.
That's a-
I
Regards
forgot
from
the
Artards.
That's a great
Artards.
one. Artards send their regards. That's
Regards from the Artards.
It feels like a threat. It's just like you just get like a
Yeah.
message. Artards sends their regards.
That feels like some bullshit you'd
Lannister
see in
shit.
some Gary's mod server.
Yes.
Regards from the Artards.
Keep up the good work, guys.
South
Sitch,
Park.
can I just have my wrench now? I don't know. Can you? Can you?
You know, it's weird that you mentioned that because I got a wrench and I didn't even ask. I didn't even. It just happened. I just got one.
I
didn't even
gave
try.
Rags a wrench, by the way.
I didn't even
so
try. I
Like,
just
come
got
on.
it. I don't
Rags
even know what
is
to
a
do with it.
Rags is a fucking friend of the show, man. He comes on all.
True.
Why doesn't he have a wrench? It doesn't make any sense.
First
True.
off, nepotism confirmed.
Mhm.
But
True.
I am responsible with my power.
Well,
I'm not some
nepotism
young
to
up and comer.
look, nepotism to a certain extent, but I mean, obviously,
That's true. I'm a friend of the channel. I'm not family. So really.
Well, no, you're also you've got great takes and like you're a smart.
That's
person,
true.
Like,
That is true.
yeah.
That is true.
Like
My
if you
takes are
were
incredible.
if you were family and had terrible takes, it probably wouldn't give you a wrench or have you on the show.
I just hassle you about it during all the holidays and get-togethers. And
I
be like,
know.
so about that wrench.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, man,
exactly.
I've been meaning to get around to that. You know, I promise one of these days it'll, wrenches. You know how the economy is. Wrenches are
This is a
not as cheap as they should
meritocracy.
be.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Sammy G. Adam playing favorites with Rags Ice. Sammy, you have a wrench. What the
I
fuck?
think it's important to note he's not playing favorites with me. That's just a natural product of my incredible charisma.
I'm sure Mahler.
Ah,
I'm sure
cool.
Mahler has a wrench too. Like what the hell?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's very possible.
Oh,
I
hey,
don't know,
Literature
though.
Devil. Literature Devil for $2 says, I hope you guys got my good side for the comic. Devil face.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
I mean, it's
That's what he's been spending those long
It's
hours
the
on.
shadow side. How about that?
Literature
The side
Devil
of
just-
shadow.
Literature Devil sent me a bunch of reference already. So I mean,
Nice.
it wasn't hard to get your good side. You kind of picked it out.
I skipped some. Let me go back. Michael Gallup, thanks so much for being a 3-month member. Says, Sitch, your intelligence agency's collusion take your kind of being ignorant as it's a valid option of them being ignorant enough to brazenly violate First Amendment. I'm not sure I understand that sentence.
Is
You're
that
saying- Are you saying that my take about intelligence agencies leading to the 2014 Ukraine coup is ignorant because intelligence agencies brazenly violate the First Amendment? Is that what you're saying? Because first
I
of all, I
don't
would
see
say
how
that
those are
that's-
linked.
Yeah, those are completely unrelated on the first hand. And then the second hand is, I'm not saying it's impossible. And I would never say it's impossible for a U.S. intelligence agency to coup a country's government, because that's literally
course they
happened
could.
in the
Yeah.
past. Yeah. My contention is that when it comes to the 2014 Ukraine take, all the evidence, quote unquote, finger quotes evidence I've seen regarding that or relating to that is literally bullshit.
Yeah, it
I've never
doesn't
seen
prove
a
any of that
compelling
shit.
argument whatsoever.
Mhm.
For
You
it.
can't argue with
So-
these people, Sitch, because it's just like if your worldview is, there's shadowy stuff going on, and you know that it's always responsible for whatever happens in the world. I mean, you might as well just throw reason and
Mhm.
evidence out the window, because I mean, sure, that could be the case, but we have
Right.
no way of knowing that. So why?
Well, there's
what
a
are we
way-
even
I mean-
talking about?
Right. There's ways of knowing. There's not, I have not seen any compelling evidence provided whatsoever. And then on
Wow.
top of that, it's annoying because I feel like it's one of those situations where there's a completely natural explanation for the protests that happened in Ukraine.
Yes.
If you just actually like look at the timeline, you go, oh, this person did this person did this person did this. It's like a completely understandable thing. It's just like with the January 6th, protest riot thing. It's completely understandable why things came out the way they came out and unfurled the way they unfurled, just because of the way people were behaving. Not everything requires some sort of massive conspiracy planning coup. And it's annoying to me that not every, but almost every person I've ever talked to that tries to bring up the CAA coup, the Ukrainian government, they don't even know why the people were protesting in the first place. And I don't if you don't even understand
Vodka
what
shortage.
yeah, exactly. If you don't even know what the political situation was on the ground at the time,
Sober.
then how can you claim that it was the CAA that caused it?
Very
Because they
true.
just know it's always the CIA. That's the frustrating thing, because the answer somehow is always the CIA.
Yes.
And if you don't admit it, like if you don't come up and acknowledge all the places where the CIA was actually responsible, and we do have tangible evidence of it, and that's the pattern that proves it's always the CIA, then all of a sudden you're like a State Department shill or something.
Right.
It's like, could it
Kind of like when people accuse things of being like woke or something like that. There's enough instances of that being the case that you don't need to worry about forcing a false positive to happen.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Let's just the idea that a government could become more democratic over time without a CIA coup doesn't seem like a crazy stretch. I mean, America did it, right?
Well, it's not okay. So
There was a
you
little bit
have
of a crazy coup, but
right. You have in Ukraine overwhelmingly the parliament, who's elected by the people, passes a law that says, okay, we're going to join some precursor to the EU, overwhelmingly. And then the president unilaterally takes that deal up, crumples it up and throws it in the trash and says, we're going to join Russia. You're telling me that's not going to piss off a fuck ton of people in the country?
sounds
Obviously
like
it is.
sounds like it'll make some
Obviously it
people
is.
angry,
Right.
especially if they don't get their vodka. You know how they are.
I know. Those dirty Ukrainians and their potato water.
All the Donbass region and stuff all voted for Zelensky in like 80-90% too. I looked it up just because
Oh, really?
people keep saying, yeah. Like that, and that's like a vote. That's just not some opinion poll. It's like the vote tally from the election was 80 and 90% for people in those regions.
Interesting.
X-Ray Girl gave a super chat. If you're still listening, what's up? X-Ray Girl's on Nerdrotic all the time. She's
Oh, hey.
awesome.
X-Ray
Yeah.
Girl for 14 Canadian says, hi, it's been a while. Love the lights in the background, Adam. CT, the House of Dragon has been doing good with sales. Thank you. Also, you guys should play Warhammer 40K Dark Tide.
I mean, I would be down to play a Warhammer game.
I've never played a single Warhammer game.
I mean, that book
I'm
I
not
read was
opposed to
pretty
it.
good.
Oh, hello
thank
to
you.
X-Ray Girl.
And
So
you did some
I did a
artwork.
shirt for them.
You did
did,
some.
yeah.
Okay. Did you do a House of Dragon shirt or something?
I did. It's for like cancer awareness.
Oh,
so
sweet.
she's selling shirts
nice.
right now. Some of the money's going to charity. So I think it's on her Twitter. I
Right,
should
long
link her
knives to
Twitter.
save lives.
Exactly.
Drop a link in the chat if you want, CT.
Sobek for $10 says, when you consider the drama between Destiny and anyone, Adam and Tim, Philosophy Tube and Contra, and how mainstream these channels are becoming, with Nick Fuentes talking to Trump, we are as a nation having a schizoid break. Well, it's going to be weird because like we're still in the stages where we kind of view the internet and the mainstream as separate, but as we get older, the lines between those things are going to blur very quickly. And it's going to be a very weird, wacky world that we're entering into.
I made a declaration like 10 years ago that I think has kind of come true. Like all celebrities
still
will
single?
be. No, I'm married, but
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I was just curious if
the
you'd followed through on
declaration
that or not.
was all celebrities will be discovered like via YouTube or the internet, which I think is kind of. I mean, that's true now, right? No, there used to be like celebrities were found through, casting it in a movie or something like that. That's a traditional creation of a celebrity.
I mean, I don't think it's ever going to fully go away, but there are all these alternate paths that never existed that now exist. So,
yeah.
do you have any take on the Nick Fuentes, Kanye, Trump visit, Rags?
I have no opinion on it whatsoever.
Okay.
I have no opinion on it. I hope that I hope everyone gets along and has a good time and things work out.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Very safe opinion.
Yeah. I'm gonna take the enlightened centrist position and wish everyone well.
You mean the enlightened fence sitting position?
Enlightened fence sitting. That's right.
Metalworks for $11.90 for $5 says Berserk is not just horribly depressing. There's a lot of hope and beauty as you watch Guts regain his humanity after everything that happened to him. Okay. And I guess I'll never know about any of that because I'm still not going to watch it. So, sorry. I know people really want me to watch Berserk, but... Andrew Clark for $2 says, example, Sargon argues that equality under law isn't real. Elite theory says that even if equality is the true de jure, the de facto truth is that special interests are favored in the law. Elite theory was a hidden factor in debate. Well, maybe we'll have to have a conversation about it then with Carl. Work it all out. The real Donald Trump. Oh my God.
Oh wow, he's here. Wow,
He's
hi.
here.
I've heard so much about you.
Yeah, he gave us $5.
Oh, I feel like you could have sprung for more, but it's the thought that counts.
Oh, listen, he's not happy with what I said, so that's why, He says, liberal Sitch spreading many lies about me. I do not have presidential AIDS. I had it before, but not anymore. There you go.
His blood must have killed the presidential AIDS.
Yes, I want to know. Trump no longer has AIDS. No longer, yeah.
That's good. I'm glad that he got over that.
Right.
A bit of bed rest for a while. You know how it goes. Drink lots of fluids. Asterisk.
He was HIV vaccinated.
And Kanye, Ye gave us some money too. Ye for $2.
Oh wow!
Says, yeah, no, we have all these celebrities that stop on by. I really like it. Says, I've been so lonely, girl. I've been so sad and down. Couldn't understand why haters joked around. I wanted to be free with other creatures like me, and now I got my wish because I know that I'm a hotep. There you go. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, Kanye.
Wow. That's really something to think about.
Daniel the Bruce for $20 says, finally got all the Christmas decorations up and haven't been listening closely, but I'm sure whatever Sitch said during the Joseph Campbell debate was wrong, and Adam probably nailed it like he always does.
True.
Thank you, Daniel, for your sarcasm. Thank you.
There's no /S there, Sitch.
Someone needs to learn the rules.
There's a
of the
character
internet.
limit. I'm sure he meant to add it.
Yeah, that's right.
Do they not have sarcasm in Israel?
No, it's illegal according to the Bible.
Fair enough.
Do you have
like 600 rules or something?
It is. That's the 13th commandment.
No sarcasm.
Yeah. Though if you're around Jews, they don't take that one very seriously.
Yeah, when they say let your yes me be yes and your no me no, that's the implication that sarcasm is verboten, shall we say.
They were sarcastic about the no sarcasm rule.
It's just layers of irony. God was very ironic.
Right. I saw you were here earlier listening to part of the heroine's journey conversation. Did you have a
I caught some of that. I was browsing around earlier, saw your thing. I had to do some errands in the meantime, but I made it back. But yeah, I guess I didn't pick up too much of it. You guys were talking about women being able to vote and that catastrophe.
I know,
like
terrible,
that,
right?
Did you see that? Reminded me that the other day I saw Destiny debating some guy who is like, he's some MGTOW guy, some cringe MGTOW guy.
Yeah,
I
didn't see that. I didn't watch it, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
it's a thing.
Kavan never came on. She wussed out.
I never sent her the link. She said,
Oh,
I forgot."
Why not?
No, she said she had a bunch of family there right now, so
okay.
She couldn't.
Well, now we know who her real friends are.
Sure. Oh my God.
Family.
Amber alert.
She said maybe later,
just having
but
a great time.
she never. If you're listening, Kavan, you've snuck away or murdered your family or whatever.
School these gals rags. I don't know. School these gals rags, as the person in the chat said, implicated that I would educate women.
We don't allow misgendering on this.
Rags would never educate women. That just creates more of the problem.
Madness.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, does Rags want to visit the Twilight locations?
Oh yeah, you guys were talking about Twilight a bit. I've never seen those movies nor read those books, so I've been kind of shielded from all that they contain. Lucky me. I hear that they're very bad. It seems like everyone seems to have that opinion.
They're very bad, yeah. Andrew Clark lives near the Twilight Diner, and if he has some Rags and Mahler plushies, he can take pictures of you there.
Ooh yeah, I got a lot of plushies coming. I've got Fringy and Mahlers, and I got the other day Az and Gary's plushes as well. So I'm gonna have like a little family family of art haters and women, despisers or whatever we are these
Right.
days. Grifters, we're called grifters.
Hmm.
We're very consistent with our grifting though, so it does make you think.
Did you see Cosmonaut Variety's Hour video defending
God.
She-Hulk?
No, didn't he say that it was like they say it's fine, you guys are just babies or something?
That was the name of the video, yeah.
Yeah, Cosmonaut, he's dumb. He's really dumb.
Yeah.
She-Hulk was a fucking disaster.
Yep.
The idea that someone could watch that and legitimately think that it's good, it boggles the mind.
It does.
New Dark Ages.
He's incredible. It's always weird when you see someone who does not non-political content, and then you see them like in their videos. Then you see them, and then you see them on Twitter, and they're just like rabid, politically biased in one direction. You're like, oh,
absolutely, man. He's one of these crazy. Yeah, you know how it goes with a lot of these people. Think them. It's just it comes through. You could, if you've got that on the brain all the time, it just comes out naturally in videos when you talk about anything else.
Mm-hmm. Literature Devil for Don't You Know Us, hey, says, did I miss the heroine's journey discussion? Yes, you did. Go back.
I watched a movie about a drug mule. That was a good heroine's journey.
Nice.
Yeah, it was something else.
Yeah, what was that movie? Trainspotting, right? That's the heroine's journey.
It might have been.
Was it 200 Mules?
200 Mules. That's a lot of mules.
600 Mules. What was the name of that movie?
600 Mules.
Isn't there a movie?
They just heeing and hawing all day.
Isn't there a movie called Mule that's about
2,000 Mules? It was 2,000 Mules. Sorry.
Right.
2,000
mules. A lot of mules.
A lot of mules.
There was a movie about one mule who's like a heroin smuggler. She smuggles heroin up her hoo-ha.
Well, you could probably fit a whole lot of heroin up a mule's hoo-ha. I mean, you could.
Well, she's not a mule. She's a human, so.
I mean, like horses and stuff, you can get in there all the way up to the shoulder. There's a lot of room in there.
Mm-hmm. Rags knows this as a mule wrangler.
Well, I have seen that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, the quickest way to a mule's heart is actually through the vagina. Yeah, you just reach up there and grab it. It's little known biological fact.
Oh, that's so bad.
As a mule surgeon, he's very aware of this. So
as a mule gynecologist, you see a lot of stuff.
Gross.
Yeah.
Well, is there any other disgusting thing anyone wants to bring up, or should we end it on the mule gynecology note?
Well, I mean, you brought it up, so if you're done with it, I'm done with it.
Okay. How do you not like Jingle All the Way, Sitch?
Yeah, what's up with that?
It's a terrible movie. What do you mean, how do I not like it? That movie's awful.
Oh, so much for you liking the hero's journey.
It is a hero's journey. That's true, but it's not a good one. That movie's so lame. It's pathetically lame.
Sitch is not a Turbo movie? Man.
No. People just like it for the meme. Okay, it's about Arnold Schwarzenegger is a bad father, and his kid really wants him to get this Turbo Man action figure. It's like a superhero action figure, but he can't because this was like filmed in the days of when stores were actually running out of
pretty
things.
Much. Yeah, you'd go to the stores and buy things. The ancient days of yore.
Right. And so he's like desperately trying to find this action figure on like the day before Christmas, and it's like the journey of him like the wacky hijinks of him trying to get this action figure the day before Christmas. And the other person he's fighting with is Sinbad, who's like a crazy postal worker who also wants to get this doll.
This is Jingle All the Way.
You've never seen this?
Yeah, we did an EFAP movies on it. Jingle All the Way. It's a good one. I would recommend it. I think it's funny. I think it's not perfect, of course. I think there's some issues.
Sounds
ultimately,
amazing.
I think it's I think it's really entertaining. I really enjoy a lot of it. I am pro Jingle All the Way.
Interesting.
I'll check it out.
It's like a litmus test for a good opinion haver. Do you like Jingle All the Way? That's the first thing you need to ask on the date. Once you take her to the zoo and you start talking, you should be like, so, flamingos aside, what's your opinion on Jingle All the Way?
That can be the new third question.
There you go. How do you feel about Jingle All the Way?
Well,
Yeah.
there so many people are going to be like, "Oh, I haven't seen it." So
I know.
It's good. I'd recommend it. And we're at that time of year again. You fire up the old DVD player or whatever it is that you watch stuff with.
mhm.
Stick in your Jingle All the Way DVD and watch it with a family.
Just like asking, like, do you like the Tim Allen Santa Claus movies?
Oh wait, no, there is actually a TV show for that now.
Oh yeah, I've heard about
There's a
it.
Tim Allen Santa Claus TV show.
Tim Allen
Yes,
can't get a
yeah,
break.
it
He turns
came
into
out.
Santa Claus. He turns into a dog. He's just, oh man.
He's always turning it. He's like Rob
Turning
Snyder. He's
into
always
stuff.
turning into stuff. Yeah.
It's called The Santa Clauses, and I'm being forced to watch it every week. It is better than most of the shows this year, sadly
Oh, don't
enough.
say that.
Oh my
It-
God, you're right. This is what the fuck. This just came
Yeah.
out. What
Yeah,
the
it's
hell
coming
is
out
going
now.
on?
Episode
Why?
4 is coming out next week. You want to watch it, Sitch?
What is coming out?
Episode 4.
Episode
They're
Oh,
releasing.
no, why is this a thing? No,
That
stop.
isn't straight. You're not going to give that dick. Quit trying to lure him in with your Christmassy movies.
Watch the Santa Claus.
Oh yeah.
You want to watch the Santa Clauses?
Hey,
you wanna watch
Jewish
Paul
boy, do
Blart
you want to
Mall
watch
Cop
the
2?
Tim Allen Santa Claus reboot TV show? No, not
No, you
really.
guys don't
I mean, you
understand.
got
Like,
any
Sitch
good
doesn't-
Jewish movies? to watch
Ironically, of
there?
course.
Where's the Hanukkah special? Okay.
Where are the Hanukkah specials?
I know there's 8 Crazy Nights from like Adam Sandler, but that's about
I've
it.
seen it like a million years
But no,
ago.
I'm gonna make Sitch watch all of the classic Christmas movies just to
Oh, I thought
bother
you meant
him.
you were. Oh, you're gonna say that you were gonna make him watch all of the other Santa Claus movies so that he's up to date
Yeah.
with the lore. So
Oh
when
yeah,
you
of course,
turn
that's happening
characters,
too.
I've seen
Yeah,
them
no,
all
the
because for
There's
some
a
reason,
trilogy.
The
for
emotional
some reason
chaos
in
hit.
my elementary school, we had to watch these shitty Tim Allen movies. I don't know.
Oh,
why.
I'll tell you what the reason
was
was.
part
Your
of the
teacher
curriculum.
was
Late.
lazy.
Yes.
Or hungover?
They're like, you kids like Tim Allen, right? And everyone's like, yeah, we like Home Improvement.
Who's
And I was like, oh god, I could never get into Home Improvement.
Hmm.
Yeah, Home Improvement is like. I don't. Did it have a laugh track? I don't remember.
Yes.
But I never
Probably.
got. Yeah,
Well, there
Almost
was an
certainly.
audience there, so it had an actual audience watching.
laugh track is
This
just.
show was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Sure, it was. Okay.
No, it was.
I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Was the house? The house was a real house, wasn't it? Or
It was,
the outside
no.
was the set?
It was. I think it was. It was like half a house. It's like just the inside.
Okay, I didn't know if the inside of the house was a real house, but the outside, like the exterior, was a set, obviously. But
Well,
Man,
I
that
mean,
no.
that seems
if it
like
was-
hell on earth. You gotta memorize your lines and shit.
like acting, like as a job, hell, I mean,
Well,
maybe,
I
don't know.
mean, you know, if you're doing a movie or whatever, a lot of actors
Well,
don't
if you're
necessarily
doing
memorize
really
their lines. They just
anything,
kind of like,
unless you're ad-libbing it all.
well, they don't do like they can do scenes individually when they film like in front of a
Yeah,
live studio
yeah.
audience.
Yeah,
like
but-
the filming takes longer than what like the 30-minute episode or whatever.
so the audience is watching their like take after take after take.
Yeah,
'cause
of course.
Tim Allen can't get his lines right.
Yes.
To be honest, I mean,
What
a
a
lot of the
bummer.
outtakes can be hilarious, and plus you just get
That's
to see the
true.
crew messing around with each other, and you know the stuff that doesn't make it into the final, and then trying over and over.
Look, you're
So, you know,
not
it might be a
laughing
new
after
experience.
the third take. Like you know the joke. You're not.
I don't
going,
know.
Like,
It depends. What if the actors
Ah.
are cracking up? What if they mess up in different ways? It could be really funny.
Nah.
This is weird.
Absolutely, it
Not
can be
buying
funny.
it.
I've watched all of the Whose Line Is It Anyways, like deleted scenes and outtakes, and that shit is hilarious.
That's true.
That is
It's
true.
a
They're
downright
also
tragedy they
amazing.
couldn't put so much of that on
Yeah,
live
they're
TV.
Chaos
They're
Knight says,
amazing
Adam,
live.
have you ever seen a play? Of course, I've seen a play, but you know the plays.
Which one was
doing,
it?
Doing movies and doing plays. Like plays are
Very
just.
different,
I
yeah.
mean, it's a nightmare. You have
Name
to
one
learn.
play that you've seen.
Jesus Christ Superstar, the Book of
All right.
Mormon.
I thought you didn't like musicals. You're just rattling off musicals.
Right?
He didn't say he
well,
liked
it's-
him. He just said he
Got him.
might have gotten dragged along.
Okay.
I
I like
seen,
Sweeney Todd. That was good. I don't like musicals really, and I really like that.
Hmm.
I saw the Reanimator play, and yes, it was a musical.
It was a very
Have you
lively
seen any
performance.
non-musical play?
Yeah.
Yes, I have, but I can't remember the name of it. I think it's
Okay.
called Ridley
was-
Walker. I saw a play called Ridley Walker that was a really good play.
Sounds like
Yeah.
pretty fucking.
But
that
I've
sounds like the
seen-
name of a
look,
very
I
pretentious
live in Los
artsy play.
Angeles, okay? In Los
place
Angeles,
there.
actors
Wow.
constantly want you to go see their play.
Of course.
And I'm not gonna lie, they all
Understandable.
suck. They all are fucking.
I saw
horrible.
Inherit the
Well,
Wind.
if they're
and it was
begging you to go see their
fantastic.
plays, then they're probably not that good. If they have to
And
go
it-
out and beg you to see their plays.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Or maybe
there
not.
was no
Maybe they
there
just
was
need
no
that
singing
exposure. That'd
in
be
Inherit
great.
the Wind, Adam. They didn't start singing about teaching evolution in school. You would like it.
Ridley Walker was not a singing play.
Not Evolution?
But for
Oh,
some
okay.
reason, I have seen the Book of Mormon is amazing though, even though it is singing. But
Yes. It is.
Even though
As
it is
soon as-
singing and it's about the Book of Mormon.
as soon as I saw the
Yeah.
Book of Mormon, I realized this show
Look, just because
plays
it's about
everywhere.
the second fakest religion, that doesn't mean it's bad, guys.
Second fakest? What's the first?
Scientology.
Scientology.
Oh, okay.
Everyone knows that. You're not a Scientologist, are you?
Well, he's from California, so
No,
Did Xenu tell you?
but
not
I
to
do
talk to
know
us?
some Scientologists. The
Oh,
I'm feeling awfully bloated. I got too many body thetons today.
Mhm.
I might have to cough up a few checks to the Grand Vizier or whatever the fuck they're called.
yeah. Have you seen the Book of Mormon?
Oh, you talking about the play?
The play, yeah.
I have not. No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
No.
have you read the
I've
Book
seen
of
bo-
Mormon?
I've
Are
seen
you
books of-
religious, right?
I've seen Books of Mormon,
Oh, okay.
but not Book of Mormons, but Books of Mormon.
I see.
I assume is the plural of it. But
The
no, I
Have
haven't
Mormon
people knock
church-
on your door and be like,
The Mormon Church advertises in the
In the play.
pamphlet thing
Yeah.
that they give you at the
Yeah.
play, which I
Yeah.
thought that's pretty
Smart.
baller right there.
Hey,
They're like,
yeah.
I know
I mean,
everyone's
I've-
making fun of us, but we're still
Mormons
cool.
are nice. They know they're nice. They know they're trying to they want to get you in.
I do like Mormons. I mean, I haven't
They
always
seem
had a
nice
bunch of friends
people,
that have
yeah.
been Mormons.
Yeah,
The
they
only
seem
people
very
that
nice.
the only ex-Mormons that you encounter on YouTube though are super jaded like people that feel like
they
their
talk about the
childhood
abuse
was.
and the cultiness of
Yeah.
it or stuff like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last play that I saw was My Fair Lady. And
I mean,
was
I
okay.
get it. Like if someone in the church, touched you
Were
inappropriately.
you gonna say twiddled? If they
So-
twiddled
yeah,
you?
if someone in the church touched you inappropriately and you're like a survivor, I get it. But
Was
a
that
lot
like
of
a
times they're just
problem in
talking
the
about,
Mormon
oh no, it
church?
was more. No, they're talking about
that was
like,
like
oh,
the Catholic Church, yeah.
it was my parents were super strict and I couldn't go out on Friday nights. It's like,
I thought,
Mm-hmm.
what is it? It was.
Yeah.
Is it more? Am I confusing them with Jehovah's Witnesses? Because you get a lot. One of
Don't-
those you see a lot on YouTube. People who like leave the church and
yeah,
weird
both.
stuff. But I can't remember. I
Yeah.
don't say the wrong one.
Both, yeah.
Jehovah's
there you
Witnesses are the ones that can't celebrate any holidays.
Yes.
Mhm.
And they grow
they
up
can't
obsessed
have
with
oral sex or
celebrating
what?
holidays, obviously.
They can't have oral sex either, probably. But I'm not,
Can they not?
probably not sure. I don't know. I haven't asked. Or
I don't
tried.
know. I need to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
What kind of
someone needs
religion?
to make a chart of all the religions and denominations and whether or not like anal sex or oral sex and
Sexual
is, like,
positions
allowed.
allowed per religion.
I'm sure that chart exists and you could just look it up. It's probably on
like a
the internet.
sutra of what is allowed and isn't allowed on. Yeah.
Frickin' Art for $5 says, when's the next viewer debate stream? I want to talk about stupid firearm laws in the U.S. and how no one can define firearm. I don't know. We haven't scheduled one, but
No. I mean,
they could.
we could, sure. We have a I mean, I am trying to line stuff up, so
Laura the Brains for $7 says, The Hebrew Hammer is the best Christmas movie. It's both a good Hanukkah movie and an Christmas movie. Up your holiday movie game, nerds. Jingle all the way is Normie Chunk.
Wow, that is
Yeah.
not true.
There you go.
the
Yeah.
Hebrew Hammer, huh?
I saw The Hebrew Hammer once a million years ago, and I really don't remember anything about it, honestly.
Is it like a horror movie or something?
No, it was like this comedy. I think it was like on was it like
Oh, it's
produced
got
for Comedy
Andy
Central?
Dick in it.
It was like a comedy of like this. I don't know. It was like a tough guy. It's kind of like
Oh,
what's the
wow.
movie with like the movie about the black secret agent?
Adam Goldberg.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Pootie Tang, right? I mean, we
No,
watched-
not Pootie Tang. No.
Well,
Oh,
Pootie
are you talking
Tang
about the
is
one
a
where he gets
secret agent.
transformed into like a bird or something?
No. This is an old movie where
Oh.
like it's like the bad guy is the white devil, and like they're like he has to eat the sandwich with mayo,
Oh,
and he has to
Are you
spray
talking
like
about
hot
Petey
sauce on it.
Wheatstraw?
No. What the fuck is the name of this movie? Oh my god.
An Orthodox Jew blaxploitation hero saves Hanukkah from the clutches of Santa Claus's evil son. Oh, it sounds
Undercover Brother.
Undercover Brother.
It's like Undercover Brother, but with Jews.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember
Oh,
it being funny when I
sounds
saw it, but I don't
amazing.
remember it very much.
Mhm.
Secret. Well, I don't know.
I'm going to watch this. Look, it's
Hebrew
on
Hammer,
Amazon
yeah.
Prime. I'm ready.
Yeah.
So,
I'm logging in right now. Thank you.
so to check out Hebrew Hammer. Andy Goldberg plays the Hammer.
Someone said someone said Andy Dick.
Andy Dick is in the movie, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's called a black exploitation movie, but with a Jew instead of a black guy.
Another Jew stealing. Well,
There you go. Kanye was
Yeah.
right.
Just saying.
Metalworks.
there might have been something there. Not that I agree, of course. I'm just conveying what it is that I've heard that I disagree with, of course.
Fair enough.
I make no claims.
Metalworks 41190 for Joe says, "What's Rag's take on Weird Al?" Well, I assume it's the correct take. So,
Let's hear it.
Well, it depends on what the question is.
how do you feel about Weird Al?
He seems like a fun guy. Makes some funny songs, but I don't really know anything about him.
Do
He
you,
seems
well, I mean,
like
do you
a
like his
friendly guy.
music? I guess
Yeah.
would be the
Would
question.
you?
I've seen some-
would you
I've
listen to
seen
some
some
of
of
his
his-
music on your first date with a girl?
On my first date with a girl? I mean, if the essence of lovemaking music really is Weird Al Yankovic, if she's not willing to make love to me with
Mhm.
Weird Al Yankovic's voice blasting throughout the house, then she doesn't deserve me when I'm
Yeah.
at my lowest either. So
I'm
Do
pretty
you-
sure
do you
nothing
own
gets
a
a
Weird
girl
Al
in the
in-
mood more, Adam,
Look,
than
no,
blasting
he's
white
not-
and nerdy
First
as
of
your
all,
girl is macking up on you.
look, he's not answering the question.
more like white
Obvious-
and spurty.
I think obviously this is the politically correct answer that he is giving, but we all know that Rags does not listen to Weird Al Yankovic in his free
Well, I don't
time.
listen to most people.
Yeah,
I'm
but
fine
that's,
with his
that's
music.
fine.
Do you like Weird Al music? Is the question.
I mean, it's fine. I don't
Can
have
you
any.
name a Weird Al song?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I can name
See?
Polkarama.
Yes, I can name Weird Al.
Yeah,
I didn't
see?
say it that slow, and I gave you my answer.
Polkarama doesn't count. What the fuck kind
You've
of
actually
answer is that?
doesn't
look.
fucking
You've
count.
answered.
It doesn't
You've
count.
answered
That's literally
correctly.
a song
If
that
you
he
don't know
made.
Weird Al songs, just say it. It's fine.
You've answered
I literally
correctly.
told you one.
Rags,
Doesn't
you've
count.
done
Let's
perfectly.
get it started, huh?
I just
Let's
want you
get
to
it
know.
started in here.
Oh, that's a pretty good impression. Wow. Okay, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not
Okay.
running away from this question. I just gave you a direction.
Oh,
Rags, you
What?
answered correctly. You did just fine.
I'm an official answer giver, opinion haver.
We
that's
know
right.
we know where Rags lies on the cool uncool divide.
Do you understand
no.
that you couldn't possibly fathom how many bitches I've impregnated to the sweet, soothing tunes of Weird Al Yankovic?
I believe it.
Oh my god.
I believe it.
Well, good for
Yeah.
you. Good for you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Adam doesn't like Weird Al because he's a bad person.
Really, I don't know anything about the moral question regarding Weird Al.
I know.
I don't know anything
I
about him.
know. Look at this. You can't even have.
See, here's
you
the
can't
thing.
even have different.
No,
like,
see, Adam, you don't
aesthetics.
understand. Rags knew the answer. He had to Google a Weird Al song to give the correct answer.
No,
he
no.
knew what society expected
Then
of
why
him.
would I'm sure that if I Googled it, Polkarama would not be the one that pops
That's
up.
true.
Look, I'm not
But
here to live up to
no, I
society's
legitimately,
expectations. Okay.
Okay, I see. You're a renegade. Is that what you're saying?
Hell yeah.
I got you. I got you.
Look, Rags is
Okay.
a renegade too. He's Rags. You've proven yourself with me on this live stream. I want you to know.
I'm glad to hear that.
I respect you more than humanly possible now.
Oh, that's good. That's really good. I'm really glad to hear that.
There you go.
This will pair nicely with my wrench.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I should take your wrench away from that answer.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I knew he earned that wrench. I could sense it. When I when I gave him the wrench, I thought this is obviously
This is a guy that
who
doesn't like
hates
Weird Al,
Weird
but will
Al
pretend like he
Yankovic.
does on the live stream.
mhm.
Peculiar Albert. What a
Yes.
guy. What a guy.
Yeah, UHF is a great movie.
Oh,
true.
hilarious. I don't think I've ever seen UHF. But
Oh,
that,
it's
it's like a Weird Al Yankovic movie, right?
It's not like it is a Weird Al Yankovic movie. But it's fun. It's really lame, but it's fun in a lame way.
I wouldn't expect a Weird Al movie to be lame.
I can sense the sarcasm dripping from your
That's
voice.
not true.
I do want to see the Weird Al, the movie that just came out. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, he's got a new one out?
Harry Potter. It's like a fake documentary about his life. And Harry Potter is weird. It's like a young Weird Al. So
wow.
It looks funny.
Extraño Roberto.
Yes.
Extraño Roberto.
Lejume the Pricks for $10 says, hi, Rags.
Hello. Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. Hi.
Hi. Are you corn? Hello. You're making the corn voice.
I didn't do the corn, no.
Okay, good.
I like corn.
I should get my Rags glasses out, though. What am I doing?
Barbie, though.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, is Halloween or Christmas better?
I mean, I feel like I've answered this.
You have. I remember your
before,
answer.
But I can't actually remember what my answer was.
Well, what's your answer now?
Well, what's your answer now?
Well, what if I can't contradict myself on the internet? I'll never live it down.
You know that you can change. You could just say that if you give a different answer, you could just say that I've just changed over time.
Chat.
You know, I've gone on a hero's journey. Unless you say Halloween now, in which case that's not a hero's journey. That's like that's a villain's
a hero's failure.
A villainous adventure.
That's a hero's journey, man.
Now I'm evolving on the question of Christmas or Halloween.
Just say Polkarama.
I mean, Christmas or I'm more of a 4th of July kind of guy.
Wow! Oh, look at this politician.
Christmas or
my favorite color is red, white, and blue. Adam Friend in 2024.
No. That's not a better analogy. Would be if you ask him what his favorite color is, and he says, "You know what? I've always preferred pizza."
There you go. So, come on, Adam. Halloween or Christmas? This is not like a difficult.
It's fine. They're both.
Which is more likely to cause
death?
Extreme. Which is more likely to cause accidental fires?
Probably Christmas.
Halloween.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Christmas.
Okay, I'm going to go with
probably
Christmas,
like all the cooking and stuff that goes along with it. And
all the dried trees and shit, I imagine.
All the dried trees. Dried trees
fires.
often just, they just go up.
Yeah,
people plug it into the walls.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm not a huge holiday fan because I'm basically a workaholic. So
well, how would you fucking work on an answer?
Yeah.
Well, I'm working on it now. I'm going to go with Christmas.
How long have you been addicted to workahol?
Look, I can't remember what I said last time, so it may have been Halloween, but I've evolved on the
Well, that just means that you like them both, and you don't know which one you truly, prefer. That's okay. They're
I
both
dislike them both,
fine
and
holidays.
I just can't really.
Oh, yeah, you can't remember which one you hate the most.
Why do you dislike them?
I despise joy in all of its forms.
Well,
Scrooge over here.
Yeah, well, I have my reasons.
So, yeah.
They just.
Oh.
Where do those reasons lead you?
They're like.
Did your dad dress as Santa and get stuck in the chimney?
No, that never happened, obviously. But
did you have to pull his legs trying to get him unstuck, and then his pants came down?
I do. I mean, I don't really have like super fond memories of Christmas growing up, or
because you were poor, or what,
or Halloween, or.
You always wondered why Santa gave the best presents to the rich kids?
Do people why do people have super feelings for either holiday? It's nostalgia, right? I don't know.
No.
It's because their families love them. That's
right.
why.
Well, I mean, okay. I get that.
4th of July, yeah, you could feel like you belong in 4th of July because, all the Americans were like a team, right? But, if your family's not around for Thanksgiving or Christmas or Halloween, it does feel lonely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, allegedly, I wouldn't know because I have a family that loves me, but
maybe that's what it is. I'm missing out on the loving family component. So
yeah, that's true. So I guess we can rule out Thanksgiving. Do you like? I mean, 4th of July is a fine answer.
Everyone loves food. Okay, Thanksgiving is different.
That's true.
4th of July is perfect. Like I'm gonna go out with my friends. And we're gonna light some shit on fire. It's like, come on, that's like the perfect holiday.
Yeah, I like that you said which holiday starts more fires.
Yeah, that's
And that's the one you
Probably
said is
4th
the
of
one you like
July
more.
might be.
The one that causes more accidental fires.
well,
Right.
this is like I'm an only child, so I don't have siblings. So that's another
Right.
thing that's like
I mean, same, but Halloween is still my favorite holiday.
if I had a
There you go, base.
So
Fine
do you
choice,
like
fine
like
choice.
dressing up in costume and
I don't. I just.
Why
I
do
just,
you
I
like
don't wear
Halloween?
clothes.
Harker?
Me?
No,
I
Harker,
think just
obviously.
the whole
Okay,
whole
good.
general atmosphere of like leaving summer and sort of going into fall.
Mhm.
The weather changes, it's really nice. Halloween, like I really like folklore and spooky stories and stuff like that. So it's just like a whole month sort of
Okay.
dedicated to that.
Yeah.
So it's like the
basically.
aesthetic of it.
Right, of course.
Not even just the aesthetic of it, like it just feels different. Like it feels nice. I don't know how to really
There's pretty
explain it.
strong
It's a feeling
opinions
in my
I can,
heart.
Mm-hmm. It feels the
I-
spookiness in the heart.
And I mean, I like dressing up. I like taking like my the
Typical
younger
woman.
cousins in my family trick or treating, but like I don't know.
Are you a
It's-
horror movie fan?
A horror
Not as
movie,
much
just
as
so we're clear.
CT.
Yeah.
I heard that too.
Like
Just
horror
wanting to make
yeah.
sure.
Like
You
pretty
like horror
like
movies?
Pretty Woman. Is that like a woman? Is
Yes.
that a No, obviously. I mean horror.
Horror.
Yeah. I mean,
Horror.
I like the older horror movies.
What's your
just
favorite
because
horror movie?
My favorite horror movie.
Single all the way.
Yes. I like The Exorcist, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I remember
There's a
watching
bell
that for the
fetish.
first time and it scared the shit out of me, but I loved it.
I went and
What we
saw
call a
Hellraiser
laxative
on
movie.
Christmas one time, so I mean
That one's good too.
maybe I am a Halloween guy and I don't know it.
Maybe.
You did say Christmas last time, Adam. You were consistent with your previous opinion.
Oh, was
Huh?
I? How do you remember? Why do you remember that and you didn't let me know?
Because I wanted to watch you squirm. It was
You
funny.
terrible person, you. You were hoping that I was going to make a contradiction, weren't you? Since you're supposed to protect me here.
No, I only remember because I remember that Rags was pro Christmas, Mullen was pro Halloween.
Yeah,
And it
yeah.
was like
Oh,
a
that's
big thing.
that's a
I
divide.
go with
What did you
Christmas.
pick last time, Sitch? I don't remember.
Well, I'm Jewish, so the answer should be pretty obvious which holiday I went with.
Christmas.
Christmas because he's the
There
most
you
famous
go.
Jew.
I went with Christmas because it reminds me of my bar mitzvah when we all time travel back in time to nail Jesus to the cross as part of our
Well, no, I was
ritual to
thinking,
becoming an adult.
Look,
Oh yeah?
Christmas
Yes.
for you is obviously the forbidden fruit. So that's gonna be like the holy grail, the thing that you want to possess more
No,
than
see,
anything.
the reason as a kid Christmas was awful because I was young enough that my mom, whenever she'd go on errands, would have to take me with her. She couldn't leave me at home.
hmm
And like every store just blasts the most annoying, insipid Christmas music.
All I
like,
want for Christmas
yes,
is you.
constantly. And just that time of year was so annoying. I'm like, oh my God, this fucking Christmas music's killing me. That was the only thing I didn't like about
I've always preferred Last Christmas by
Mhm.
Wham.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Superior song.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sticking with Christmas then.
So there you go. Now and they tried to make Hanukkah like the answer to Christmas, but it's not.
The answer to Christmas. Christmas
feel
is
like
a
I should
question.
take
and
a
the answer
note.
is Hanukkah.
And the answer
Hanukkah is so much
Hanukkah.
lamer than Christmas. Christmas, you
do?
get a big tree, these
Wait, what do you
decorations.
mean? You get presents 8 days in a row during Hanukkah.
Oh yeah, but okay. So if you're rich or your parents are bad parents, they'll give you good gifts. So like I knew a kid who was both rich and had bad parents. So his parents on the first day of Hanukkah gave him an N64 when the system first came out. And
You know,
then
so that's
every
the
other
dopest
day,
shit ever to have gotten an N64.
yes. And then every other day
People
they
don't
got
understand.
they got like a different video game for the
Oh
N64.
my God, that's like the best
Yeah.
Christmas ever.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's for
Um,
Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hanukkah,
man.
the best Hanukkah.
And so, but
ever.
my
Hanukkah.
parents
It
parents
almost makes
suck.
me want to swap sides.
Exactly. But my parents suck. And they're always, my mom was like, we need to get you like educational gifts. I don't want to get you video games.
Oh,
So my parents
shit.
always gave me like the shittiest gifts. for,
Video
like,
games are
anything.
educational. What's up with your mom?
Yeah,
Right?
I learned so many
What a
swear words.
meanie.
Mhm.
My parents, they didn't like me doing the video game thing. I eventually got into them a whole bunch. I'm playing games now and do it all the time, but I had to sneak video games when I could.
Yeah.
My friends all had game systems, so I have a lot of fond memories of doing sleepovers and
Right.
playing everything from Jet Force Gemini to Halo to you name it, and we played it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
Amazing.
All right, I guess that's it. We all know.
Hey, the holidays are over. Yeah, let's get back to business.
No, Christmas is coming.
Christmas
so
is just starting.
it's great.
That's right. Isn't it? Is it weird to doesn't winter begin like December 20th or 21st?
Who cares?
So it struck me as
the
odd
solstice
that
or
right
something?
before Christmas.
Damn.
You know,
I'm not a big winter person. I'm a summer person all the way.
I'm a summer guy. Absolutely, I'd much rather sweat than shiver. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
summer. I love the leaves on the trees, and I love the heat, and I love barbecues and canoe trips and hiking and sweating. I love it.
I learned
Winter can
recently.
suck my balls.
Yeah, I learned recently more people die of cold than
Absolutely,
heat
yes.
by
That's
a
like 8
long
times
by a
more.
long shot.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's like
it's
8 times more.
obvious.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But the thing
Number one killer at
about
the Grand Canyon.
like the
Dehydration.
heat kills people like in groups all at once, and the cold just kills them very slowly over
Yeah, it
time.
just knocks
so
off some
nobody
old
ever,
people here and there. Yeah.
nobody ever thinks about it.
I don't know.
Cold
As
is
a
silent
Floridian,
killer.
as a Floridian, I like winter, but then again, my winter is like everyone else's summer, so it doesn't.
Your
really
winter is
matter.
like, ooh,
Yeah.
60 degrees. Oh my god.
I know. It's like,
really-
oh, it's so
Oh
cold.
my
It's
gosh,
60
I gotta
degrees.
put on some jackets. It's
I need my. It's a sweater
60
weather
degrees.
now.
We're shivering.
Yeah,
It's
weather.
63 and sunny.
Because you told me the other day, Adam, you're like, oh, it's like 50 degrees. I'm like, oh my god, it's like still 75.
Oh, the crocodiles are freezing in blocks of ice in the Everglades. We
Isn't there
gotta-
like a cold snap in the rest of the country or something right now?
I don't know.
That's hilarious.
It's starting to get chilly here, but it's not too bad at all.
Mm.
It's 75 where I am. I don't know what it's like where you guys are.
It's nice here as well. I mean, we have similar climates, obviously. So
Obviously.
We don't
Sitch
really.
and Adam share a climate.
Not
What do you
really,
mean?
because
That's
you're more
sweet.
like a desert. I'm more tropical.
Well,
Where do
I
you
mean,
live, Adam? What
I live in
state are you
Southern
in?
California. I live in
Oh,
Los
okay.
Angeles. Yeah.
It's just a desert of happiness.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of interesting people around here, I guess.
Yeah, I brought up like a US temperature map. It's like South Florida, 79. And then the rest of the country is like 60, 50, 40, 30.
What? I mean, it's not that cold here. What are you talking about? I'm like shorts and a t-shirt.
It says it's like in the 50s where you are,
Oh, really?
supposedly.
Okay. I mean, it has gotten cold the last few days, but I mean, it's not unmanageable for heaven's sakes. Yeah, so you've got 75 degrees at night?
Yeah, 75 right now.
Wow, that's yeah.
That's kind of
Nice.
crazy.
I'm used to it. But yes. Oh,
Oh, wow.
the official S class for $2, which is actually not the official S class, and it's a dirty, dirty 18 liner. Says, speaking of Jewish holidays and traditions, what Torah text did you have to recite for your bar mitzvah? Also, I love you, Rags, even though you're from the inferior state of Arkansas, long live Texas.
Damn.
Wow.
Arkansas is a
Little-
fine state, and I'm happy to be here.
Look, doxed right there. Do people know you're from
No,
Arkansas, or did they like?
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
Oh, okay.
And if it wasn't, then I would have denied it and said that they must have misheard because I would live. I would have said I lived in Missouri or something, just to throw them off the scent.
Mm-hmm.
There you
I
go.
like Arkansas. It's a natural state. I enjoyed Texas as well when I go down there.
So
Are
I
you-
actually... Oh, what was I
Fine.
saying?
Go ahead.
So I actually, my Torah portion was the communist Torah portion. It was about how you have to set aside 1/6, I think, of your crops every year to give back to the poor people. So that was my commie Torah portion.
Base.
My
Wow.
Do
The
you
reason-
do that? Do you set aside 1/6 of your crops for the poors?
I do. I always do. Now I don't actually farm anything, so it's not a lot, but
Mm-hmm.
You farm views with drama.
I set aside 1/6 of my views to give them to the
1/6
poor.
of my views so that we can look at the poor people with them.
That's what I do. I go to I see like a homeless guy on the street, and I'm like, "Here's some views, sir."
Would you like some views?
She likes
Can
his
I offer you
views.
some views in these trying times?
And when he says yes, then I just bitch about House of Dragon for like an hour. And just walk away.
Mhm.
And then he's like, "What do you mean? That shit's fly."
Yeah, then he gets an argument. Apparently, he's really
He
big in
gets
the
an
House of
argument.
Dragon. And I'm
And
like, how the
people
fuck do you even have
report you-
HBO? You're homeless. And he's like, listen, I'm not an animal.
Listen, it's the 21st century.
Yes.
He's
Pulls
got it
out
on his phone. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Pulls out his phone.
animal.
But
People were really upset about your House of Dragon takes. So
It's
that
fine, let
homeless
them be
man is
upset.
going to hate your guts.
yes, no, it's funny because, and I know I've said this before, but the reason we left our old temple was because, like, normally you're supposed to read whatever Torah portion is just the time that coincides with your bar mitzvah. But my brother's Torah portion, when he was going to be bar mitzvahed, was all about how women have to be separated from men when it's their menstrual cycle.
Oh, based.
Oh.
That's just good advice.
And my mother, who was
Solid
pretty
advice.
feminist, was having none of that. She was like, no, give him a different Torah portion. And the rabbi refused. So we left that synagogue and we went to a different temple where they let him choose a different
Well,
one.
she must have been on her fucking period. Am I right?
Who did someone else get that portion and then your
I-
family just left?
Well, no, it's
Someone
based on
else
whatever,
had to
it's
do
based
the
on whatever
menstruation,
time
but, yeah.
you would want to do it.
Oh, okay.
So-
anyone
Oh.
that came
If
of
it was
age
that
at
time
that
of the
time.
month, that's
If it was that time of the month, they'd have to do
that time of the month for
So
the menstrual
any-
portion of Torah.
Any Jewish person with your birthday is going to get that portion.
My brother's birthday, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's on. Yeah, I think it's near your birthday. Some specific timetable. So, yeah.
Wow.
Fascinating.
And I don't, because the way you're supposed to do it is the temple is supposed to read through the entirety, I guess, of the Torah once a year, maybe. I don't know. I'm a bad Jew. So yeah, I guess so. Everyone that's
Yeah.
my brother's birthday is supposed to read the period one. But
Bummer.
That's good.
my mom said,
That's
no.
good.
Nope. So we found some hippie temple, and they're like, no, you do whatever the fuck you want.
And all the girls are like, "Yeah, please, just leave us the fuck alone."
Rags. Well, Rags, you didn't have to donate money to us. You're already here.
That's very kind of me. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rags for $2 says, bark, 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 and then like another $20.
Oh, you take that back.
Damn.
We get along, dogs and I.
There you go.
Me, myself, and I.
Oh, what did my brother end up reading? Oh, that's a good question. I honestly
Was it the
don't
one
remember.
about like the killing the gays or?
That's right.
stoning the
He traded
children?
in periods for killing gays. Yes.
That would be funny if all of the brothers and sisters in the family got all the super offensive old ones.
And your mom was cool with that? Your mom
No,
let him do the
I
killing
don't.
the
I
gays
honestly
one?
don't. I
Well,
don't.
she's fine
remember
with
what
killing the
it's for.
gays, but the menstrual cycle that's some serious business. Got to draw the line somewhere.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Red line.
Anyways,
Anyway,
thank
We
you all.
throw
back to
Whatever.
more virile matters.
Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, CT and Harker, for coming on. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Rags, for also coming on.
Absolutely. Anytime. Give me a holler. I've got I've got
We will,
Turn on Discord,
actually.
Oh, now that I've offered. Oh boy.
Yes.
Mhm.
Thank you, Authentic Observer, for coming on. It was a good conversation. And thank you all. You in the chat who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. Hope you all had a fantastic Thanksgiving and have a happy
Happy New
Merry
Year.
Christmas month.
Oh, right, yes.
Mm.
Enjoy these final days of fall.
Yes.
We're getting ready to head into the cold winter months.
Right.
Misery and darkness, starvation, and just grandma's dropping like flies in the cold snaps.
I don't know if we should. Someone just asked a contentious question. I don't know if we should answer it or we should end the stream.
We,
He
well,
just
I
played the
mean,
harmonica,
yeah.
dude.
How do you feel about this?
So what is it?
Some weird guy for $2 says, "What's everyone's controversial media take?"
Controversial media take?
Yeah.
Yeah, Interstellar. Shit.
I don't have any. I'm perfect.
No, it's actually the Dark Knight's bad, but that's all right. It's something to talk about later.
The Dark
you know?
Knight is bad. Is that what you
No,
just
I
said,
didn't say
Rags?
that. No, not that Dark Knight.
Which Dark Knight are you talking about?
I honestly I forget. It was a long time ago. It was a
Uh-huh.
long time ago. I might be
Uh-huh.
just confusing it with.
You're talking
another
about the movie with Christian Bale. And he
No, it could have been just that 24-hour period. Really.
There was a period of time that was very dark
That-
at night that you
That
didn't.
dark
Yeah.
night was really, I mean, people were bumping
Uh-huh.
into each other.
Dark night.
Couldn't see shit.
You
It
can
was
say you don't like the
cold.
Dark Knight. That's allowed. You're
Yeah.
allowed. Okay, to be free.
I didn't
Mhm.
say I didn't like it.
You
Whatever that
did.
night
You
was.
You
did.
didn't have to, but
I didn't mention how I felt about it.
Okay, listen. I'll be bold here. Okay, and I've said this many times. Dark Knight's actually not a good movie. It's a whatever
I can't believe you
movie.
would say.
The best live action Batman movie is Batman.
How did you feel about the Batman that just came out?
I think aesthetically it was fantastic, but the story was shit.
I thought it was. I thought it was so-so. Things I liked, things I didn't.
Yeah, I thought the story was really bad. It's weird if you realize Batman doesn't need to be in the movie, and the story doesn't really change at all.
I don't know if that makes a movie good or bad. I don't know how I feel about that.
I think that makes a movie bad.
Oh, you do? Well,
I
maybe
do.
it's something to discuss later on.
Java for $5 says chocolate chip or peanut butter cookies. Chocolate chip, come on.
Chocolate chip.
Chocolate
Duh.
chip.
What kind of dumbass asks that question? Ob-
Is anyone Adam? Are you a peanut butter cookie guy or something?
I like both, so I'm taking
but
this.
they're
they're both
choose.
fine cookies.
You have to
yes.
choose
Ooh,
though.
put them both together. Those would be good.
Obviously, chocolate chip is fine.
Okay. Well, anyways, take care, everybody.
Toodaloo, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We're going to go snuggle now.
I'm waiting for the papaya.
Right?
I mean, I already did it.
My
job is
Playing a
done here.
musical instrument. This is
I
like
didn't
the
hear it.
Cowboys by the fire,
Yeah.
and it's a long. The night's winding down. The fire's starting to
Adios,
fade away a little bit.
muchachos. Get
Cows
along,
are
little doggy.
sleeping in the field.
Hasta
Horses
luego.
are all standing as they do.
I'm not pressing the button until you say bye-bye again.
Got my assless chaps propped up against the logs we cut, and
Adam, for fuck's
14
sake, say
naked
bye.
cowboys all gathered around.
He's finding just the right log.
Bye.
Campfire.
Bye. 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 Everyone.
Oh, it's the corn. He's
Bye.
back. He's back.